Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Legendary Omen. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku is many things, but approachable is not always one of them. It takes a special type of person to walk up to the vigilante. The vigilante who's known for his years' worth of experience, and that's not necessarily a good or bad thing. He only started his activities as a vigilante when he was 12 or maybe 11. It's all kind of a blur, but he's been fighting for his life since he was diagnosed quirkless. Don't get him started on the bullshit use of diagnosed, as if he were diseased. Bullies, napkins, kidnappers, squirrels, drag dealers, rabid dogs, quirkist assholes, you name it, he's had to fight it. It's a particularly dreary patrol night with the way the wind rushes past his ears on a current of its own force. The night sky is littered with clouds, filtering out the stars above. He's sitting on the ledge of a multi-story building watching the moon reach its peak. He knows someone who's peaked. Bakuga the kid was like 5 at the time too. He swings his legs haphazardly, leaning on his palms and basking in the inky darkness. The wind whips takes his hair in a torrent of waves, whipping it backwards and side to side without a predetermined destination. It bounces off the shaded green visor hiding his eyes, and jostles the worn yellow scarf around his neck. Izuku knows it's not practical, but he almost wishes he went through with the hood when he was first starting out as a vigilante. At least it would have kept his hair somewhat in place, if you look past people's ability to choke and kill him with it. Although his black vest still pays homage to his predecessor with its 2 golden strips across the front, he liked the green hood with the mock hair. His designer had convinced him out of it due to it looking like bunny ears. Now his wild hair is a part of his whole green shtick the media has taken and ran with for the past however many years. He sees people online cosplaying with raggedy green wigs all the time. It's both heartwarming and unnerving. Izuku never would have guessed he'd be where he is today, or here in general. If he were to explain to his younger self that he received a quirk from All Might of all people, his younger self would squeal. He'd leave out the part where All Might dies, and Izuku was left cradling the skinny man in his arms. Then he'd tell him all about the quirk, and the people inside his head that almost convinced him he was schizophrenic. He learned the hard way that he needed to bulk up and eat way more than he was used to. Multiple arm, finger, leg and back breaks later, he was right as rain though. Nothing he couldn't handle alone. Speaking of rain, it's probably going to start drizzling soon if the way his joints are inflaming are anything to go by. His fingers feel like they're full of static, but really it's just a regular Tuesday. Anyways, then he gained not 1, not 2, not 3. Okay, we get it, but 8 quirks. What a pain in the butt, how amazing. With 8 quirks at his disposal, he took down a villain that had been ruling for centuries. With the power of friendship among him and the 8 vestiges, he took down the villain. He can still see the crimson sliding through his fingers from the white-haired man he had to end, for both the world and the villain's sake. The war was hard fought and hard won. Now Izuku can peacefully and calmly sit on the roof. Eraser, to what do I owe the pleasure? Eraserhead's mouth quirks slightly behind his capture scarf, and Izuku practically breaks his neck as he shoves his head until it's almost touching his back to look at the man as he walks across the roof. The underground hero has his usual ragged scarf, black jumpsuit, and yellow goggles. Although his goggles are pushed onto his head, pinning back his hair, but some small wisps escape their captor and frame his face unevenly. Can you not do disorienting sheet that close to the edge of a roof? Eraserhead drawls. Now that the underground hero doesn't want him to do it, he wants to do something similarly atrocious. Yeah, of course. Izuku waves a flippant, gloved hand, brushing off the idea as if it were a rogue fly. Eraserhead pulls himself up next to Izuku and sits crisscrossed next to him. Izuku brings his hands into his lap, rustling the white, with black stripes, cargos, and massages the stiff muscles. Too long in one place, and the incoming rain leaves him with a deep ache that builds up into a relentless migraine without pressure. The hero pulls an oddly cube-shaped letter out of a pocket he doesn't have and holds it out. Izuku looks all over his person for any more pockets, but there are still none from what his eyes show. What the hell? All you shouldn't have, Izuku mockingly gushes. Eraserhead squints and raises a strained brow. Good thing I didn't. Izuku silently laughs and rips open the wrapping on the cube without paying mind to the rich texture of the envelope. He can't feel it, but the weight tells him enough. A cube comes out of the envelope and a big red button rests on the cube calling Izuku's name. You know you are the one that always tells me not to press dash. Shut up and press the DMN button, Eraserhead sighs. Izuku presses it. A small holographic rat projects from the cube. Greetings, Omen. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As principal of UA, I am extending an opportunity towards you that I hope you will consider taking. The staff and I have discussed bringing you onto the teaching staff as a guest teacher for our prestigious heroics program. We would like to stress that you will not be pursued for your identity or forced to reveal any information you do not wish to share. Should you accept, I will personally extend an invitation to UA through Eraserhead with dates and times that you can choose from according to your availability. Please do let us know your decision on your own terms. Until then, it was an honor to speak with you. Izuku's jaw is practically on the floor, and he can see Eraserhead's amused expression from the corner of his eye. Me, Omen? I'm pretty sure you're the only Omen out there, kid. He doesn't know what to say. Sure, Izuku has taken down hundreds of villains and most people refer to him as the #1 hero, even without his hero license. The pursuit for his arrest is more of a suggestion these days, but it still remains. He is not a law-abiding citizen. However, he was just offered a position at UA. They've got to be joking, right? Society lumps people into the category of either white or black. Izuku resides in the gray. He's always been in the in-between. It's those types of people that society fears and casts out. He's never been a hero, but he's never been a villain. Even when he was quirkless and mumbling at the speed of light to analyze the quirks that fascinated him, he was called creepy, sometimes even a stalker, but that didn't make him a villain. The one who fell through the cracks, but still mustered himself into something presentable. Not a villain though, never a villain. The media glorifies him, but he never sought out the attention he garners these days. Whenever he turns on his phone, there's a new article about him, or a photo from someone he most definitely spotted taking at the time but didn't care enough to try and prevent it from being taken. The underground vigilante, he used to be spiraled into a limelight vigilante, which, to his knowledge, wasn't even an option before he joined the vigilante scene. Problem child, are you with me? Hold on, if I blink I think it might wake me up from this dream, he mumbles. You're not dreaming, kid. We really do want you to teach a class, you know. I wouldn't have signed off on it if I thought you were incapable. Izuku has known the underground hero for 5.5 long years. About a half a year after his subtle debut, Eraserhead came knocking around his rooftops looking for the problem-seeking gremlins stealing villains from his patrol routes. Being the nimble person Izuku was, he fell directly off of a building while trying to escape the man, and only barely managed to activate his very strained relationship, at the time, with Float to catch himself. With a near death added to his list of ever-growing list of problems, he ran from the hero. He continued to run for about a month before they finally had a nice, long talk. Of course, Eraser tried to drag him to his detective friend that Izuku already knew of. Izuku was forced to not so innocently escape a police precinct with hands cuffed behind his back. Not only did this get plastered on every news outlet known to man, but it alerted villains that their least favorite human being was out on the streets running from the police with his hands literally tied. He ended up meeting Stain that night. Izuku will never know how he cheated death that time, but it was the beginning of theme in his life. Death presented itself at every corner, and still does. He can't even list on 10 hands how many times he's cheated. His old friend, The moral of the story is Eraserhead has never been a liar. In Izuku's many years of experiences and interactions with the hero, he has only ever been a man of logic. And if that's the case, then that means, I don't dash. You don't have to come up with an answer right now, take some time to think. You're still young, it's not like UA will want you any less as you get older. You act like you know how old I am, Izuku huffs. Well, Seeing as I've known since before your voice was cracking and then got all deep, I'd say you're probably still in your teens on the latter end. Leave the detecting up to Tsukachi, eraser. Izuku smiles behind his bundled-up, tattered scarf. I met you the day you came out of the womb. Eraserhead looks out at the city below. Izuku scoffs, I wasn't that young. Weren't you though? No comment. So, what's the deal? I hope we know up front that I will not be called sensei. Izuku grimaces at the idea of hearing the moniker. Well, as unruly as 3A is, they're respectful and UA doesn't allow anything less. So, if you become Omen sensei, that's not my problem. Eraserhead lets his legs hang over the edge of the wall by a small margin, and braces his palms on the ledge. You should call me by my name in school as well. It's only logical. Logical, my butt. I am not doing that. Izuku crosses his arms and lays down until his back hits the cool cement, and he's looking up at the stars muddled by clouds. He tries to peek through, but the lights are too dull. DMN light pollution. A bone-deep sigh forces itself from Izuku's mouth and nose. Class 3A. One of those manic grins the man constantly wears grows across his face. They are our future, you know. They'll be giving you a run for your money sooner than you realize. Izuku doesn't doubt that, but he also doesn't believe it at the same time. Well, not for some of them at least. I guess I have to take the job then. A grin that can only be described as feral replaces Izuku's previous gobsmacked reaction. I feel like that was too easy. Eraserhead squints at where he knows Izuku's eyes are behind his visor. Izuku hums a non-committal response. Sneaking into UA is a lot easier than it sounds. Maybe that means that he's just being allowed into the prison school in whichever way he wants, but he elects to believe he's a master of stealth and espionage. He knows for certain that the rat already knows of his presence from the roof access vents due to motion sensors. He can feel pinpricks on the back of his aching neck as the rat watches his descent towards the classrooms. He doesn't mind the principals prying. It is his school after all, but he's trying his hardest not to alert the students below. Well, it's not hard, it's just tedious. He pads on his hands and knees through the vents, his back hunching unnaturally, his shoulders apprehensive with the attention he could draw. Izuku used to fit in vents a lot easier than he does now. When he was 12, he could practically stand up and run in the vents, not actually, but it was an easier fit. But now that he's older, his height and muscle has done him no favors. He curses himself for his rapid growth spurt when One for All was finally accepted into his body, and when he had a steady meal intake to maintain the necessary muscle. Not only has it limited his vent access, but it has also caused some of his fanbase to look at him rather than his work. He tries his best not to focus on the media, but when you have multiple vigilantes and a very limited amount of heroes on your phone, you're kind of forced to notice. The occasional link to a post from Crawler, and Eraserhead taking a picture of the news where Izuku's masked face is doing something he probably shouldn't be, like him jumping off a plane, which has happened more than once. It's a given that he'll notice the media, no matter how hard he tries to avoid it. He has secret social media accounts, but they're private and he rarely checks them. They're just taking up space on his phone at this point, but he'll need them one day, he reckons. He passes a couple of graded vents allowing him direct viewing access to classrooms. One room holds a class of second years, and ectoplasm is their teacher. Seems like they're focused on a test, if the clones nosing around the classroom peering at students is anything to go by. Izuku squints to make out some problems and realizes it's a math test. After mentally finishing the problems and noticing a mistake on a green-haired girl's factoring, he keeps moving before he actually tells her she's wrong. He can imagine the chaos that would ensue, but he's on a mission right now, and for sure not on the clock yet. A loud echoing voice greets his ears, and he doesn't have to see through the vent to know whose class it is. Present Mike pleads, "Come on guys, you know this one. We've been going over the difference between there, and there for a week. Someone tell me which to use in this sentence." He hears the groans from the classroom and does not envy them whatsoever. English is a hard subject, and it's an especially hard subject to learn online. He spent copious amounts of time on media platforms in order to learn some very valuable English lessons to pass his test of biliteracy and become bilingual. Some of the videos happen to have a couple swear words he picked up along the way. Without much thought he keeps crawling through, and almost passes a particularly quiet room before he notices the teacher. Eraserhead is sitting at a desk while a bunch of students silently working on a packet of some kind. Izuku squints to get a better look and his body involuntarily shivers. Economics. Eraser never told Izuku he was an econ teacher, probably because he heard Izuku rant about it while on patrol once or twice. It's not hard at all, it's just monotonous. Econ came easily to Izuku, and it took away time he could have spent patrolling, analyzing, or literally anything else. He'd take being beaten up by a villain than doing another supply and demand worksheet. He keeps moving, passing multiple classes and lessons, and a couple minutes later he drops from the roof of the hallway just in front Ned's office. A bell rings as he drops down, and only after his heart nearly jumps out of his chest does he realize it's the bell for some sort of passing time. He straightens from his crouched position, popping a bone or two back into place, still on alert in case this is a ploy to finally capture him. Just as he holds his gloved fist up to knock, the door opens automatically, and he sees the principal of UA watching him with an unsurprising amount of delight. Hello, he remarks intelligently, dropping his arm and balled fist to his side. Why hello there, and Izuku does not like the cheeky smile on the rodent's face. The principal is sitting at a large wooden desk, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. I must say I'm rather delighted to have gotten a response so soon. Is there any specific reason for your eagerness? The principal is fishing for something, as expected. I'd say it's a modest amount of eagerness, wouldn't you? I mean, it's not every day a vigilante becomes a teacher for a bunch of hero students. Izuku wouldn't call himself petty, he'd say he's just a very forward person. Stating the obvious is one of his favorite things, especially when his answer is not the full truth. He didn't lie, not technically, he for sure would have passed Tsukachi's quirk, but it wasn't the full reason for his eagerness. If he's being honest, he almost backpedaled on his way too hasty decision to be a teacher. Not only does he not have a degree, but he's practically self-taught. Sure, Gran Torino helped him back in the day, but it was for about a month before Izuku scurried off after feeling like more of a burden than a successor. Plus, he probably shouldn't base his teaching methods off of Gran Torino, definitely wouldn't go over well. He has never liked teachers. They always enabled the cruel treatment of his peers. They weren't his friends, that's for sure. Does he really want to teach the younger generation? Well, not the younger generation, his generation. He can already tell this will be a mess, but he's nothing if not committed. The stoats' paws minutely clench in their laced position on the desk before the principal opens a folder on the desk. This is a contract that I will give to you to sign and bring back to me once you have had time to read its full contents. Most of what's in here is what you already know, like your wage and dash. Izuku's heart rate picks up. My wage? Yes, your wage. The principal PPS his head. Did you think you were doing this for free? Izuku rubs the back of his neck and smiles sheepishly. Of course not, it's an obvious lie, but it's an important trait not to dwell. The principal dwells. You are to be a teacher here at UA, Omen. Guest or not, you are a part of the teaching staff once you sign this. That means you will be paid for your efforts and given a safe space. And, as I said on the invitation, whatever you share with us is up to you and you alone. We will not pry. Although, I can't say the same for your students, but you have my full support on however you deem to handle them. We are truly excited to have you here. While the principal is most known for being quite cynical, Izuku feels like he can almost interpret a hint of warmth. A small smile stays on Ned's lips as he hands Izuku the folder and Izuku takes a half step forward. Izuku exchanges the folder with a small slip of paper before retreating back a couple steps. The smile falters minutely, but Izuku catches it. A questioning gaze rests on the paper. My number, Izuku nods. I will get this back to you as soon as possible. Have a nice rest of your day, sir. Izuku leaves. For being a stealthy vigilante, he sure as hell does not live up to that title when he walks out of the principal's hallway and directly into an overflowing crowd of students. He had made an impromptu decision to not travel via event lest he wanted more aches than usual. His massage tomorrow can't come fast enough. He almost groans as he thinks of the soothing of his always aching muscles. Anyways, he jumps out of his thoughts when he realizes he has just opened the floodgates, and quickly tries to backpedal. A few catch a glimpse of him before he does the smallest air flick of his career to send him back into the principal's hallway. Surely no one would dare. The door bursts open and a horde of students stop to look directly at Izuku. How awkward. He takes a breath and opens his mouth as if he's going to speak before one for all surges through his veins, and he speeds past the group with electrifying speed directly into the hallway. They jump out of the way, but he can tell they're definitely not in the heroics course as they push themselves back up at a slow pace. He has seen Eraser's class on the news more times than he can count, so he knows for sure none of these people are them. The only other person with more media attention than Class 3A back in the good old days is Izuku himself. Well, Omen. All he leaves in his wake is scattered green lightning and the occasional wisp of black whip as he surges through the hallways and out one of the windows. He doesn't look back as people shout his vigilante name and throw questions into the wind behind him. Izuku isn't one to dwell, but he feels like that could have gone worse. Oh well, what can he say? Izuku was blessed with terrible spectacular luck. It takes about an hour before a full article on his hasty exit from UA is plastered on a headline reaching almost all of Japan within half the time it took to write. Izuku is grateful for his fanbase, he really is, but he doesn't think it's normal for the amount of stress he feels on a daily basis due to a constant media presence. Since he got the letter from UA a week ago, he's been patrolling at night in hopes of returning to a nostalgic normal of pre-fame. It worked for a couple days before the public caught on, and instead of nighttime villains he was dealing with nighttime paparazzi, which were a lot harder to escape with his quirk emitting a blinding amount of electric green into the air upon any amount of use. Izuku is tired. Maybe teaching won't be so bad. He can have a place to relax and have to avoid too many prying eyes. Sure, the students will pry, but Netsu included a staff room all to himself in the staff lounge for him to do whatever he wants. Even if he's not teaching that day, it's his space. His room. It was quite touching, actually. The principal offered Izuku a room in the teacher's dorm if he wanted it, but he elected to keep his apartment. He loves his costume and all, but he does not want to eat, sleep, and teach in it. He needs some place to be Izuku Midoriya, although it seems the world only wants Omen. They'd love to know his actual name, but at the same time it'd just be an addition to their idea of Omen. They don't want him. Not really. When Izuku is feeling rather distressed, he heads to the one place that's his. He founded it after his fight with All for One to have a sense of normalcy after the fame caught up with him. He's the founder of Down Under, the Vigilante and Underground Hero Club and Bar. Does the name have a triple meaning? Perhaps. When Izuku has one of his bad days, whether it be his aching joints, chronic headaches, or a particularly horrid day out on patrol, he goes down under, pun intended, and appreciated. He chose an alley with a nice decoration of filth, must, and hanging wires to add to the aesthetic of the club. He wants the feeling of, I'm going to die, and what a shithole, to really envelope the atmosphere. Once they walk in, they realize they're in the right place with the sleek black wood and neon lights emitting from where the floor and walls meet, in the notch that runs around the entirety of the club. The club is bigger than it looks. It was a run-down warehouse after all. It was some industrial plant that Izuku worked to rebuild and refurbish. All of the extra college credits he usually takes were on the back burner as he focused almost everything he had into the club. His architecture and trades courses helped him with the electrical, plumbing, and pretty much everything. He has one of the best Wi-Fi servers in the country, just below the commissions and maybe UA's. Why does a bar need such good Wi-Fi? Because that's where he does all his extracurricular hacking, of course. His work as Omen has an online presence as well. He takes down large, corrupt corporations from the inside out. Sometimes villains are more systematic than brazen, and that requires a certain finesse that One for All can't contribute to. An alley cat jumps down onto his shoulder from one of the surrounding boxes as he walks down the club's entrance alley. He's wearing a black winter hat, with a white strip and puffball, a loosely fitting blue crewneck, and black sweatpants. He scratches behind the tabby cat's ears and she rubs her head against his cheek with a loud purr. I missed you too, Izuku huffs. Izuku enters the establishment with barely a glance thrown his way. His heart rate picks up as the cat paws at his hat and almost reveals his disheveled, very recognizable green hair. He watches people groove on the dance floor, and he edges along the wall to the bar. His bartender, Tuya, referred to as Dabi in the club, is making a particularly strong vodka martini. He notices Izuku right away and gives him a nod, which Izuku returns before moving behind the bar to the arching hallway leading to an ascending staircase. Up the stairs, Izuku opens the door to his office and flicks the light on a low setting. His desk across the room seems to have cases growing by the second, non-existent alerts flash across his sleeping computer screen, and the dimmed lights create shadowy figures moving in the corners of the office. Really, Izuku is just imagining the overwhelming load of work and constant alerts. It's become a habit. He places his phone on the desk and throws his hat haphazardly onto the messy workspace. He throws himself, with the cat bundled in his arms, onto his plush office couch in record time. His heart rate is still rather fast, and the sound is beginning to reach his eardrums. Before he can further work himself up even more, the tabby sprawls onto his chest, with her head leaning into the crevice of Izuku's neck. He mutters sweet comments to the cat. He tried to name the cat once during a bad panic attack. He barely even remembers because he's stuck so far in the past while tangled up in the present, but people call him Bunny instead of the cat. Izuku assumes he may have spoken the name in his panic, and instead of noting he was talking about the cat, he just assumed everyone picked up on it. Well, they didn't. He still calls the cat Bunny though. The cat has a habit of tapping her back foot whenever Izuku finds the sweet spot behind her ears, and she bounces around for about an hour until she finally disappears back onto the streets. He finds himself relating to the cat. Doesn't call one specific place home, but has people in different places that give him small safety nets along the way. Although, those people are few and far between. A sigh escapes him, his heart rate finally back to a semi-regular pace. How calm can you really be in a bar with villains, vigilantes and heroes all coming together over one measly commonality, fantasy? Down Under is a club where you can reinvent yourself for the night. The number one hero, vigilante, can be a frail club owner, a hero can be a fight club participant, and a villain can be a make-believe law-abiding citizen. Although his heart rate is back to normal, a headache blooms in between his temples. After an immeasurable amount of time of Izuku just existing, a knock at the door startles him out of his numb haze. "Come in," he sighs. Bunny meows her discontent as he slowly moves her to the side and gets up from his horizontal heap across the couch. He rests his elbows on his knees and scrubs his hands down his face. Tuya slowly opens the door and looks around the room before his eyes land on Izuku. Izuku looks up at the scarred man with a tired smile. "That bad, huh?" Izuku flails his hand. "I've had worse." "Just because you've had worse doesn't make this one any less painful." Tuya steps into the room, his buttoned black collared shirt, with the top two buttons undone, and black khakis making him blend into the darkness in the dim light. Yeah, Izuku mumbles. His phone chimes across the room, and highlights the room in a blinding blue light haze. Izuku groans at the intrusion of the white light on his sensitive eyes. "You need anything?" Tuya will never admit that he cares for Izuku, and while Izuku dotes on him, he appreciates it all the same. Izuku attempts to shake his head no, but it ignites the nerves in his head, and he stops with a wince. Izuku saved Tuya back in the war days, and he has acted as if he owes Izuku a favor ever since. "Tuya, you know you don't owe me anything, right?" Izuku massages his temples, his head throbbing. Tuya has a small smile. "Izuku, whether you like it or not, I will always be in your debt. I don't know why you saved me, and your answers are bullshit every time I ask, but I owe you. I will never be able to show you my appreciation. You saved me from myself." Izuku's eyes are squeezed shut to try and put pressure on the headache. "I've said it before and I'll say it again. I saved you because you looked like you wanted help. Just because you did things wrong in the past doesn't mean you're inherently bad and that you can't make amends. We all have things we're not proud of." Tuya scoffs and leaves, only to return with 2 Advil and a glass of water a couple minutes later. Izuku throws the pills into his mouth and swallows them down like they're his saving grace. "Thank you," he says after a hearty gulp of the water. Izuku opens one eye and looks at Tuya, who stands just before him now. You didn't drag this, did you? Trying to overthrow number 1 by any chance? Tuya rolls his eyes and ruffles a hand through Izuku's hair. Get some rest, you look like you need it. As Tuya reaches the door and pulls the door closed, Izuku mentions, I'm going to be teaching him, you know. Tuya stops with only a few inches of the door remaining, and turns his head to make eye contact with Izuku. Tuya hums, yeah, and your childhood bully. Tuya winces at his own remark, realizing it comes off a tad too brash. Izuku doesn't mind. He's not wrong. It'll be interesting, that's for sure, Izuku sighs. Go to sleep, Zu. Izuku doesn't look at his texts or emails often, and when he does it's a whole day's worth of catching up. So, when he sees he missed a text from Eraserhead, he doesn't panic. But he does wince. Izuku has Aizawa as Mothman in his phone, and Aizawa has Izuku as PC in his phone, PC problem child. Tuesday, 1:31, Mothman, I heard about what happened today. Are you okay? Eraserhead has always been kind in his own way, but this blatant amount of kindness is disorienting. 4:56, PC. All good. Izuku is a dry texter, sue him. 4:59, Mothman, he lives. Izuku can feel the cheeky smirk Eraser is most definitely wearing. 5:00, PC. Barely. 5:00 PM, Mothman, quit it. Whenever Izuku makes a joke like that, Eraserhead is none too pleased. Something about having seen Izuku almost die once or twice made the man a stickler on death jokes. 5:07 PM, PC. You said it. I finished it. 5:08 PM, Mothman, whatever. 5:10 PM, PC. You're such a surly old man-o. Eraserhead doesn't respond after that one, but he doesn't really expect him to. 5:15 PM, PC. I want you to know in advance that I ask for forgiveness, not permission. 5:15 PM, Mothman. For what? Izuku turns off his phone. Wednesday, 4:24 PM, Mothman, kid. 10:34 PM, Mothman, hello. Thursday, 9:52 AM, Mothman. Izuku spent a week, since his escape from the UA building, thinking about his first lesson for Class 3A. After giving the signed contract to Eraserhead to give to Nedzu, Izuku's nerves skyrocketed. He resorted to long, more frequent hours of vigilantism to keep his thoughts from spiraling. It wasn't lost on the press either. With his doubled hours, so came the doubled media presence, which made him even more nervous and, quite frankly, skittish. He ran from Eraserhead once or twice, not blatantly, but it caused enough emotion to have the man text him. Izuku didn't respond, but his guilt only added on to his previous nerves. The hourglass underneath his skin was building with each passing day, the weight of everything piling onto one side. He finally came up with a lesson that wouldn't be too damaging, and he started to settle down. His nerves balancing out, relatively. Although Nedzu had authorized pretty much anything, Izuku doesn't think the principal would appreciate an explosion on the first day of school. Izuku's original plan was to rush into the class and set off some kind of unharmful explosion and see how 3A would respond. Of course he thought of that when he was under the influence of an alcoholic beverage or two, but it was an idea nonetheless. Tuya had convinced him to drink one night because of his stressful week. Tuya, a man of few and far between morals, would rather his brother have a hangover than be killed by a villain from overworking himself. Whatever, sue him. Throughout the week he came up with a real idea though. Izuku, via roof once more, descends down the vents and watches the likes of 3. He scanned through all of their names the night prior, and their quirks. He knew most of them due to sports festivals, and his tendency to dissect every millisecond of their tactics and fights when he was younger. How cute, they're all dutifully scrawling answers. On pages. They all seem pretty focused, intense even. Izuku painfully shoves his hand between his body and the vent to grab his phone from his pocket, and brings it back with only a small amount of noise. Nothing that would catch any normal people's attention. Of course one of Shoji's ears twitch, and Jiru jumps minutely. No harm, no foul. Could just be pawned off as a rat in the vents. Izuku types on his phone, avoiding a plentiful amount of messages and emails, and opens the app he stayed up all night creating. Currently Izuku is running off of an hour of sleep, adrenaline, a Red Bull, he was convinced he grew wings for a second after taking the first sip, and a waffle he stole from Tuya's plate this morning. Anyways, the first button sets off an annoying chime from one of the students' phones, and the entire class filters through emotions of surprise, annoyance, and discontent. What douchebag doesn't turn off their phone? Bakugo looks up from his paper. Whoever's that is better shut it off right now. Izuku pushes another button. 3 more alarms, all being a different tune, erupt from 3 more of the students' phones. Eraserhead's scowl is priceless as he snags one of the chiming phones out of Mineta's hands. He probably tries to turn it off, but Izuku knows it won't work. Izuku taps another button. The phone in Eraserhead's pocket starts alternating between a plethora of "oh yeah, to dig" and "what is up, listeners?" Izuku snickers at that one, and thanks a higher power that the students are too distracted to hear him. He sends a strand of black whip through the vents and down into the hallway, and knocks on the door. He clicks the last button, sending all phones into a frenzy of different frequencies, chimes and alarms, and knocks on the door in an infrequent hollow rhythm. Honestly, Izuku is disoriented by his own antics, and he almost falls out of the vent as he silently shoves himself out onto the tall bookcase directly below him. He almost knocks a snow globe off, but catches it with a wisp of black whip, and places it next to him as he sits crisscrossed and waits. The students are struggling with their phones, and some of the students' phones' flashlights are flashing on and off too. Adjusting his visor minutely to sit on the bridge of his nose better, because he hit his head on the top of the vent as he got out, he waits. Ashido chucks her phone across the room, and the noise ceases as it all but combusts against the wall. Todoroki is like a deer in headlights, not quite sure what to do, but one of the only ones still in his seat. Izuku can't help but notice the blatant discrepancies between him and his brother. Tuya would have set every phone in the room on fire by now. More students begin to consider doing the same as Ashido, and Izuku winces. Eraserhead makes eye contact with him from the front of the class, and there's a certain amount of absolute begging in his eyes that makes Izuku concede. With a click all, the phone shut off, and the room is enveloped in the loudest silence Izuku has ever been a part of. It's nice, actually. Eraserhead, who's looking at him like he wants to strangle him and thank him all at the same time, is stock still in the middle of the desks and students. Izuku drops his legs from the cases and kicks them back and forth. That was pitiful, Class 3. Izuku's false peppiness makes a few of them wince, but most of all they're just confused. None of them try to pursue him though, which he's thankful for. He hoped no one would try anything, but he can never be too sure. Some people act nice and are waiting for the perfect moment to drop the shoe and catch him unaware. Everyone sit, please, I insist. He splays his hands outwards, while jumping down from the bookcase. He lands in a crouch, and braces his aching knees accordingly. Although the knee braces part of his costume do wonders, so he doesn't worry too much on descents anymore. Everyone sits, surprisingly. He was kind of joking. It's not like he has the authority to tell them to sit down, right? Izuku walks to the front, his red and black armored shoes thumping on the wooden floors. He stretches one arm across his body and holds it at the elbow, a hollow pop erupting from the joint. He does the same to the other arm, and uses a hand to PP his head to each side, eliciting resounding pops from his neck. A low power of 1 for all flows through his veins, and he allows lightning to envelope and flash around him. He walks to the front of the room, stepping onto the elevated platform, every single pair of eyes on him, and stands. He looks at Eraserhead, who's still in the middle of the room. This is his class after all. Eraserhead seems to get himself back to some semblance of normal, but the exhaustion in his gaze as he looks at Izuku seems to have quadrupled from when Izuku was watching him from the vents. How odd. Wonder what happened in between then and now to do so. The underground hero walks back up to the front and stands behind his desk, resting fisted knuckles on the table while looking around their classroom. We are going to retake this test at a later date. He practically falls backwards into his rolling officer chair. A test. Izuku's eyes widen, although the class can't see it. Before you did, Whatever you just did, they were taking a test, yes. Eraserhead scrubs his hands down his face. Everyone, pass your tests up to the front of each row for me to collect. The students diligently do so, and Izuku watches in amusement. The circumstances were even better than he thought. You could have told me this was happening today, you know, Eraserhead grits out as he walks around collecting the papers. Izuku taps his chin, I could have. As Eraserhead grazes his shoulder to walk back to his desk, he lowly whispers, brat. Izuku grins. I know what you're all thinking. Izuku nods along with his words. Why does such a good-looking guy hide his face behind a mask? Answer? He looks around the room waiting for a hand to raise. Not all at once now, he mutters. Mineta raises his hand, and Izuku motions for him to speak. He has no idea why they're being so formal and raising their hands or anything, but he goes along with it. Because you're secretly ugly. His confidence is off-putting. Izuku puts on a fake smile, why dash. His smile drops, no. 1. The scenario said the hypothetical person was good-looking and your answer completely negates the question to AT, and 2. I never mentioned who I was talking about. A couple hands raise, but Izuku shakes his head back and forth and they lower. In my question I gave you all no context. You made assumptions. Some of you, or maybe all of you, thought I was referring to myself. While that could be plausible due to headlines such as, #1 in the charts and #1 in our hearts and, we all ogle at Omen, you still assumed, which is okay. But, you assumed wrong and in the field that could spell out life or death. Someone give me a new answer. Izuku puts his hands on his hips and looks around at the raising hands. This'll be interesting, Bakugo. Give us more context. Bakugo's arms are crossed against his chest as he leans back in the chair. Izuku nods. I will, but not because you asked so nicely. Bakugo's lip curls slightly, and a cheeky grin grows across Izuku's face. Say you see a man at a bar with a mask and baggy clothes. Who is, for lack of a better term, good-looking from what you can see. I don't care which way you swing, you should be able to admit when someone of your same gender is pleasing to the eye. Anyways, nothing seems to be amiss. A lot of heads nod to that statement, and Izuku is proud of them for that. Heroes need to be secure in themselves before they can console others. Is he carrying any weapons on his person? Ida questions from the other side of the room. You tell me, Izuku notes. Bakugo scoffs. How can we make a decision with so little information? Izuku slowly turns his head to Bakugo. Well, go get the information. Bakugo's face scrunches in confusion. Well, you did click that email about an up-and-coming hero agency that's interested in you, right? How would that agency feel if they knew their hero was sitting on his or her hands waiting for someone to create a problem rather than stopping it before it could escalate? The entire class's eyebrows lift. Some turn to look at each other and begin murmuring questions. I won't lecture you on hazardous links yet, but stay with me here. How should you go about this situation? He can see the cogs in their brains turning and he loves it. Come on, hero hopefuls. His false cheeriness is back, but it's a little real. He needs them to think. No need to raise your hands, just speak. You won't be raising your hands while on a scene, asking to pitch your ideas. Tell me how you do it. While there is a right and wrong answer, I'll hear you out if you give me enough evidence and backing. Yaoyorozu rests her chin in her hand. I would interact with the man. I would sit at the bar and create small talk. Seriousness takes over, and Izuku nods. Keep running with that, I like where this is going. Uraraka hums, bring up areas of conversation relating to him. Speak in a manner that's inviting and interested. Keep him talking, and ask him questions with genuine curiosity. Maybe about himself and his interests. Try and get a feel for his character. A small smile grows. Bold but plausible, he notes. Kirishima nods. Yeah, and if he's super manly then we know he's not a threat. One of Izuku's eyes twitches, and he's glad for the visor. He wants to create an environment of learning and free-flowing thoughts. He can't be harsh on the wrong answers, even if he's had personal experience and knows of how it ended up. Good. His teeth grit together. Well, the next day on the news you see the same man. Turns out he was a quirk trafficking ring supervisor, and helped traffic over 300 men, women, and children into illegal trades and fighting rings. This man was named Kato Ren. Jiru speaks through a gasp. I remember seeing his arrest on the news in my last year of middle school. Izuku nods. Kato was a regular man that frequented a bar, Izuku's bar, and was generally good-looking. He didn't have scraggly hair, overgrown facial hair, or anything that would make him seem less put together. He looks like an average man, and was quite pleasant to speak with. In fact, the man had 2 kids. Izuku sighs. Regardless, it wasn't for 2 weeks until there was a legitimate cause to search into the man further and find out his true intentions. Upon arrest, he admitted to his crimes and is living out a 30-year prison sentence. All that being said, I was not the one who caught him, but I am the one who spoke with him at that bar. Some students' breaths hitch, and others' eyes downslant in either pity or empathy. Izuku looks away before he lets his brain try and figure out which. Identifying a target is one of the easiest and hardest parts of the job. Some villains are very blatant about their crimes, while others stay under the radar. While we have spotlight and underground heroes, there are also spotlight and underground villains. Of course, situations are circumstantial, but you should always ask questions, and always follow your gut. Izuku's mouth is in a thin line. One for all has long since sputtered out, and the air of seriousness is unnerving. He wishes he followed his gut that day, but it was an important lesson for him. He needs to teach his peers the same thing he had to learn the hard way. Maybe it'll lessen the blow for them. Diligence and awareness are important. Relating this all back to how I set your phones off at different times and to different tunes, that was quite disorienting. You will always be in situations with multiple things going on at once, and you need to prioritize one and stick with. Whether you're taking a test, with friends, witnessing a bar fight, catcallers, anything really, you need to prioritize one and prioritize it well. You need to identify the biggest threat or best course of action and follow through. The students are turning it all over in their heads. Some stare at him with what he thinks is appreciation, others are startled, probably realizing the reality of it all, and the rest have varying conflicting emotions. And don't click on bullshit links. A blinding smile shatters the seriousness of it all. Sheepish smiles grow across a lot of their faces, but there's one that remains impassive. Izuku would remain impassive too if it were him in this circumstance. As your guest teacher, some students' jaws drop at this. The only person gaining a few points today is Shinso. All heads turn towards the purple-haired boy who has his head resting on his palm. Shinso is the only one who didn't click the link. Why didn't you click the link? Izuku PPS his head. I looked up the agency before clicking, and it didn't exist. Izuku's grin at this response is absolutely feral. The bell rings with spectacular timing. He turns to look back at Eraserhead, and there's a weird look in his eyes. Izuku doesn't want to decipher it, to be honest, so he doesn't. Izuku looks back at the students as they pack up. It was nice meeting you all. Good luck with your test tomorrow. Ida mentions, tomorrow is Saturday, Omen sensei. Izuku's jaw drops and loses all motor function, except for his ability to stand. Sensei? Aizawa talks to the class. Our test will be on Monday, so everyone come prepared. You're lucky he popped up when he did. Sensei? Don't forget, on the contract you signed at the beginning of the year, you signed away the ability to speak about anything having to do with the heroics class. So, if any news gets out to the media, I will find out who did it and I will personally escort you out of UA myself. I expect you all to treat Omen with as much respect as you treat me and the rest of the UA staff. Scene C. Thaithi? You're dismissed for lunch. Izuku is trying to compute everything, or really anything, in his head when Aizawa latches a hand onto his shoulder. Good job, Ida, you broke him? Ida walks up just before the platform and bows at least 5 times, with apologies mixed in, and leaves for lunch with the rest of the class. Izuku reboots and is back to functioning semi-normally, and watches them all crowd out of the door. Shinso turns around and makes eye contact, then snaps his head back ahead of him and scurries away. Izuku claps his hands together and turns towards Aizawa, who's back at his desk typing something on his computer. I feel like that could have gone worse, right? Yeah, well, You're not the one supplying Ishido with another phone, Eraserhead grumbles. Don't be such a grouch, Eraser, this is a win. Aizawa, the underground hero, shuffles some papers, but still doesn't look up. Call me. Aizawa in school. I don't think I will, Izuku smiles. Eraserhead looks up and narrows his eyes. Why not? Izuku shrugs, I dunno. I know when you're lying, he steps from around the desk. Cosplaying Tsukachi are we? The hero rolls his eyes. Give me a serious answer, kid. Izuku isn't one to dwell. He's not a fan of the whole, I asked you a question, now answer me, phenomenon. He's more of the, I'd rather leave that for tomorrow, and then conveniently forget you asked a question, kind of a guy. Unfortunately for Eraserhead, Izuku will never admit his answer, because it's out of their odd, mentor-student dadson whatever the F, it is relationships wheelhouse. It's been like this for years. Eraserhead attempts to fish something out of him, and Izuku pulls away. Are either of them really surprised when Izuku smiles and shakes his head, and makes for the door? Are they surprised when he opens the door and a small stoat is conveniently positioned in the way? Omen-kun, how was the first day of class? His unreadable eyes meet Izuku's through the visor. As well as I could have hoped. If they didn't learn one thing from that lesson, they most definitely are still thinking about how I hacked into all of their phones. Shrugs with a smile that says something along the lines of, what can you do? The principal's smile is eerily bright and cheery. I hope you aren't headed out, I came here to invite you to lunch with the staff and I. You may decline of course, but we'd love it if you could stay with us, if it's no trouble of course. That's why he was so cheery. Izuku's cheeks crinkle in all the wrong places as he puts on a fake smile. Through gritted teeth, I'd love to. Eraserhead snorts from across the room. You too should-a-kun. Eraserhead's silent laugh ceases immediately. Izuku is sitting among the heroes. It shouldn't be as odd as it is, but it is. He's not a hero, and although the public tries to plaster him as one, he's not. He has a very specific reason for that, but he's not paid enough, or at all, to speak about it. It's not his place, and Izuku hopes it never will be. If he is pressured into it by certain circumstances, he will have no problem speaking his mind, but until then he is complacent with his place. Complacent may not be the best word, because he hates how publicized he is. He supposes it's only fair. He is the one that took down their symbol of peace from the #1 spot, their biggest moneymaker. He didn't really, but the man did die in front of him. But that's a story for another day. Izuku snaps out of it as the conversation around the staff table tilts towards him. Present Mike is leaning back, with 2 legs of the chair off the ground. So, how were the listeners during your lesson, Omen? Izuku smiles softly, very respectful. He's so out of his element right now. He opened the window when he first walked into the lounge, after asking of course, for 2 reasons. The main reason being he knew he was going to sweat from all the nerves of being around heroes, and he knows he'll need some fresh air blowing in to keep him grounded. Eraserhead sets down his chopsticks and wipes his mouth with a napkin. He's being nice, they were rather short-sighted. They underestimated every single point of the lesson, which was quite unfortunate to watch, but it's good to know. This is their last year, and the most significant. They need to be ready for these types of things. Don't be so harsh, Erasers. Izuku cuts himself off. His brain just malfunctioned in front of the entire UA staff. He looks at Eraserhead hoping the man catches him before he falls into the depths of awkward silence, and luckily he does. Of course he coughs a laugh and makes fun of him for it though. You seriously have a hard time with that, huh? Present Mike almost falls back in his chair laughing. Izuku grumbles, crossing his arms and looking away, a mock pout on his lips. The underground hero continues, a smile on his lips, hidden dutifully by his capture scarf but still there all the same. I am serious though. Not only did they, apparently, click a link and give you access to their phones, but they didn't look at the full picture. Also, none of them noticed you crawling out of the vent until I made you stop the phones before it drove me crazy. Izuku puts his hands up placatingly. There was a lot going on. I would have been surprised if they noticed me, to be honest. You don't gain that type of hyper-awareness until you have field experience. Good point. I'm glad this was your first lesson for our beloved 3, Omen-kun. The principal chirps from across the table. Izuku had to hold himself back from making a booster seat joke when the principal placed down a few boosters earlier. Are you only working with 3, Omen? Vlad King asks. Izuku feels kind of bad, because he wasn't contracted for 3B. He'll include them in a joint lesson if he's feeling generous sometime, but until then definitely not. He's pushing his luck being at the UA staff lunch table right now, let alone more UA students in the same vicinity. Someone's going to blab, and it'll be Izuku who has to suffer the consequences. He was only contracted for the 1, to my knowledge. Eraserhead saves him from the awkward response, thank the heavens. Vlad King nods and looks at his food. Izuku doesn't feel bad for the teacher, because nobody wants pity, but he empathizes. He'd be sad if one of his online courses had a guest lecturer that only presented in front of another class. He'd be livid actually. I'll try and do a joint lesson sometime, Izuku amends. Eraserhead's eyebrows minutely hitch, because he knows how Izuku gets around large groups. Izuku's instinctively a nervous person. It comes with the territory of doing illegal activities as your main job, and your second job. It's not exactly legal for 17-year-olds to own a bar, to his knowledge. Nedzu seems pleased with his small smile and twitch of his. Izuku blushes slightly, but it's covered by his visor. He thanks the heavens once more. Nedzu claps his hands together. That's great news. Sheet, that's probably what he wanted. Trying to catch Izuku in a net of teaching and classes and get him as a full-time staff member, or even just to catch him in general. The teacher politics. Izuku, after taking 3 bites of a sandwich from lunch rush, stands from his seat. He feels bad for not eating it, so he places it in a napkin to bring with him and eat later. He's just not hungry. Please thank lunch rush from me. He bows. Some of the staff seem shocked, which he doesn't understand why. He's not disrespectful. Just because he's a vigilante doesn't mean he doesn't respect heroes. He doesn't realize they're unnerved by the number 1 hero vigilante bowing to them. They expect him to be more prideful than he really is. I have somewhere to be, but thank you all for lunch, and thank you Nedzu for inviting me. I enjoyed myself. They all say things like, no need to thank us and, it was our pleasure. Izuku looks around the room, and spots precisely what he was looking for. He walks towards the window, and fulfills reason number 2 of opening the window. He jumps out of the 8-story window, and uses float to make his way back to the bar. Katsuki isn't quite sure how to feel. Not only is his biggest rival a guest teacher, apparently, but he also seems oddly familiar. Of course that can't be true because the person he once knew is not only dead, but was quirkless too. So, Katsuki thinks he might just be going insane. Katsuki was in a dark place after his death, and Katsuki's mother all but forced him into therapy. His therapist, who turned out to be Shinsu's mother, that was a shock when the kid first showed up in their class in their second year, helped him deal with his guilt, and work towards the reason he continued his path towards being a hero. Mrs. Shinso told him that change is possible, so he has worked toward being the hero that he would have wanted Katsuki to be. But now the number 1 hero, the only person who never refers to him as the number 1 hero is Omen himself, is kind of their teacher, and he realizes how much of a leg up the guy has. He has years more experience than Katsuki has, and it fuels his drive to reach higher and think bigger. For him, Friday nights are typically nights that he gets a reprieve from cooking for the class, but he told Yaoyorozu he'd prefer to cook tonight. Cooking takes his mind off of everything. Usually. It was one of the hobbies he focused on after Mrs. Shinso told him he needs to learn to enjoy things. His obsession with being the best was slowly honed into something he only used while out in the field in work studies or in class. It's not gone, it could never truly fade, but it's managed. He made sure he never lost the spark, just made it into something better. It was not easy to do, but he got there slowly but surely. He has friends now, and not just followers using him for his quirk. Although he will never directly call them friends, but the BS stewardess know. Katsuki maneuvers around the kitchen island working on the homemade broth of his and tasting it to make sure it's not too salty or overwatered. He monitors the eggs that he's been soft boiling and places them on a towel to be peeled. He's in his head and focusing on each step of the process, so he doesn't hear the others walk in and sit at the tabletop bar. How far along is everything, Bakugo? Ashido groans and clutches her stomach. Katsuki fights off the reaction to jump out of his skin. Don't rush perfection, he grunts. We're hungry, Ai. Apparently Kaminari is at the counter too, and as not to be surprised by any more voices, Katsuki takes stock of who all is at the countertop. Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Jairu are all watching him sauté mushrooms, and add a small dash of mirin, rice wine, to the pan. One of you boil the noodles, and someone else peel the eggs. They're on the counter next to the stove, Katsuki commands. Jairu gets up to boil the noodles while Ashido peels the eggs over the trash. Katsuki, who wouldn't mind focusing back on his cooking, is dragged into their conversation which he tried to dismantle by giving them jobs. So what did you think of our guest teacher Bakugo? Kaminari rests his face in his hands, propped up against the countertop. He's totally manly. I can't believe UA really got him to be a teacher. Like, how did they even contact him? Kirishima comments. Through Aizawa-sensei, obviously. Katsuki nods. Kirishima blinks. You think so? He seemed pretty comfortable around sensei. Comfortable enough to be cracking jokes, at least. Kirishima refutes. I think the guy is just like that though. He's always smiling and laughing in clips on HeroTube. There's even the occasional joke mixed in. In class he kind of joked in his introduction with the "why hide behind a mask?" I think we all thought he was talking about himself, no? Bakugo PPS a brow. Not all of us. Omen is the most personable hero in the charts besides Hawks. The only difference between the two is one works under the commission while the other is so opposed to the commission he won't even get a license. They both act the same though, personable, confident, and they give you information, but not information that matters. What the hell are we gonna do with their favorite colors and favorite clothing brands? Absolutely nothing. Ashido all but shrieks. Sensei knows him and never told us. Come on, help a girl out. She groans the last part, while almost dropping an egg into the trash. Katsuki forgot about the major crush most of the female and some male population has on the poor guy. Kaminari laughs. You think Sensei would have told you that when even he knows about your big fat crush? You have more luck getting Bakugo to admit he lost than prying anything out of Sensei. I never lose, what are you on? About dunce face, Katsuki snaps with no real heat behind it. Case in point, Kaminari nods. Katsuki starts adding everything into the large broth pot, and Jairu finishes straining the water out of the noodles. Confusion leaks into Kirishima's words, but why would he agree? Well, we know pretty much nothing meaningful about him, and that's on purpose. He showed up, 5 years ago and all we know is he's super powerful. Why be a teacher when he's already got his hands full? Katsuki took the cooking tonight for the pure reason of not thinking about it too much. They're good questions, but questions that will go unanswered. The type of questions Katsuki hates. An overpowered vigilante that is so well known he is referred to as a hero even without his license, which speaks a lot about him already, shows up to teach at UA. While UA is the most prestigious hero school, that doesn't mean it has any pull with vigilantes. What drew the vigilante to the gates of UA? The few real things they know about Omen he can count on one hand. He has nothing but good things to say about All Might, and has gold strands on the front of his costume to give nods to the former number one. His patrol schedule is irregular. He is relentlessly pursued by the media and paparazzi to no end. The last fact makes Katsuki feel a little bad for him, but that is a part of being number one after all. And the last thing is that Omen is number one in the charts, and with the kind of numbers he produces the media can't even avoid calling him number one. Katsuki imagines it sees the commission off, and he's somewhat glad. Katsuki has a secret disdain for the commission, because it's quite obvious they're not all sunshines and rainbows. It's a business after all, and in a capitalistic world someone is at the top profiting off of others. So, why would UA get involved? Kirishima kicks his feet against the bar backing. I don't mind learning from number one though. I mean, it's a privilege. It's going to be so manly seeing him up close in action. Unfortunately for Katsuki, his drive to be the best is making him quite excited to have number one as a teacher too. Something about the student outdoing the master or something along those lines. If he can learn from the best, can't he surpass him too? For him, Kaminari hums, "Bakugo, you never answered the question, man." He grits out, "Uff." Ashido coos, "All is our very own Katsuki Bakugo excited." She pushes her cheeks together in her best gushy imitation. "I am going to go offer this to the teachers if you guys don't get the F out," Katsuki growls. They all giggle and snark comments at him, but they leave him to his devices in the kitchen and head for the common area. "Tell anyone and they won't find your body," Izuku huffs as he peers into his glass of water. "You're a fing idiot," Tuya washes a glass behind the bar. "Would it effing kill you to not do something headline-making in either of your personas for just one goddamn night?" Izuku winces not only at the harsh tone, but the way the harsh tone reverberates around his head like the sounds of a tennis match amplified 10 times over. "It wasn't that bad, Dash. There's a video of you pole dancing while drunk in an All Might onesie. And that All Might onesie was way too small for you in certain areas. Then after face planting you ask one of the most notorious sleazy villains for her number and she makes you kiss her for it. And what did you do?" He asks rhetorically. "Kiss her," Izuku responds regardless of them both knowing the answer. Izuku had a no good, very good bad night. He got dosed on patrol with a quirk that gives the effects of being drunk and somehow made it to the club, thank God. However, his underground bar owner persona may or may not have taken a hit in doing so. Tuya was out for one of the very few nights of the year, so Izuku had free rein to do whatever he wanted without anyone telling him otherwise. Not that Tuya has control over Izuku, but he looks out for him. Without Tuya in the picture, there's no one to do that. "I'm just thankful she wasn't my first kiss." Izuku closes his eyes and leans against his hand as he slouches on the bar. Silence envelopes them. "Oh my God, she was my first kiss." Izuku's eyes snap open and stare at Tuya, who is just blinking at him. "Tuya," Izuku whines. Tuya dutifully continues cleaning the glass in his hand and peers up at Izuku through threaded brows. "Don't look at me like I did it," he scoffs. Tuya is in his regular bartender outfit, his black collared shirt and khakis, even though it's not even noon. He's the manager of the bar and takes care of the restocking and deliveries. For the most part, he handles the labor of it all, including facing the customers. Izuku handles the money management, funding, and taxes. He likes numbers, so he handles all of it like it's a puzzle when he's not out patrolling. "You're more famous than any American celebrity, and since you're so secretive and fing mysterious, you reap none of the benefits. That's your fault, idiot. I don't save people so I can kiss them." Izuku swirls his straw around, the ice clinking against the sides of the glass. "Izuku, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you live your life so much as Omen," Tuya points his finger into Izuku's chest, "that you never live as Izuku." When Tuya retracts the finger, Izuku's head falls out of his hands and into the countertop. It wasn't too far of a descent as he was already slouched, but his headache does not appreciate the hollow thud against the counter. His words muffle into the table. "Can we have this very serious conversation when I'm not hungover?" Tuya scoffs indignantly. "You say that every time, and use whatever excuse fits the situation." "I won't hold my breath." The words ring true despite the hollowness they burrow somewhere in Izuku's heart. The silence that ensues is blessedly maneuvered around by Tuya. "Don't you have work today?" Izuku moves his head to the side an inch or two to peek at Tuya. "I have work every day. I make my schedule." The end of his sentence is pitched higher than the rest in question. Tuya knows Izuku's work schedule. "You but," Tuya's grin is sharp and knowing. Izuku looks around the bar, and then realizes that it's 10, and no one is at the bar until around noon. It's just them. Then it clicks. "Oh my God, you." Tuya starts wheezing with laughter, the cigarettes over the years doing him no favors in catching his breath. Izuku doesn't have time to make sure he isn't dying and is already out of his chair and running to get his costume on. When he almost runs into one of the walls due to the spiraling of the world around him and the dizzying vision, he debates why the hell he took this job in the first place. Shoyuta gets it. Omen is a kid. But really? The kid was supposed to meet him and the rest of 3A in Gym Gamma an hour ago, and here the class is waiting with no snarky teenager leading the charge. In the meantime, Shoyuta has made them run hand-to-hand simulations with each other, but it's nothing compared to whatever Omen had in store. Alright class, let's dash. A blur shoots into the gym, and almost tumbles to the ground as he stops too fast. I am here. Omen is out of breath, and fixing his visor so it isn't slanted from his almost faceplant. Pretty sure that was trademarked already, Shoyuta grumbles. He's honestly quite sad. He knows Omen is a kid, and he recognizes things happen, but not even a text? Granted, the kid is a terrible texter and answers in 7 to 10 business days at a minimum, but it still would have helped. Omen's smile is slightly strained, Shoyuta notices. Yeah, so what are we doing today? Shoyuta blinks. You're the teacher, Omen. Omen's toothy smile doesn't falter, and the hands on his hips don't move either. No, yeah, I was just testing you. Just give me one moment. He whips out his phone, presses a button, and holds it to his ear. The person apparently answers. Yeah, I know I just left, but could you look at what I put on my dock real quick? The entire class is looking at Omen from their elevated place on the fighting mats. They're blinking between emotions of confusion, surprise, and annoyance. What? Omen looks around at all the eyes and backtracks. I mean, what? That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go. Bye, T. Shoyuta is rubbing the bridge of his nose. His annoyance is building by the minute, but he can't fight the feeling that he wants to laugh. He really should have expected this sooner rather than later. Omen claps his hands together. Alright class, I want you guys to buddy up dash. We already are, Bakugo grits. Shoyuta has a feeling he wanted to add damas at the end of the sentence, but didn't because at the end of the day Omen is their teacher. Perfect. The false cheeriness is about to pique his annoyance, but the door to the gym bursts open and Shuta's jaw drops. Another Omen walks in. Alright class, who's ready for, who the hell is that? The Omen from the door points at the Omen in the middle of the gym. Everybody blinks between both identical Omens. I'm too hungover for this. He hears the original Omen whisper, probably not meant for anyone's ears. Shoyuta catches it all the same. What is going on here? Shoyuta snaps, his annoyance finally reaching its climax. Eraser, did you seriously not notice that that one is a fake? The Omen by the door's mouth is slightly downturned. Is he hurt that Shoyuta didn't notice? He definitely didn't. Kaminari pipes up from the platform, and Shoyuta gives him an exhausted glare. Kaminari looks away to the ceiling, or anywhere that isn't his teacher. Why are you guys just letting my imposter stand there? The real Omen, the one by the door, finally makes it to Shuta's side. How had he not noticed that he wasn't talking to the right Omen? Does he know so little about Omen that he can be faked out just like that? I don't blame you, Eraser, Omen says in a small voice that only Shoyuta can hear. It makes Shuta's insides twist to an almost sickening degree. The rest of the class jumps into action and ties the imposter up in Suro's tape, reinforced by Ishido's acid, and quirk suppressant cuffs hold the imposter's arms behind his back thanks to Yaoyorozu. The imposter sighs a bone-deep sigh, and hangs his head and looks at his lap from where he's hunched on the floor with his legs splayed outwards in front of him. I guess we'll scrap my lesson for today, and talk about whatever the hell just went on here. Omen's false cheeriness, the real false cheeriness, is oozing from every word he speaks. Class 3A, I know we've only had one class together, but how did you not notice this is an imposter? Omen walks to where the imposter is on the hardened floor with most of the class surrounding him. Omen looks at all of them, waiting for a reply. Bakugo speaks up, because we know virtually nothing about you. Kirishima jabs Bakugo in the stomach, which elicits a small oof from the ashy blonde. What Bakubro means to say is that you are very good at keeping your identity secret, and keeping meaningful information from making it to the public. Although we met you 2 weeks ago, we don't necessarily know you, and what we do know we get from HeroTube. The redhead scratches the back of his neck, a slight flush of embarrassment from the mention of most of the nation's teenagers' habit of watching the #1 on online platforms. That's a good point, and while I understand that, I feel like there were probably hints at least, right? What happened before I walked in? Omen nudges the imposter with his boot, and the imposter slightly stirs, but not much. The only thing telling them the imposter is alive is the small movements of his chest as he breathes. Is he asleep? Omen nudges him again, and the imposter looks up. How may I help you? Well, you were asleep. If you plan to try and catch my class unaware, at least be ready for the consequences of your actions. The imposter mumbles something Shoyuta can't catch. Izuku glares at the ground with a hint of amusement. Consequences of my actions, that's what Tuya said. Todoroki, who's behind most of the class, speaks up. His voice is as impassive as ever. He didn't have a lesson plan. I had a busy night, the imposter huffs. Omen kicks the imposter's leg again, a little harder. Omen grins down at the imposter with a cheeky smile. Anything else? Omen asks. He called someone, Azui mentions. Yeah, because I have friends, the imposter scoffs. Guilt begins to gnaw at Shoyuta again. It's deep in his gut, right where he's usually said about something Omen-related. Whether it be the kid's constant need to be a sacrificial lamb, or something else that just doesn't sit right with Shoyuta, there's always a nagging feeling on Shuta's gut. Whatever it is right now is festering, and beginning to bubble up to the surface from somewhere deep inside of Shoyuta. He just doesn't know what. Omen doesn't jostle the imposter again, but he peers down at him. If you're out in the field and a villain takes the shape of a friend of yours, it'll be much easier for you to notice due to your closeness with your friend. It can be harder to notice in strangers, but body language is quite important. Omen shifts from foot to foot. Say you were to save a child from a villain or the collapse of a structure. You get them out of the way and are tending to them, but you notice the child isn't acting like a child. There's just something off. What do you do? Shinso sounds unamused. Well, it's still a child whether they're an imposter or not, so violence isn't an option. Is the child in an emotional state? Omen doesn't answer. Sensei? Ida asks. Yes. The deep coil in Shuta's gut begins to crawl beneath his skin. Something isn't right. Some of the students are put off by the blatant avoidance. The imposter shifts on the floor, probably uncomfortable. Anyone know what time it is? Shoyuta checks the clock, but doesn't answer the imposter. Time is up. Omen has an irregular foxy grin across his face that has a lethal edge. Green lightning ignites from the imposter on the floor, and they break from the suppressant cuffs and reinforced tape around them. They're gone in a blur, and back with a towel and some clothes under their arms. They're next to Omen, shoving the clothes into Omen's chest and holding the towel to block off the view from Omen's neck all the way down to just above his knees. Everything about Omen begins to melt off the figure and drips onto the ground, and a slow reveal of Himiko Toga shocks the entire class. They all get low and ready for a fight. None of you move, let her at least get clothes on, the imposter growls protectively. Toga gets her clothes on, and the imposter, Omen, drops the blanket. So, you all failed, Eraserhead included. Yep, this is definitely Omen, not an imposter. The class all begin yelling different things and yelling at each other. This is a mess. Shoyuta glares at Toga and shifts to a position that's ready for fighting or guarding. Shoyuta ignites his quirk, a slow burn behind his eyes elevating his growing headache, but the class quiets down when they see him. Listen to Omen, because I want to hear what just happened just as much as you do. Shuta's guilt causes a slight twitch in one of his eyes. You guys really know how to make a guy's headache worse, don't you? Omen groans. He rubs his temples and continues, although I was all over the place this morning, that was still me. I may or may not have forgotten what my lesson was today due to extenuating circumstances, but that worked better and made the scene more believable. Omen turns to Shoyuta. Activate your quirk on me. Shoyuta does. The green lightning slowly dissipates, but Omen still remains. He is not an imposter, if people still had doubts. Now that we know I'm me, he drapes an arm around Toga's neck. Someone answer Toga's question from before. How would you deal with that child? Ida chops a hand in the air from where he stands near the front of his class. Remain calm, and slowly coax the answers out of them. If you notice micro-behaviors of aggression or sleuthing, use suppressant cuffs. I agree with everything up until the last 3 words of your sentence, Omen nods. Ida flushes with embarrassment. Bakugo is crossing his arms across his chest, his eyebrows knitted. Suppressant pills. Yes. Tell them it's aspirin or something, whatever gets the job done really. If it is a normal child, they won't even notice. If it's a villain, their disguise will melt, or something along those lines, and they will force a fight. Although you must be ready for a flight or fight response, it is the best course of action. Toga nods, and her fangs are highlighted in the gym's luminescent lighting. As someone who used to fight Toga, I had my fair share of dealing with her fake sheet. It wasn't easy to tell, she's a great actor, but you need to listen to your gut. Toga elbows Omen in the gut, and a smile grows across his face. With all that being said, I'm gonna let our guest take her leave now. As Shoyuta steps forward, about to refute, Omen is gone in the blink of an eye. The entire class looks at him, and back at the door, and back at him again. Shoyuta sighs. Omen returns about 2 minutes later with a large grin. Dismissed. The lunch bell rings in perfect time with his words. The class murmurs amongst themselves, and Shoyuta catches hints of conversations. Did he just let a villain go? I'm totally freaked out. Why did he hold the towel up? Let a guy catch a break, right? That one was definitely from Mineta. They slowly make their way towards the locker rooms in clumps. Shinso, hang back a minute. Omen cuts through the class's dissipating remarks. The class files out and Shoyuta stands further away near the benches, but still listens in on Omen and Shinso in the middle of the gym. I know I proved that I am the real Omen, but I want to apologize on behalf of Toga for refusing to answer your question. The refusal to answer was not only rude, but an act of discrimination, and I apologize. Shoyuta looks up to see Shinsu's eyes widen and brows practically in his hairline. I mean, it wasn't you, so there's no need to apologize. Shinso looks away from the number one. Yes, it wasn't me, but she was here upon my request. It was my actions that brought about the situation, and for that I apologize. Shinso looks at Omen's visor, but Shoyuta knows the purple-haired teen enough to know he's trying to look as sincere as possible. Thank you, sensei. Omen jumps back. Don't say that word. A small smile, the biggest smile he's ever seen Shinso wear, grows across his face. Why do you hate being called sensei? I mean, you are our teacher after all. It makes me feel old, Omen whines. Shoyuta can smell the deflection from Omen, but he doesn't point it out and he probably never will. Only Omen knows the true answer to that, and he's quite the closed book. Well, still, thank you, Shinso nods. Omen claps a hand onto Shinsu's shoulder. Don't thank me, it's my job, I think. Whatever, just no need to thank me. Shinso smiles and heads towards the locker rooms, while Omen heads the other direction towards Shoyuta by the benches. I am so going to kill you, Shuta's tired voice echoes across the gym. I feel like there's multiple reasons for that, so can I get the main reason or? Omen trails off as he looks away from Shoyuta. I wouldn't want to keep you guessing, let me give you all of them. A manic grin grows across Shuta's face. The first is probably you being late. Next, you not remembering your lesson when showing up to class. Additionally, having a villain give my class a lecture. Omen nods along with the infractions, as if he's unbothered. Oh, and we can't forget you being hungover right now. Shoyuta pps a brow and slowly begins inching his fingers up to his capture scarf. Sheet, you heard that? Omen has a sheepish grin. I mean, what, that's not true. I'm perfectly functional. Shuta's hands latch onto his capture scarf as Omen begins booking it across the gym yelling, innocent until proven guilty. What do you mean the video is trending? Izuku practically screeches as he looks at his monitor. Tuya leans against the door frame. You actually can't survive one night without me. A smirk plays on his lips. Tuya, the next words that comes out of your mouth might put you in an early grave. Izuku pouts. Well, that'd be counterintuitive because you saved me from dying, and definitely don't want me in that situation again, because then you'd have to save me again, almighty guardian angel. Izuku turns around in his spinny chair. When did I say you could bring logic into this? Tuya blinks. Izuku nods. Exactly. Now did you have anything relevant to tell me? Well, with that attitude maybe I'll just make you find out for yourself. Tuya grins. Izuku shoots him a glare and he concedes, Lady Nagant is downstairs asking for you. Well, not you, but, Tuya doesn't finish the sentence. Story of Izuku's life, really. They don't want him, they want a version of him. Tell her I'll be around. Tuya salutes and leaves to do whatever manager things need his attention. Izuku is dressed in his vigilante gear, against his better wishes. Omen is never supposed to be in Down Under. Unless he's putting on the suit to leave, or taking it off from a patrol, he doesn't want Omen to be a known associate in the bar. This bar is Izuku's place to be. Izuku, a club owner and mysterious teenager who runs a famous underground bar. Izuku asked Tuya to have Nagant meet him on the roof of the building at midnight. Midnight is in 5 minutes. Izuku doesn't get nervous about these types of things. He knows the hero scene. Although, he doesn't really know what Nagant is. She's a wild card he can't seem to get a read on, and in his line of work that's dangerous. Izuku sneaks out of the bar through a door in his office that leads to a 3-story drop below. If you don't have the ability to float, you'll splat. Floating to the top of Down Under is an everyday occurrence with his many jobs, for if you count the hacking and counting. Izuku's eyes narrow as he makes contact with the roof and watches Lady Nagant peer off the building at the city below. Her purple hair sways in the wind, and she almost looks harmless in this picture he's seeing, but he knows the truth. Didn't think you'd meet me, she says into the wind. Well, when you speak to my informant so nicely, you may just get your way. Izuku walks up behind her and stops a small distance away. She turns towards him, her wind billowing behind her. Yeah, well, in my line of work people don't typically ask nicely. Then work on changing that. She smiles, and it's a little strained. I need to go away for a while, and I need you to look out for something. The previous hope in her eyes slowly fades. The commission is up to something, and it has something to do with you. The commission always has something up their sleeve, especially relating to me. Why is this any different? Omen, this is serious. They're planning something, and I'm getting out as quickly as I can. I've never liked the commission, you know that, but I had to stay. For her. Nagant has a toddler in hiding, and she has needed all the funds she can get. Izuku offered her money more times than he can count, but she never accepted. It was never about money, after all. Money can't keep you safe, it can buy hired hands, but not the amount of protection Nagant needs for her child. I'll support you in any way that I can, Izuku nods. She takes something from a pocket of her armor and holds it out. This is a disarmor. It will dismantle and disrupt any commission tech, but it only can be used a limited amount before the commission's systems rewrite themselves to prevent the disarmor from working. Use it wisely. Izuku takes it and places it into the bag strapped to his side. Thank you. Shoyuda is finishing up patrol when he sees Omen floating up to a roof. Shoyuda immediately makes towards a lower building and climbs to the roof to look for a way to Omen, or to call him over. That's when Shoyuda sees her. A woman with distinct purple hair, and a long dress that functions as armor too, military grade. The only explanation is the long-lost hero Lady Nagant, who apparently isn't so lost. He climbs up a fire escape and crouches down behind an air conditioning unit to listen. He's a lot closer to them than he'd like, but they don't seem to notice. Shoyuda tries not to think about the back pain he'll feel once he stands from his hunched-over stakeout. He can make out most of their conversation, something about Lady Nagant leaving and Omen being on the lookout for the commission. Great, another thing the kid needs to worry about. Shoyuda gets closer, standing behind the entrance from the building to the roof, to hear the end bit. Omen's yellow scarf shuffles along his neck as the wind blows particularly hard from the pier not too far away. Are you running for a specific reason? Of course not. You have something to do with this, don't you? You're just getting cold feet. Omen's voice is uncharacteristically strained. Nagant, I don't help people in order to get favors, but I do expect a certain level of respect. Especially when you know more than you should. I would have thought you'd have a small ounce of loyalty, at the least. Do not make me into one of your villains, Omen. I have done things, but it was never for me and I never enjoyed them. I've done them for her. We've all done things, Nagant, just because Hannah is involved. Do not speak her name. The woman growls. Damn it, Nagant. Omen cards a hand through his hair. Stress is written over the small parts of his face that Shoyuta can make out. I'm trying to help you. Do you ever think some people may not want your help? We're not all like Tuya. Her words hold a scalding heat behind them. If I can't speak your daughter's name, you cannot speak my brother's name, Omen seethes. He walks forwards toward the woman and stops right before her. I just want to be with her again. The woman looks down, almost defeated. She's my daughter, you have to understand. Of course I understand, but that doesn't make the situation any less dear. Just because she's in the mix doesn't mean the commission will play nice. A fiery heat rests in her eyes as she bores into Omen's visor. I don't know how the world lets you get so idolized with your constant need to butt in where you don't belong. Some people would call that nosy. A half-smile glides across Omen's lips. A special person once told me that the essence of being a hero is sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, and to uphold his memory. I've been butting my head where it doesn't belong ever since. I didn't ask for your help, and I don't want it. Let me leave, Omen. An air of tension dances between them. If you can tell me that your leaving won't bring an ounce of harm to those I hold close, then you can go. The silence is deafening, and the wind tries its hardest to mend what it can between the two. Omen turns away, but looks back with rigid posture. Leave, and if I ever see you again they will never find your body. Omen jumps from the roof, and Shoyuta has no idea what direction or where he is going. He doesn't try to find out either. Lady Nagant leaves not long after. Shoyuta sits on the edge of the roof and watches the silent city below. There's the occasional straggler dressed in dark clothing and wearing an edge of discomfort that can only be attributed to those ready for anything while walking alone at night. His patrol ended 5 minutes ago, and now he has time to think about the conversation he heard a few nights ago between Omen and Lady Nagant. Shoyuta doesn't know how to go about his next course of action. How is he supposed to open a conversation with a kid he apparently knows nothing about? He knows so little about Omen that he got tricked twice along with his students in that lesson of his. Shoyuta would never admit it out loud, but there's a strange twinge in his chest whenever he thinks about it too much. It's an illogical ache attributed to an emotion Shoyuta would rather not name or think too hard about. He doesn't enjoy mulling over the past 6 years and realizing he knows next to nothing about the kid. Countless conversations, team-ups, meals, silent rooftop reflections, and he knows just about as much as anyone can decipher on HeroTube. Sure, he knows more about his personality and how the teenager has a tendency to lean towards humor more often than not. Shoyuta thinks the kid's favorite food is probably katsudon from how he'd always fantasize about eating some after countless patrols. He knows how the kid hates the media, and he knows that the kid should probably be on anxiety medication, but that'd require a doctor, which Omen tends to have a strict, no doctor, lilt about him. Also, the kid hates his economics course, and Shoyuta very strategically kept to himself that he's an econ teacher. What are you thinking about, sensei? Shinso asks as he crosses the roof, lowering his collapsible mask. Shoyuta sighs, nothing important. Shinso scoffs, you're not one to look into the distance and ponder, so it's obviously something. Shoyuta sometimes forgets Shinso is about as blunt as Shoyuta is. Figures he'd pick the one student for a work study who's about as candid as Shoyuta, just his luck. Thinking about it, friend. Shinso raises a brow, you don't have any dash. I'd be very careful finishing that thought if I were you, Shoyuta grunts. Shinso smiles, and Shoyuta is thankful the teenager hasn't picked up the tendency to hide his smiles in his capture scarf like Shoyuta. Small wins. It's Omen, isn't it? The words have a weight to them. Shoyuta is sitting on the same roof he heard the whole conversation the other night. Shoyuta nods before sinking back into his scarf. His legs are crossed, but he's closer to the edge than usual. It probably has something to do with his tendency to watch Omen kick his legs off the edge with so little regard that it's irksome. Shoyuta feels hypocritical for being so close when he always scolds the teen. Maybe he's so close to the edge because he's trying to get any hint he can about Omen though. Maybe. You two are close, right? I mean, I saw how you literally chased him around and then wrapped him in your capture scarf like it was bubble wrap or some sheet. Shinso scratches the back of his neck and looks away with the admittance. I don't think you're one to do that with someone you don't consider close. A small smile blooms on Shuta's lips. I suppose. Shoyuta doesn't know what he's pondering really, but he knows that the tightness in his chest is practically a medical condition at this point. Omen and his antics have given him heartburn, or some disease that targets the heart and rips it out at every turn. Even the smallest amount of doubt causes an indecipherable pang that Shoyuta can't handle anymore. It's been like this for years, if Shoyuta is being honest. If someone had asked him about his relations with Omen before he heard the conversation on the roof, he would have skirted around the question, sure, but he would have known the answer inside. Now, all he knows is that he knows nothing. His resolve is crumbling. Omen has a brother, and knows Lady Nagant, a hero who was thought to be dead. He also threatened to kill her, which Shoyuta doubts he would, but he's realizing that he doesn't know anything. He can't assume, not right now. Is Shoyuta being unfair to Omen? The last thing Omen needs is another critic or someone butting into his life, but Shoyuta can't help it. When his concern outweighs everything else, it makes him foolish and illogical. Shoyuta still doesn't know why he listened to Omen's conversation. It was none of his business, but he still did. In fact, he hid and actively tried to hear the entire thing. He may have accidentally happened upon the conversation, but he stayed in order to gather information. Sensei, Shinsu's voice snaps him from his spiral. Shoyuta looks at the purple-haired teen, and he sees concern in the boy's purple eyes. What did you ask? Shoyuta not so subtly tries to act like it was a simple mishearing. I didn't ask anything, I just noticed your breathing patterns were off. Shinso looks at his hands. In other words, Shoyuta was hyperventilating. Not by much, but still an irregular behavior from Shoyuta. Shoyuta doesn't hyperventilate. Sure, he gets winded on patrols and catches his breath, but he sure as hell doesn't hyperventilate. The only hyperness he has is after his third coffee on a Tuesday when the clock strikes noon and his hands are shaking so much he can barely type up his Tuesday morning report. But Shoyuta Aizawa does not hyperventilate. Shoyuta doesn't acknowledge Shinsu's words until the kid speaks again. I think Omen being a teacher is really cool. I mean, he's number one, and he's barely seen outside of arrests and the occasional video, but getting the opportunity to be taught by him is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Shinso looks at Shoyuta, and Shoyuta slightly inclines his head to make side-eye contact. He wouldn't have done it if it weren't for you, and you know that. Whether you convinced him or not, he probably wouldn't have accepted if it were anyone else. Maybe. Shoyuta agrees to an extent. He can't deny the fact that Omen doesn't have as much interaction with any other hero. Shoyuta is the only one. That means something. Thank you, Shinso. Shoyuta is more of an actions speak louder than words kind of guy, but this time is different. The tight pull of his chest and dull ache that was blooming like a weed almost outweighed the facts. Shuta's factual nature was being overcome by emotion and thoughts that have no place affecting him or those around him. Facts are indisputable, that's why he always leans on them. Shoyuta rubs the bridge of his nose and a deep sigh racks his frame. He hasn't had that kind of a response since Oboro. After Oboro's death, his logical thinking was practically null in the face of the reality that Oboro would no longer be there. Shoyuta still has his morning coffee, but Oboro isn't there. After the tragedy, Shoyuta and Hizashi still sat at the same lunch table, but Oboro's place was forever silent and lacked a bento box that was usually spilling food everywhere due to Oboro's exuberance. The world still spins despite the empty place that can never be filled. If he's being honest, it hasn't gotten any easier. When the anniversary of Oboro's death rolls around each year, he still feels a hollowness despite the time continuously growing. He hasn't had the panic he used to experience every time he remembers his rent is due. That is why Oboro is dead after all, because of Shoyuta and his inability to remember his rent dated. Oboro died because a bank fell, and Shoyuta was supposed to be the one to go. Shoyuta had overslept, and Oboro went to make Shuta's life easier. Shoyuta is the reason Oboro is dead, and that's a fact. Facts are indisputable. Shoyuta expels the thoughts from his head and focuses on the tremor of his nerves whenever he thinks about Omen, the reckless vigilante that Shoyuta never caught. Was it his worry and concern that disabled his ability to logically decide what Omen needed, or was it? There's no other reason. Omen's lack of regard for himself has long since given Shoyuta gray hairs, and he's only in his 30s. Oh Lord. Is this parenthood? Constant worrying and overthinking? Wait, parenthood. He is nobody's parent. Shoyuta blanches. Thankfully, a distraction interrupts whatever the hell he was just thinking. I heard Bunny is fighting tonight. A wiry voice carries to the rooftop they're settled on. It comes from the alley to their left. Shoyuta and Shinso make eye contact and slowly creep to the side of the roof bordering the alley and peek over the parapet. They peer down below to see 3 figures. There's a man with horns on the top of his head, a woman with no physical mutation quirk, and a hooded figure. Shinso puts his hands in Shuta's field of vision and signs, fighting. Shoyuta motions for Shinso to follow, and they watch the 3 figures dip down at a sloping decline that looks to head under the building. They hear new voices ahead of them speaking to the other 3, before the voices fizzle out, and Shoyuta needs to make a decision to pursue and investigate, or let it be and keep an eye out. He chooses the former. He signs to Shinso about looking for more entrances, and they circle the building as discreetly as they can with the offsetting of buildings and occasionally needing to slip to ground level for possible clues. From an adjacent roof, Shoyuta spots a door, but he has to go further past to get to the fire escape. He descends lightly, the pads of his feet not echoing through the alley despite the usual loud reverberations of graded, barely up-to-code emergency stairs. The alley he now faces is full of boxes and garbage acting as a maze of sorts. Whether it's intentional or not, Shoyuta has no idea. He swears he hears a soft meow above him at one point, but when he looks at the towering boxes he doesn't see anything. He radios to Shinso to meet him in the alley so they can investigate. Shinso was closer than expected, looping around the edge of a building and ending up next to Shoyuta with small huffs shuttering his frame. Do we need to work on your cardio? Shuta's words are monotoned and serious sounding. Shinso sees through it. Shut up, old man. His eyes widen, surprise coloring his tone. Old man? He should honestly give him detentions for weeks over that small comment. Shuta's in his 30s for FS sake. While Shinso chuckles and tries to recover from Shuta's rare display of surprise, Shoyuta starts through the arrangement of boxes. Paper and cigarettes litter the ground between boxes that Shoyuta maneuvers around. He's not small, but he's malleable. Even so, crouching around the boxes, turning sideways to fit throw thin gaps and fitting the molds of odd shapes isn't his idea of a fun night. Shoyuta keeps Shinso behind him and enters silently through the metal door with his goggles on and his hands ready to contort his capture weapon to his whims. He's met with silence except for the clinking of glasses across the way. Standing tables dot around the otherwise open space, and unlit strobe lights are stationary above. A dance floor. Shoyuta unhunches his back, a small pop erupting in the silence, and he knows Shinso is fighting off snickers in efforts to stay silent. The fight is downstairs. Voice drawls from the bar. The bar is quite far from the door they entered through, but he can see someone moving around and washing dishes and glasses. He's visibly shorter than Shoyuta and Shinso, and he can see rather nasty scars reaching up from under the man's shirt and ending just below his nose and cheekbones. They hang around his eyes, similar to Shuta's eye bags but more pronounced and more damaged. What is going on here? There's a bite to Shuta's words, a demand. A half laugh escapes the bartender. You're just about as I expected. He draws quite the company, doesn't he? Anyways, this is a club. An underground club. You're not the first underground hero to stumble upon this place. Go meet up with one of them downstairs and ask them. The bartender's tone is bored and clipped. Are you Bunny? The bartender hums, no. From what Shoyuta can assume this is an underground fight club, anyone could put that together based off the chatter earlier in the alley, but most fight clubs don't advertise their hero personnel. So either this fight club has some sort of binding contract, or, well, there is no other option that Shoyuta can think of. Shinso finds his voice, and it's rather brusque. So who the hell are you then? Shoyuta can hear the smile in the man's words. I'm just the bartender. They make their way down some stairs that were not too far from the alley entrance's door, and Shoyuta doesn't expect a large full room of heroes, vigilantes, and villains. There's a large ring in the middle with metal mesh surrounding the circular pit. A horde surrounds the pit, slamming their hands, cheering and jeering down at the two opponents. Shoyuta continues to scan from the elevated position on the stairs as he descends, and notices some underground heroes and spotlight sidekicks. He also notices some small-time villains he's arrested at least once. A large pit separates some space by the meshing, and an announcer of some sort adds to the electric energy of the crowd. The announcer has two pink poofy pigtails and a black leotard that's way too revealing for Shoyuta to feel like he's respectful looking at her. A black mask covers the area around her eyes, but a yellow microphone rests in her hands as she encourages the fighters and narrates the moves and names of the two. Shinso whispers to Shoyuta as they make their way into the crowd, "That's Pop's step up there." Shoyuta lifts a brow at the boy and Shinso shrugs, "What? I like vigilantes." He peeks through a throng of bystanders and sees, in the pit, a man with a deer mutation runs forward with antlers aimed at the other, and the other dodges with some sort of air-related quirk. A bar sits on the other side of the pit, from what Shoyuta can see. A few sit at the bar, and the bartender whips up drinks in a flashy display of flipping the drink mixers and then garnishing. He's wearing a collared shirt and black vest, with a red tie and a visor that is known to be worn by Crawler. The words "down" under arch over the bar in neon pink letters, and Shoyuta doesn't know if that's a joke or the actual name of the bar. Blue and pink lights line the top of the bar and in the grooves of the glass shelves of liquors, and it highlights the basement in a haze. More lights at the top and rotate to create a hazy and flashy aesthetic. An eruption of booing and cheering grab his attention as the fighter with the air quirk wins, and Pop Step holds his hand up in an almost all-might victory pose. The win goes to our number 4, Amiri. Her voice is the kind of voice Zashi uses when he's speaking to crowds. It's a little fabricated, but mostly to try and create excitement. Shinsu's mask is hanging around his neck and Shuta's goggles are around his. They're separated from the horde of watchers enough for others to notice, but only if people are truly looking. Pop Step's voice echoes throughout the large cement room. "We're going to take a small break from fights and then we'll be back with a little treat." Shoyuta with Shinso in tow skulk around the place, but generally act like everyone else. The occasional guest tries to start a conversation and Shoyuta ends it as quickly as possible. He's only here to see what's going on, he's not here for a good time. This club is a possible threat, or a new case begging to be added to the pile on Tsukachi's desk. "I'm gonna go get a drink." Shinso jabs a thumb over his shoulder at the bar. "You're not old enough for that," Shoyuta drones. "A Sprite, Dumba Dash." Shinso clears his throat and tries again, "I'm getting a soda." Shoyuta smiles behind his capture scarf and nods. Shinso returns with his bottle, and it looks like toxic acid as it gleams bright orange as the neon light illuminate it. There's a smile he wasn't expecting on the teen's face, and Shoyuta looks at him expectantly. "Never would have thought I'd get to speak to Crawler, that was cool as hell." Shoyuta shakes his head. Shinso has always been a fanboy. Hero or vigilante doesn't stop the teen's eagerness. A screen across from them lights up and shows Pop Step walking back onto her platform, and accompanying everyone clapping and cheers echo through the large basement. Some hooligans are rather lewd, but it's expected at this kind of scene. Doesn't stop Shuta's annoyance from gripping him like a vice, urging him to put a stop to the disgusting verbiage. Her cheery voice echoes, "I know what you've all been waiting for. A chance to fight our one and only number 1 bunny." Instead of cheers there's booing and taunts. "Oh, don't be like that, nobody likes a sore loser. Anyways, tonight I decided to choose who's fighting based off of the last person to walk in." A large screen on the wall behind her shows a distant view of sped-up footage of people entering the club, and it takes a minute before it zeroes in on Shoyuta. Then it pans to Shinso, who came down the stairs after him. "Of FING course. Whoever you are, come on up to the stage here." Shinso is wide-eyed and looking at Shoyuta for answers. Shoyuta doesn't have any. He won't let Shinso fight though. Shinso didn't sign up for this, and he won't make him fight. Shoyuta speaks up, "I volunteer to go in his place." Pop Step smiles while looking between Shoyuta and him. Don't worry, he'll be okay. Bunny is nothing if not a fair fighter, and there's no harm that will come to the boy. But it is club rules, whoever is chosen must fight. A small sinking feeling rests in Shuta's gut and he tries to shake it away. Shinso seems to take her word for it and begins walking, and Shoyuta lets him go. Gods, he knows he'll hate himself if something happens to Shinso, but there's no other options right now. He's surrounded and there's no escape without an entire club of villains and vigilantes chasing them down. He watches as Pop Step holds the mic away from herself and talks into Shinso's ear, and Shinso speaks into her ear. Alright everyone. Our newest fighter is Mindfuck. Shoyuta groans and everyone cheers. Of course he chose that name. Mindfuck was a name Shinso chose when they had to invade a building and the police specifically requested Shinso's quirk for the job. He had to infiltrate a villain's depot and chose to name himself Mindfuck as his villain name, which Shoyuta had been said about. Pop Step leads him back behind a wall, and they end up down in the pit after a minute or two, but there's no sign of a bunny anywhere. Apparently he speaks too soon, because an unassuming figure steps out from the opposite side of the pit, and the booing increases tenfold. Everyone must hate this guy, because even Shinso got cheers from the crowd. A man on the younger side wearing a maroon beanie with dangling bunny-like ears, tight gray long-sleeve shirt, and black sweatpants stands with his arms crossed and a blank expression. He seems to be about Shinso's height, but a bit taller, 6 feet 3 inches. Shoyuta was expecting more bunny features, like an actual quirk of some sort. Not a guy with a bunny hat. Now say it with me folks, there's only 3 rules here at Down Under. The crowd begins saying them with her. A cacophony of high and low pitches drone through the words, no fighting, no arresting, and what happens in Fight Club stays in Fight Club. Shoyuta knows for a fact that the last rule is from a movie in the pre-quirk era. Hizashi has the most influence on what they watch and listen to in their household, so Shoyuta knows a lot more about music and movies than one would expect. On their Sundays off, Hizashi dubs their mornings, culturing an uncultured coffeeholic. Pop Step appears back on her podium and with a shout of, "Start!" People smash their hands on the meshing and shout taunts, while some cheer for Shinso. Shoyuta doesn't see a single person voting for Bunny, and he wonders why. What is so wrong with the man that has an entire club against him? And why is he here willingly despite the clear hatred from the other clubgoers? Shoyuta tunes into the fight to try and figure it out. Shinso shouts, "So, what's got you so famous around here? Or should I say infamous?" Shinso hasn't made a move yet, and he took his mask off and gave it to Shoyuta before walking up to the stage. Bunny shrugs, and gets into a ready stance. "I'm not a fan of talking while fighting," he deflects. Shinso scowls at his misdirected attempt at mind control. Surely the man doesn't know Shinso's quirk. Shinso's a student at UA, sure, but he's one of the more discreet classmates who doesn't wear their school position on their sleeve. Underground heroics needs a more subtle approach than what most of 3A contributes. A blur of maroon is all that Shoyuta sees before the man is throwing punches at Shinso, and Shinso is barely blocking in time. Forced on the defensive, Shinso dodges a kick to the ribs only for a punch to the shoulder to land seconds later. The man is good and well trained. You don't think beating up kids is a little brutal? Shinso manages through gritted teeth as he braces both arms in front of his face to block a punch headed straight towards his cheek. Bunny scoffs, and the second the man focuses on avoiding the words, Shinso takes the opportunity to kick at the man's knee. It makes contact with a thickening crunch. The man grunts and stumbles back minutely, and he noticeably lessens the pressure on the knee and supports himself more on the other leg. Good hit. Alright, I'm done now. Shinso growls. You can't just dash. The man throws himself at Shinso, and Shinso's capture scarf isn't quick enough to catch him before he's in close again. The capture scarf is a liability in close combat, and now Shinso has his hands in the scarf too. Shoyuta sees the spark of fear in Shinso's eyes as Bunny punches him in the gut and sweeps his legs out from under him in one motion. Bunny is the winner. A racket of harsh, monotone booing surrounds the bar. Shoyuta can't help but recognize the total change in demeanor and skill level when the man decided it was necessary. Was he truly holding back that entire time? Sure, Shinso is still a student, but he's a third year. He's been training for 2.5 years, and he's been under Shuda's tutelage during the entirety of that time. Bunny shuffles backwards, looking at the entire crowd in a subtle sweep of his eyes before turning and making for the exit of the ring with a slight limp. Shinso picks himself up with a scowl, and before long he ends up behind Shoyuta. What the F are these underground tunnels? And stands beside him, brushing shoulders. You fought well. Don't, the teen interjects. His gaze holds a certain ire, and Shoyuta can infer why. Not only did the man evade Shinsu's quirk perfectly, but he did so without outwardly discriminating against the teen. This unknown figure, who's closer to a villain in the eyes of a hero in training, beat Shinso handily. Shinso has always felt more behind than his peers due to the restraints of his quirk and the prejudice of past peers. In his own way, Shoyuta has constantly tries to reassure Shinso, but Shinso will always be his own worst critic. Shinso, we all lose fights. You fought well. Shinsu's hardened glare lightens minutely as he looks up into Shuda's eyes to make sure he isn't lying. Lying is illogical. Shinsu's eyes widen slightly at the words, Shoyuta silently reading his mind. He schools his expression and looks away from Shoyuta. They both notice the same thing at the same time. Bunny is sitting at the bar. Izuku is many people all at once. It's a life that he wouldn't wish upon anyone. Some days he doesn't know which part of his many personas is actually him. Izuku sits at the bar, and all but sags onto the counter. His arms lay on the table and his chin rests on them. Crawler in his vest and visor finishes with a customer beside him. Good fight. Izuku nods, his maroon beanie moving along with the motion, the faux ears irritating the backsides of his neck. Eraser and Shinso are in his club right now, and for some reason a hollowness enters his chest and tightens its grip. One of the only, if not the only places he's not Omen. They're not expecting Omen though. He has to be Bunny. Whoever the F Bunny really is anyone's guess. Unfortunately though, Izuku has to guess. Speak of the devils, Shinso and Eraser are walking over. Good fight. A bored voice mentions somewhere behind him. Izuku doesn't turn around, but he holds a thumbs up on the counter for the man to see. Where'd you learn to fight like that? The tone of this voice is still bored, but a little less Eraser bored. Ergo, it's Shinso. Izuku sighs. Around. He sounds monotone and disinterested, but that's just how he is as Bunny. He can't change it, not when people at the bar know him like this. Wait, wouldn't this be him as Izuku? If he's not Omen, then he's Izuku. But he's also Bunny.so. He doesn't know. His mouth gets dry, and his tongue feels heavy against the roof of his mouth. He hates when he gets like this. He thought he'd gotten over it. He thought he'd learned how to deal and cope. Do you work here? Eraser asks. Izuku supposes he probably misses a question that one of them asks while he's busy spiraling, but Bunny notoriously doesn't care. Might as well use that while he can. Did you guys need something that isn't personal or otherwise invasive? If not, enjoy your time at Down Under, but I'm not one of the amenities you may enjoy. He waves a flippant hand and doesn't turn to face them. They're still looking disrespectfully at his back. It's definitely disrespectful on his part, but he'll act like it's their doing. Much to Izuku's chagrin, Eraserhead sits down, and a long sigh escapes Izuku as he's forced to sit up and look somewhat presentable. He fixes his beanie minutely just in case. The dim lighting and neon lights would throw anyone off his colored hair, but he'd rather be safe than sorry. Crawler hears the biting comment of Izuku's. Apparently, and smiles. I'd say that stunt a few nights ago was an amenity. I think the residents actually liked you for a minute. Leave it up to Crawler to try and bring out the playful side of him in front of people who know him in his other identity. Yeah, one night thing, Izuku chides. Crawler slides a drink into his hands. We can make it a 2-night thing. Izuku glares at the man, unimpressed. If you want to keep your job, I suggest you find a way to get this drink out of my hand before I accidentally spill all over your very neat and tidy bar that must be approved by the owner. Crawler smiles and not so subtly reaches and grabs the drink and replaces it with a bottle of water, which Izuku accepts with a nod. Not a fan of drinking? Eraserhead Pris. Izuku doesn't mind Eraserhead, really, but he does right now. He minds a lot in fact. Shinso is nowhere to be found, which Izuku can't tell if that's a good or bad thing. No, I'm not. Me neither, the man concurs. Izuku really didn't ask. Then why sit at my bar? Eraserhead pps a brow, and Izuku realizes his mistake. Eraserhead probably didn't know Izuku owns the bar. The man takes it in stride, as expected. Are paying customers not allowed to buy other drinks? That'd be quite the business endeavor, but I suppose it could work depending on your clientele. Eraserhead is an econ teacher. Annoyance grows on Izuku's brow, a huff escaping him. I'd say the demand for alcohol is quite high in these parts, especially in a club. I think it'd be possible to only allow alcohol buyers at the bar. You can get a drink of water or coffee anywhere. He's fueling the flames, but honestly, why not test Eraserhead's patience? He doesn't know this man, at least not as Bunny, so there's no harm. Unless really it's the other way around and there's all the harm to be done because he doesn't know this man and it'll be easier to connect dots to Izuku and Omen. Izuku doesn't think he has big enough lungs to express the sigh he wants to blow out. I suppose that's true. Crawler, get this man a coffee. Izuku stands and stretches an arm above his head with a yawn. On the house. Eraserhead sends him a questioning look, his hair falling off his shoulder as he turns to face Izuku on his stool. The bags under your eyes deserve a coffee at least, and seeing as you've gotten little to no information out of me, I'd say you're going to be working overtime tonight to try and figure it out. Izuku brazenly pats a hand on the man's shoulder as he passes by. Good luck. Shoyuta sits at his kitchen table with a notebook in arm's reach and his computer and its irritating brightness shining ahead in front of him in the otherwise dark room. The blue light illuminates Shoyuta and the wall directly behind him, but other than that it's utter darkness. Shuta's orange cat, Julius, lazes across Shuta's lap where he sits crisscross, a small rhythm to each pet running the length of Julius' elongated sprawl. The coffee he made 2 hours ago has only a quarter left of what once was there, but it's too cold to drink. And it's 4 in the morning, so he probably should wait until his first 2 coffees have worn off a little more. It's whatever, it's technically Tuesday now, and Tuesdays are the expected days of the week for him to be shaking by the time homeroom rolls around from the amount of coffee consumption. It's just another Tuesday, after all. Shoyuta silently groans as he goes through yet another channel with a whole lot of nothing about the elusive bunny. The man wasn't wishing him luck for nothing, apparently. All Shoyuta found was a grainy video of a man in an All Might onesie that was definitely too small, dancing on a pole that was not designed with the intention of that activity. After he face plants, he slurs through his words about getting a girl's number, who happens to be one of the more infamous villains in the area, and after kissing her she gives it to him. Not only is Shoyuta wishing he could bleach his eyes, but he's rather perplexed at the completely different nature of the man. No wonder he said he wasn't a drinker. So all Shoyuta knows is that this man is a riot of a drunk, and that he's a spectacular fighter. Now all Shoyuta needs to know is the who, what, when, where and why. Shoyuta grunts and shuts the laptop, bathing himself in darkness, relieving his burning retinas, and leaning his head back against his dining room chair. Maybe he'll just pass the case, or whatever it is at the moment, onto Tsukachi and call it a day. Shoyuta has his hands full with Omen already, he doesn't need another mystery case. When did Omen become a case to be solved? Maybe he always has been. Besides, the man isn't doing anything wrong it seems. He seems old enough to drink, although Shoyuta shouldn't assume, but he knows he wouldn't own the club if he wasn't old enough. There'd be no way, shape, or form someone would give him a license, let alone sell him the building. So, Shoyuta doesn't have anything to worry about, and he'll send the information, or lack thereof, to Tsukachi for him to throw into a drawer and never see the light of day unless something else presents itself. Perfect, logical, and leaving him just enough time to get 2 hours of sleep before the incoming school day. A certain blonde wakes up to his self-inclined alarm just as the sun peeks through their blinds, and notices the vacancy next to him right away. His heart picks up into a gallop. Did something happen? Is he okay? He puts in his hearing aids, morning chirps and bustling cars filtering into his ears at a level rhythm, and walks out of their bedroom and down the hallway in a rather rapid pace for it being morning. Before Hisashi can panic any further, he looks to his right and sees his husband passed out at their kitchen table, with their orange cat somehow placed on his lap. It can't be comfortable with the way Shuta's hunched, and lying on his arms which are draped over a lap. Shoyuta is going to hate himself for that position when he wakes up in 3, 2, 1. Why didn't you wake me up? A bland voice drones. If Hisashi wasn't looking at the man, he would have no idea it came from Shoyuta. He looks about the same as he did when he was asleep. I just woke up, Shoyuta, Hisashi groans. Shoyuta sighs, and as he picks himself off the table and leans back into the chair, 3 loud pops erupt from his back or shoulders. Hisashi is not really sure. Hisashi grins, and Shoyuta glares a bored stare at him. Why do I have to trust him? Izuku nags. Tuya pulls the seam through the flap of flesh above Izuku's trapezius muscle. I wouldn't have to be sewing up this knife wound if you just had some DMN backup out there. Izuku bites down his retort in order to save himself from the amount of childishness he feels just below the surface of his skin. Is it childish though? He has a right to his opinions and voicing them. Maybe it's the fact that as a child he wasn't entitled to an opinion that makes it seem like a childish pursuit. He's not a child anymore, and he hasn't been for a long time. It was only 10 guys, Izuku reasons. Tuya's silence speaks volumes. To prove his point a little more, Tuya puts a slight amount more pressure than necessary on the wound, pretending to have an unsteady hand. Izuku's pain tolerance is sky high, so he can tolerate it, but it's not appreciated, that's for sure. Do you want my honest opinion? Tuya mentions offhandedly. Do I have a choice? Tuya barrels past the retort. I'd be sad if a kid I'd known for 6 years chose a stab wound over me. I didn't choose anything, Izuku rejects. Tuya makes him sound like a terrible person, picking between being physically harmed over teaming up with Eraserhead. Obviously he'd choose the man over a stab wound. Obviously. Each time you go out there you choose lawlessness over heroism. You are a hero, don't misconstrue my words, but you are unlicensed. I see the same articles you do about people's main hang-up being your licensing status. Izuku's earlier numbness is beginning to fester into something more vile. Something he doesn't want to tap into. Something unwarranted that he can't hold back if it decides to bubble to the surface. I don't care what the media thinks, and you know that, Izuku drones. What you and I both know is that you choose vigilantism because being a hero would consist of agreeing to the terms of the Hero Commission. The group of people who rule with assassins, fear, and numbers rather than what they preach of hope, resilience, and courage. You rightfully don't want to be a part of a corrupt system. Izuku knows better than to allow himself to agree with Tuya, because once he agrees then the man drills something to the statement that Izuku can't back out of. Tuya is angling for something, because why else would he play devil's advocate against himself? Tuya lathers ointment on the stitched-up wound, and places gauze on top. After wiping the area of prior blood. A license hasn't stopped you from doing anything before, but for some reason you create your own boundary between yourself and those who actually care about you and want to help. For being the smartest person I know, that's pretty FNG stupid. Tuya throws a shirt at Izuku, who shrugs it on, and carefully smooths it over the gauze to be safe. For some reason Tuya provided one of his shirts which are a little tighter on Izuku due to his height difference over the other. Izuku doesn't mind and shimmies down his suit pants and steps into black sweatpants. Tuya crosses his arms around his chest. You've met the hero in not one, but 2 of your identities, and haven't thought to open up in either. When you're 2 people at the same time, one's bound to trip the other, Izuku. Izuku holds back his wince as he maneuvers around their glass foot table and clips the side of his food on the edge as he moves to the kitchenette across the room. Food sounds way better than a lecture at the moment. The microwave when he shuffles in tells him it's past 2 in the morning. Coffee? Would coffee be in his best interest? It's not like he'll be sleeping anytime soon. Is your brain so thick you're not even going to listen to what I just said? Tuya's hair is white at the moment, its natural color. Well, not natural because the original color was red, but turned white sometime when Tuya was around 6. He walks into the kitchen as Izuku looks distantly at all the appliances, and Tuya opens the fridge for him. Tuya shoves a bowl of rice into his hands and grabs their sink towel along with the black hair dye he placed there before Izuku crawled into their apartment through the balcony with a bleeding stab wound. I heard what you said, I'm just choosing the path of least resistance, Izuku sighs. No, you're choosing the path that allows you to continue shoving people away until they finally let you. Shut up, Tuya, Izuku snaps. Tuya slowly turns around to face Izuku, whose brows are narrowed, and his eyes glint with slow-burning fury. Something is writhing beneath his skin, and it's clogging up his throat and it's looking to seep out of all of his pores. What? Number one can't handle the truth? Can't handle his flaws? Grow up, Izuku. Tuya's expression is blank. Do not talk down to me, Tuya, and watch your effing tone while you're at it. He shoves the older man as he walks past with the bowl of rice in hand. He was going to sit at their kitchenette bar, but now he makes for the couch. As he steps out of the threshold of the kitchenette, a hand lands on his shoulder, the injured shoulder. Izuku winces as the hand applies pressure. Tuya's voice is laced with emotion and anguish. This is one of the many consequences of choosing pride over reason. Wake up, Izuku. You're going to die in that FING suit if you keep going on like this. I dash. Izuku whips around and peers down at Tuya through narrowed brows. Not letting anyone else die because of me, and that includes Eraserhead. Venom seeps from his words and punctuates each word with a certain ire. He's a hero, he can help you, Tuya scoffs. Tuya, if I needed anyone's help it would have been during the FNG war, but I didn't need it then and I sure as hell don't need it now. Izuku's voice has a lethal edge. His skin is burning, something bitter and vitriolic writhing within him. The bowls in his hands now has 10 small finger indents, and they're deepening with the powerful grip Izuku has on the bowl. The grip he doesn't intend to have, and shaking hands he doesn't mean to let show. Just because you don't need it doesn't mean you can't have it, Izuku. The only problem you seem to have as a hero is your pride. Something inside him snaps. Was it my pride that made me kill a man who was brought up in such a corrupt way he was never given a chance? Tell me, Tuya. Tell me why the news reported, and continues to report, about a monster who was really just a man with a terrible upbringing. A man who is so like you and me that I can barely think straight because every single effing time I go to bed I see his face as he smiled dying by my hand. The cadence of his voice is deep and sharp. Tell me, Tuya. Tell me. Was it my goddamn pride that impeded me from saving him? Was it my pride that failed him? Tell me. The bowl in his hand is shattered, shards of the ceramic embedded in the fluffy carpet. The soft carpet irritates the nerves in his feet, and his hands grab at his disheveled hair. His hands are so tight in his hair he distantly recognizes pain blooming from the grip as his fingers intertwined with the curls. Tears slide down his cheeks, but no sobs escape him. He's never allowed himself to cry out loud before. The louder he used to cry, the more Hisashi used to harshen his assault. Izuku registers arms around his shoulders, and his hands being untangled from his hair. He recognizes his head being pushed into the space between Tuya's neck and shoulder. A hand rubs at his scalp, and draws soothing motions while a comforting shushing noise overlaps the dull ringing in his ears. A hand guides his hand to the other's chest, and Izuku realizes his irregular breathing and silent cries have shortened his breathing so much his vision is darkening at the edges. The hand in his hair comforts him, and a hand on his back circles along the fabric giving off warmth Izuku hadn't realized he needed. He unconsciously picks up the pattern of the breathing his hand recognizes. I'm sorry, Izuku, Tuya says between shushes. Izuku's tongue is too large in his mouth, and if he tries to speak he'll surely choke on the words. The hand on Tuya's chest grips into the shirt as a response, and Tuya understands. He always understands. I can't lose you, Izuku. Tuya can't cry. His tear ducts don't work the way they should. But if he could, he probably would be crying right now. He's more emotional then. He tends to let others believe, a product of his prior life, Izuku assumes. Izuku wraps his arms around Tuya and pushes his face further into the fabric of the man's shirt, bathing himself in some much-needed darkness. All I ask is that you try. Promise me, Izuku, promise me you'll try. Please. When Izuku hears Tuya say please it triggers a small feeling of guilt to bloom in his chest. Tuya never says please, but he said it once before. He said it once when he asked Izuku to save him. The weight of the word puts a perspective on things that Izuku has been trying very hard to avoid. His self-inflicted blinders were great while they lasted. Every cart horse has the blinders taken off at the end of the day, he supposes. It's time for his blinders to come down, and for his routine route to have some change. Okay, Izuku's mouth is dry, I promise. He squeezes his arms around Tuya harder. Izuku can never back down on a promise. He made this rule for himself when he first started his vigilantism. Or perhaps he made that promise to a certain number 1 hero. For 39 PC, Tien meet me. For 42 PM, Mothman, what does Tien mean? For 49 PC, I forget you're old. It means tonight. For 49 PM Mothman, my quirk is erasing quirks, not reading minds. Where are we meeting? 4:57 PM PC, Noodle Place. Izuku turns off his phone and busies himself with what he's going to be doing tonight. Where their breaking in requires some hacking as well. Should Izuku be sneaking around in the hero commission servers? Probably not. Does that stop him? Definitely not. He's been tracking a quirk trafficking ring for a while now, and only just got a reliable tip the night prior, before the night's talk. Without his takedown of the 10 men, he would never have gotten the information. He enters through the back servers of the HPSC as he sits with one leg up on his chair at his desk. He fixes his glasses minutely as he peers at the screen. The blue light glasses have worked wonders for him since he learned about them. Chronic headaches are already an issue. Blue light just happens to cause migraines with an amplification of 1,000 suns all pouring into his retinas. It would be poetic if it wasn't so FING painful. He manages around firewalls and reroutes through channels, and finally comes upon the information he's been looking for. The HPSC knows about the quirk trafficking ring and has been processing for months, but hasn't acted. Whether it's lack of information, or something else entirely Izuku doesn't know, but he does know that it all ends tonight. Or perhaps, it all begins tonight. Izuku sits, kicking his feet off the ledge with a bowl of noodles in his hands. He thanks his younger self every day for not going with the option to hide his mouth and keep his eyes visible, because then he would never be able to eat on patrols. Which is like half of what he does during his patrols. There's thousands of photos of him all over just about every platform gorging. Over food. Sometimes people edit the photos to make it all cutesy and put that stupid pink emoji bow on his head too. He always laughs when he sees those ones. Eraserhead moves up a fire escape behind Izuku, but Izuku doesn't turn around. He continues looking off into the dark night. Sometimes he realizes that one of his favorite parts of his days are his nights stargazing. It never gets old. Stars are so bright and blinding. So on display all the time. But they also fizzle out. And they go out in a blaze of glory. We need to talk, Izuku says through a mouth of noodles. Eraserhead crosses the roof, and drops his goggles around his neck as he stands diagonally from Izuku, but close enough to be an arm's reach away. He nods, I agree. Izuku lifts a brow, hidden by the visor. What does Eraserhead want to talk about? Izuku's phone chimes, and he pulls it from his back pocket, before scoffing. The timing couldn't be worse on that notification, but it's okay. Izuku's conversation can wait. He sets his bowl on the ledge beside him and stands. Hold that thought, we gotta move now if we want to make it in time. Make it to where? Eraserhead's tone is somewhat astounded, like he expected for this meeting to be something else completely. The trafficking ring? Did you not read my texts? Eraserhead massages the bridge of his nose. Problem child, you're a terrible texter. You never said anything about a trafficking ring. Izuku shrugs. Well, I thought it. That counts for something. Not really, but okay, Eraserhead groans. With nothing much else to say, they head to Izuku's primary location. The commission servers said that the ring was near the pier, which is conveniently a 5-minute jog from Izuku's favorite noodle place. Izuku uses Black Whip and Float to jump and swing from roof to roof, while Eraserhead travels via Capture Weapon in a similar fashion. They propel onto a taller building and get a good look at the docks. There's no one there. So the primary location was wrong, but that means that it's either the secondary or third location, and those two are slightly harder to infiltrate. Izuku nods to Eraserhead. They're one of two places. Not counting this first one, I assume, the man chides. You could use the exercise, come on. Izuku takes off to the left of his position facing the pier, and makes it to the building in under a minute, with Eraserhead not far behind. Again, nothing. Izuku takes off again before Eraserhead can rebuke his earlier comment, without warning, and makes it to the final location with Eraserhead beginning to grumble about a wild goose chase. They're far enough away that no one can hear them as long as they're quiet. Third time's a charm. Izuku hums with his hands on his hips as he looks down at the bustling kidnappers below them. Pretty sure you're not supposed to look like that when you find a quirk trafficking ring, Eraserhead deadpants. Izuku excitedly sighs, finally some action. 10 on 1 thought. Like that was not enough for him last night. Izuku stalks to the edge and drops to a crouch in order to shrink the field of vision in case anyone surveys higher than their recommended lookout points. From what I read in the commission files, there's some people with pretty powerful quirks inside, for sale. So the commission files, huh? No wonder they hate you so much. Eraserhead's onyx eyes bore into the side of his visor, and Izuku pointedly doesn't meet his eyes. Your turn, Izuku quips. Please go right ahead and cut off my long-winded explanation of information you undoubtedly need. We have all the time in the world. Go ahead, Eraser. Something uncanny happens. A laugh bubbles out of Eraserhead, and Izuku slowly turns his head with his jaw dropped. Did Eraserhead just laugh? Oh my god, I broke you. His mouth doesn't close as he finishes the words. Eraserhead closes it for him, and pushes his jaw back up into its rightful place. You'll catch flies, problem child? Izuku doesn't know what to say to that, so he doesn't. Shoyuta decides that he is never going to ever listen to whatever Omen texts him ever again. Not only did Omen strategically forget to mention they were intercepting a trafficking ring, but apparently this is the trafficking ring that has been on everyone's radars for months, and Omen just happens to have what seems to be the nuclear codes to crack the case. Shoyuta ducks under a kick to his face, and sweeps the legs out from the man before descending upon him and throwing a knockout punch that easily silences the flailing assailant. Whipping around, he watches as Omen pulls a man forward with his weird blackish-green tendrils right into his fist before donkey-kicking at another's knee behind him. Hey kid, Shoyuta huffs as he takes a kick to the chest. A missed attempt at the face shout assumes. He grabs the hand and yanks upwards, irritating the bone and leaving it in an uncomfortable bend as he kicks the man in the stomach and pushes him to the ground. Yeah. Omen responds as he somehow ends up in the air and green lightning sparks off of him in violent waves, and he uses his black tendrils to yank him to the ground where he kicks a man in the chest and sends him hard into the cement. I'm going to kill you once we're finished here. He can't see Omen's eyes, but he imagines that he probably widens them minutely at the words. Fair. Omen nods as he finishes the last man with a swift punch to the nose and a reverberating crunch. Shoyuta grimaces at the noise, but Omen stoically watches the man crumple to the ground. A stream of blood streams from Omen's nose, and that's when Shoyuta notices the large crack in his visor. This has never happened before. Sure, the kid has been punched in the face plenty, but never enough to break his visor. Honestly, the visor is probably some military-grade tech, and probably as strong as bulletproof glass. Shoyuta motioned to the visor with his hands, and Omen's mouth opens into an shape. Strength quirk. Honestly, I probably should have died. Shoyuta does not like that answer. He punches the kid in the shoulder, lightly. Omen exaggeratedly rubs the spot with a frown and an exasperated, hey. He looks around at the multitude of crumpled bodies, and they begin their extraction as their backup arrives. Shoyuta called in backup around the time when he noticed that this trafficking ring was in operation with at least 50 personnel. Omen is over talking to a victim by an ambulance and trying to calm her down to get information about her son. Shoyuta just got back from doing a last sweep through the compound and finding nothing new that they hadn't already checked. Appalling is the only word that comes to mind. When they got there, the announcer had already started selling the victims. Luckily, they'd intercepted the group in time to save the victims before the buyers had any interaction. Shoyuta scrubs a hand down his face. Shoyuta is fortunate because honestly trafficking rings used to be way more common, but then Omen came along. He wasn't called Omen for no reason. The criminals started realizing that whenever they saw a spark of green, or green in general, it was a bad omen. Word got around, and soon the news reported the young vigilante busting up the criminal underworld. Shoyuta knows that if the kid could he would have tried to prevent that. Omen is many things, but sociable isn't one of them. Sure, he's charismatic whenever he's seen, but he doesn't actively seek out the interactions. If anything, he does everything in his power to avoid it. Shoyuta imagines how annoying it must be to have such identifiable green hair. Omen's collection of hats is probably in the 20s at least. Tsukachi spots Shoyuta a ways away looking at the rubble of the crumbling building, and wraps up a conversation with the medic. The building itself was a hazard before they even got there, but the gunfire and guards' quirks definitely didn't help. Little late notice, don't you think? The detective sighs. I think you and I both know that wasn't my doing. Our cryptically vague acquaintance is a master in the art of vague and nondescript text messages. Shoyuta briefly glances at the detective with a tired look, and it reflects on the detective as well. They've both known Omen for around the same amount of time. Tsukachi recruited Shoyuta to the case, and that obviously didn't work well. However, now the kid is the most famous hero in Japan and he doesn't even have a license. Shoyuta knows one day, something or someone will catch up to him, and he hopes he'll be there to help. That is, if Omen lets him. Katsuki isn't a fan of being a part of the cleanup crew, but that's what happens when you're closest to an ill-manned bust in the area. He doesn't know why there'd be so little heroes on the case already, until he sees Omen and knows he's definitely the reason. The guy loves his secrets, and Katsuki bites down a scoff as he sees the number one. People think they know all there is to know about the guy because he told them about the big bad villain that caused the war, and people applaud him for putting the decay BSTRD back into the earth where he came from. However, no one questions their knowledge. Which, as him and the rest of his friends idiots realized, it's not much. What good does Omen's favorite color do when they don't know the color of his eyes? What good does Omen's favorite hero mean when they don't know the meaning behind his reluctance of getting a hero license? Essentially, they know nothing. Katsuki isn't scared by the prospect of the unknown, but when the unknown is the most powerful person maybe ever, he is slightly terrified of the amount of havoc that could result from knowing too little. What if Omen were to switch sides one day? They would never even be a match for him. Katsuki wouldn't be a match for him. He scowls at the prospect of it as he ushers a couple into the arms of some medics. Very few scrapes, but a shock blanket is necessary. They need a shock blanket and some anti-infectant. No major injuries, Katsuki mentions to the medics. They nod and wrap the blanket around the standing couple. One of the medics, a girl, talks in a soothing manner and asks for the woman under the blanket's arm. After a tinge of reluctance, she reaches her arm out, which is swiped with a cotton ball of anti-infectant, if the assault on Katsuki's nose is anything to go by. His mask is pushed onto his forehead, creating a headband of sorts, pushing his spiky hair into a disheveled position. He doesn't like wearing the mask when he's finished taking down the villain. People need a friendly face to look at, and a boy in eyeliner with a black mask is about as phony as you can get. So, he elects to shove the mask onto his forehead and help in any way possible. He's not soft. He's emphatic for the grief, loss, and pain they are going through. His arms crossed against his chest unfurl to slide his mask back down as he hears a loud creak and groan above the chatter and sirens of their surroundings. Katsuki looks at the dilapidated building and watches corners crumble and the structure decay. A slight memory of decaying flesh and buildings all around tries to brush up against his conscience, but he shoves it back down. Omen, who's closer to the building than Katsuki, who is a building or so lengths away, tenses and springs into action before anyone else. Is he an idiot? What the hell dash, a detective near Aizawa breathes. Katsuki notices the alarm on his sensei's face, something almost foreign. Well, he supposes this is Eraserhead, not Aizawa-sensei. We just checked the building, it's clear. Why is he dash? Katsuki's own mental alarm bells start to blare as he recognizes the situation for what it is. Omen is going to get himself killed, and no one knows why. Just another Tuesday, really. He sees the guy pull the sheet on TV all the time, and somehow he comes out unscathed each time. However, a collapsing building has never been a part of those impromptu life-threatening situations. Sure, building fires and robbers are par for the course, but this feels more serious. More dangerous. Omen, the man known for dodging death like it's a bull chasing a red flag, has the red flag too close to him this time. Omen and the green lightning around him has long since disappeared into the building, and the building shudders and shakes. Katsuki watches his surroundings like a slow-motion car crash. Medics looking on in horror, Eraserhead being held back by a detective, cops and other extras yelling for Omen like that'll somehow save him. The entrance to the building is a second away from utter destruction when Omen shoots through the building, an odd red hue circling his legs along with the incessant green lightning sputtering around the hero. He's carrying a small black-haired boy in his arms, the boy's head resting against Omen's chest, shielding him from the view of the collapsing building. The boy curls into Omen's chest and his hands roam the hero's costume. Soot coats Omen's off-white jacket sleeves and smudges the visible areas of his face. Katsuki is closer now, his feet carrying him across the surrounding rubble without his notice. He can't tell if he's going to help the man or smack him for his recklessness. Probably both. Katsuki remembers Eraserhead saying the building was cleared. So how did they forget an entire child? The answer is they couldn't. Omen's body is sagging minutely. Katsuki notices the tear in part of his uniform, as if a spare part of the building fell on him. It probably did. The tattered yellow scarf on Omen's shoulders is dangling further down, revealing more skin than usual. Soot-covered and red-caked skin. He sees the boy uncurl from Omen's chest and look at Omen with a scrunched expression. Katsuki is a few paces away when Omen opens his mouth to speak to Katsuki and the kid in his arm clamps down with his teeth on Omen's exposed clavicle. Omen's sharp intake of breath is the only sign of pain, but he tears the boy off him and suspends him with both arms outstretched. Why dash? The boy kicks at Omen's arms and lands a boot on his chest and pushes himself off the hero, sending Omen backwards, losing his grip on the boy. The boy lands, almost expertly, and backs away a few paces. Katsuki readies himself, but also shifts into a non-threatening position to try and placate the boy. You're safe. Katsuki's gruff tone is soft around the edges, and it hides his discomfort well. One of Omen's gloved hand holds the bleeding area, but the blood cascades from the glove further onto his costume. Sheet, he hears Omen whisper to himself. The boy who was wide-eyed and innocent before is rim-lighted by the moon's harsh glow. The light of the moon illuminating what Omen missed. The posture isn't one of a defensive boy. Although portrayed well, it's too calculative. Too practiced. What's your name? A double-edged question. Who are you goes unsaid. The boy shifts from foot to foot. Katsuki shifts his foot minutely in order to gain an angle that'll propel him forward faster. Before Katsuki can do any of the sort, the kid simply fades out of existence, and Katsuki blinks multiple times to make sure he isn't seeing things. He looks around, and everyone who's watching seems rather stunned. Before Katsuki can get closer to where the boy once stood, he notices Omen tilting forward and catches him before he can hit the ground. His breathing is labored, and while his one hand clutches the bite wound, the other wraps around his stomach. He's noticeably pale, even in the dark. Katsuki clutches an arm around Omen's waist, and wraps the hand not pressurizing the bite wound around Katsuki's neck and onto the opposite shoulder. I need you to breathe. Follow my breathing, all right? Katsuki inhales for a couple seconds, and exhales. He exaggerates the motions, and Omen begins to imitate. A wince breaks through his careful exterior, and Katsuki isn't sure how to help. He doesn't know the man's injuries. Katsuki isn't one to skirt around subjects. What else hurts? A small huff breaks through the breathing pattern, and Katsuki sends a questioning look at Omen, who just shakes his head and looks at the ground as he drags himself wherever Katsuki is directing him. Broken ribs. His inhale is cut short by another wince. They hurt every time, no matter how many times they've been broken. Katsuki recognizes a failed joke when he hears one, and he pps a brow at the man who just keeps his focus at his feet. Honestly, he's probably trying to focus on walking, which is taking more focus than it should. Eraserhead comes along and grabs the other side of Omen, and they're just short of an ambulance when Omen stops short and almost trips himself and the two other heroes. No hospitals, Omen rasps. Don't be stupid, you need medical attention, Katsuki argues. Eraserhead glances at Katsuki and then to Omen. I agree with Dynamite. Of course you do, there's no other option, Katsuki grits. Now cut the sheet and get in the ambulance. Omen takes his arm off of Katsuki's shoulder, the shoulder now feeling particularly weightless, and reaches into the small bag that's always attached to his side. He pulls out a phone, and as Eraserhead moves to protest, Omen purposefully, obstinately turns away from the helpful hands. Katsuki watches Omen's back and glances at Eraserhead, who hides a slight frown behind his capture weapon. Katsuki can't help but feel like he's the only one seeing the problem. A carefully collected, logical man with a soft spot for a reckless vigilante who'd rather die than listen to logical reasoning. The real kicker is that Eraserhead lets the vigilante do it. Perhaps it's because he's scared that if he sets a boundary, then Omen will back away until there's nothing left of their obviously fragile friendship. But that's not healthy in any way, shape, or form. Omen has complete authority over how their friendship works, and it's not only unfair, but it's not how friendship works. Hey asshat, we're trying to help you here. So, get that stick out of your butt and let someone help you for a change. A little medical attention won't hurt your ego, will it? Omen slowly turns, and if that visor wasn't on, Katsuki might have shivered at the glare he was most definitely just shot with. Katsuki exaggeratedly crosses his arms over his chest. Well. A foxy smile grows across Omen's face, and an involuntary shiver rattles up Katsuki's spine at the sight. The always smiling hero, now with a sly grin coated in blood. The disturbing part was the obvious malice and resentment, but Katsuki is none the wiser as to why. See you in class, Bakugo. The man who has at the least a cracked rib or two, a bite wound, and a laceration across his back flashes his arm out with a black and green wispy tendril to accompany the motion. He yanks his arm down and propels himself up and disappears over the crumbled building and into the clouded night. The green lightning from before the attack is nowhere to be seen. And the black tendrils everybody has seen countless times are most definitely thinner and more translucent than usual. Omen is stubborn, and Katsuki thinks that might just get him killed. Tuya is going to ifing kill Izuku. Well, if Izuku doesn't die first, that is. Tuya watched it all on the news. Izuku ran into a broken, decaying, crumbling, held up by splinters alone, building and somehow came out alive as always. He came out clutching onto a kid like some hero, which he undoubtedly is. As his childhood bully went to his aid, Tuya would laugh if it weren't for the severity of the situation. Then the kid, who in hindsight wasn't a kid at all, or he was and was also an agent of some sort, which isn't impossible, disappeared, leaving Izuku to almost crumble to the ground, not unlike the building, with the injuries he sustained from saving the kid, and from the kid himself. It was just a shit show, to be honest. He's watching the news from behind the bar, cleaning glasses when he gets a call, and it ends up being Izuku. He wants to scream at the kid. However, he speaks a location not far from where Izuku is to begin with, 'cause he can barely stand let alone fly, and snags the keys to their car before breaking every speed law in the country. He doesn't ask anyone to cover him at the bar when he leaves. On the way, he calls their doctor at Down Under, who's off duty at the moment, and she groans about it being almost 1 a.m, and Tuya has to hold back not only his agreement but his deepest, darkest desire to drive Izuku to a real hospital, because he knows Izuku is declining at a rapid rate if the news was anything to go by. Izuku doesn't stumble, and he doesn't clutch onto people to stand. He also elicits lightning when using float. Izuku isn't hanging on by a thread, not yet, but he's DMN near close. He's hanging on by 2 or 3 at most that are flaying and slowly thinning by the minute. He backs the car into the alley and almost trips out of the car as he sees Izuku's hand bent onto the brick building beside him, a track of blood along the wall from further back in the alley telling a story of its own. And nice of Yoyu to finally show up. Izuku, who usually tacks on a laugh after a joke, doesn't even try with this one. Tuya doesn't have time to crumble into the grime beneath his feet like he wants to. He feels like an infinitesimally small grain of sand in the amounts of a large ocean pushing down on him. He can't lose Izuku. You're gonna be fine, up and at champ. Tuya grits as he drapes Izuku's free hand over his shoulder, the second time of the night he's needed walking assistance from another. The second time ever to Tuya's knowledge. Izuku hums something jumbled between an okay and a shut up. Something unintelligible. Izuku said something unfng intelligible, which is as unheard of as the sun and the moon touching. Izuku is the most intelligent person Tuya knows. Emotionally intelligent, not so much, but that's different. The kid has the biggest brain he's ever had the pleasure of arguing against. But here he is reduced to a mumbling jumble of blood, bones, muscle, and fabric. He opens the door to the back seat and gently lays Izuku across it. But of course the kid had a growth spurt, because God forbid he be short enough to fit in the car and bleed out comfortably. You're going to have to sit up, Izu. Tuya props the boy against the opposing side of the car and takes the shattered visor off Izuku's soot-covered face. A large cut slashes across his eye, leaking rivulets of blood down the right side of his face, most likely a shard from his visor being the aggressor, contrasting his too pale skin. Freckles are nowhere to be seen under the darkness of the building's remnants coating Izuku's exposed skin. Izuku's eyes are drooping and the hand on his bite wound is haphazardly strewn across his body. Tuya swears as he grabs Izuku's chin in his hand and wiggles it from side to side. Hey 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 hey, lightly tapping the side of his face with the other hand. Stay with me, kid. Tuya takes his black down-under uniform shirt off and shoves it onto the bite wound and presses Izuku's hand to it. Keep this there. A shiver spider crawls up Tuya's spine. He'd blame it on the cold if it weren't for his resistance to freezing temperatures. This is something else. Izuku nods slightly, eyelids weighed down by the weight of everything around him. The moon, for all Tuya could know, could be a stressor to the tired skin. Tuya not only makes a 10-minute drive in 2 minutes, but he's pretty sure he outdrives a cop and instigates a manhunt as well. Well, bigger fish to fry. They'll forgive him for saving their number one hero, surely. Tuya calls the doctor, Yakushiji, as he's about a minute out and closing in fast. Shimis. Him at the parking garage, and Tuya has to carry the kid very much taller and overall bigger than he is through the underground cement hallways of Down Under. He notices how light Izuku is, even with all of his hardened muscles. If adrenaline weren't coursing through his veins like a drag, he'd probably have struggled. However, right now he could carry a truck with the way his heart is practically beating out of his chest. By the time they're in the medical room in Down Under, back in the staff hallway, Izuku's pulse is a faint whisper. He looks so small on the metal table in the middle of the sterile white-walled room. A shirt is thrown at Tuya from some random part of the room, and he pulls it over his head. He hadn't noticed he was shivering, but he knows it's not from being cold. Sheet. Tuya grabs at the black strands of his hair. He just dyed it last night, but he swears he can feel white hairs sprouting from his too young skull. But really, it's Izuku who's too young, a boy who never had a chance. A boy savior needing to be saved. Tuya must have blipped or something, because the next time his eyes begin working, Izuku is attached to a heart monitor and a lot more things than he knows how to put a name to. Dobby. Compressions. Now. Tuya stalls at the words, before receiving a dire look that puts him into action as he begins compressions on Izuku. His brother. Someone who has done nothing but look out for him. He can feel the life slipping away from Izuku, but that might just be the shift of a broken rib. He's not too sure. Not too hard, he has enough broken ribs as it is, the doctor hisses, and Tuya adjusts his posture and compressions accordingly. He doesn't care if he has to grab Izuku's fang soul and place it back in his tall as sheet body, he will do it. He needs to live. Tuya doesn't notice the shot inserted into Izuku's arm, an attempt at bringing his too slow heartbeat back from the brink of death. Izuku is known to toe the line between two sides. Whatever the sides and situation, he's always caught dead in between. The brink of life and death. Vigilantes are labeled the middle of heroism and villainy. Izuku is caught between his childhood dream and duty to a man long since dead. Izuku is caught between Omen and Bunny. Izuku forgets about Izuku Midoriya, Tuya thinks. Tuya thinks that perhaps on his way to greatness Izuku left Izuku, the real Izuku, in the dust. By no fault of his own, but more of his surroundings. He was told that a quirkless child would amount to nothing, and as a quirkless hero hopeful he was less than nothing in the grand scheme of the hero system. So, when he beat all the odds, Izuku, the real Izuku, sat in the backseat. Surely he's watching it all unfold, but he's guarded. He's guarded by two faithful settings, Omen and Bunny. One a harsh man known for his efficiency, his hard knuckles, and his brutal fight style. The other known for his cheerful grin, reckless need to protect others, and his charming shyness on camera. Izuku's heartbeat starts to pick back up, like the wind carrying a whisper closer to a person's ear. But he's not quite out of the woods. He's lost a lot of blood. Do whatever you need to keep him alive. Tuya doesn't care. As long as Izuku is alive. Izuku can scream at him, hit him, he can do whatever he wants. As long as Izuku is alive to do it, Tuya doesn't mind. He told me to never dash. What part of whatever did you not understand, Doctor? Sometimes people forget Tuya was Dabi. Sure, they know the name, but most of them refer to him as domesticated or some sheet. Sometimes a little spark of a reminder is enough though. A light blue ember dances around his fingertips. Do I make myself clear? The doctor steels herself and slightly glares at him. Crystal. Whatever happens next, Tuya doesn't know. All he knows is he agreed to it, against the doctor's better wishes. Izuku's vigilante vest and scarf long since gone. The doctor works on suturing up the wounds while she readies a transfusion. Izuku has what he calls a rainy day fund, which is just a drawer of his blood. Like Tuya said, the kid is smart and he plans for everything under the sun. After stitching a new, long wound across his back, restitching the knife wound from a night or so ago, a small stitch needed on his abdomen, and cleaning up the wound slashing across his eye, there's no more holes in Izuku that need fixing. Everything is right as rain. Tuya can breathe. Why can't Tuya breathe though? Sure, he's breathing and he's fine, his breaths are even, but he feels like an outsider looking in. Perhaps he just connected the dots on how small his brother looks. Izuku. Omen. The number one hero. Well, those three titles compared to the adjective are foreign. It feels like the misplacement of a comma. It feels wrong. He'll need constant monitoring throughout the night. I can be here for 2 more hours at most. Go out and run the bar before you'll be needed back here, the doctor mentions while checking over Izuku one last time. Tuya shuffles across the room with the kid's mangled costume. He takes the phone from the holder and puts it in his back pocket. He trusts the doctor to keep Izuku alive, but not with any more information. Izuku is too much of an unknown entity to allow any outsiders any hint at anything. His phone would be a major breach in security if the right people knew what they were looking for. He should probably say something, but he doesn't have it in him to thank anyone right now. He should, she saved his brother's life, but the only one he'll be thanking is Kami when Izuku is back to the land of the living. Good night, Doc. Tuya walks through the staff halls and one of the stairways leading to a downstairs tunnel. Izuku and his tunnels. When Tuya walks out of the staff door and into the bar, he can say he is genuinely surprised. Sure, it was about time some dots connected for the hero, but not at such a vulnerable time for both Izuku and Tuya. Hey D, these guys over here have been asking for Bun, that one's all you. Crawler jabs a finger over his shoulder to none other than Eraserhead and a certain spiky blonde beach boy. It seems they've both caught each other at a bad time. Eraserhead looks one side eye away from arresting Tuya, while Tuya is one stupid but comment away from killing someone. I need to see Bunny. Eraserhead is ramrod straight sitting on the bar stool, but his eyes say it all. His onyx irises are a pool of swirling alertness and a mounting fury. If Tuya isn't careful, he may not be there to watch Izuku throughout the night. Tuya, who was never known to pacify or be anything less than malicious, takes a moment to sigh and pick up his towel from where he threw it in a hurry after he saw the news and got the call from Izuku. Must be a pretty shitty bartender to leave your station mid-shift. Does Bunny know you're a moocher? The spiky blonde from Izuku's past is in fact in the present, sitting at Izuku and Tuya's bar. What a delight. An uptick of a smile. Yeah, he knows. Tuya, who wants nothing more than to burn everything around him right now, needs to be very careful. He can't burn bridges that aren't his to burn. But it's tempting. It's oh so tempting. Where's your boss, Dabi? The usual calm underground hero is losing his nerve. If Tuya weren't so annoyed, he'd be enjoying the upper hand he has over the begging hero. Tuya has always been a bit too eager to hold things over people's heads. The low hum of Down Under is quieter than usual. They're waiting for a fight. No matter how much they hate Bunny, they respect the haven he has built for them. They will protect him against the heroes if needed. He's out at the moment. He's not even lying. Izuku is past the F out and won't be waking up anytime soon. Much to Tuya's surprise, the always calculated Eraserhead slams a fist onto the countertop and all but growls. I'm going to ask you one more time before I effing arrest you, Dabi. Where the hell is Bunny? Tension thickens in the air, and Tuya's breathing and resulting heartbeat picks up because of it. It's not him being afraid, no, he's willing to die to keep Izuku's secrets. Although he wishes the kid would just let someone in right about now, but that's a lot to ask of him. He's stretched thin as is, he doesn't need Tuya berating him too. Tuya doesn't stop wiping the glass in his hand that he picked up sometime between Eraserhead screaming and Tuya overthinking, but he looks up through his lashes at the hero. A slight smirk. Well, when you ask so nicely, dash. All right, BSRD. Small explosions erupt to the side of Eraserhead from Katsuki Bakugu, the resident beach boy. This kid has no idea Tuya knows who and what he is, but he has no problem hurting children who have too big of an ego. Crawler gets into a position to restrain the walking bomb, and Tuya shoots him a look to stand down. Tuya sets the glass onto the rack, and lets a blue flame that has been roiling in his gut with an intense fervor to be let loose, dance along his fingertips. He doesn't build it into a larger ball of flame though, he lets it stay minute and controlled. Dynamite, Eraserhead scorns, and a flash of red extinguishes both Bakugu's and Tuya's quirks in rapid succession. Now, Bakugu. If you have so little control over yourself you can't go without burning something or someone for 5 effing minutes, I will throw you in the pit myself. He has said too much. Hopefully they all move past it. Aizawa and his amounting anger curiously looks between Bakugu and Dabi. Do you two know each other? No. As opposed to me kidnapping him back in the day? I'd rather kill myself than be anywhere near this BSRD. Tuya flips a hand at Bakugu as if he were a bug under his shoe. Tuya wishes he was. Bakugu scoffs, and Eraserhead's blank expression is most definitely suppressing a smirk. Tuya can feel it. Eraserhead is quite surprising right now. It seems the man is more under Izuku's thumb than he thought. Does Bunny know where Omen is? Dash. Shut the hell up and come with me, Tuya grits. You, Tuya points at Bakugu, stay here. Tuya knows the underground hero is logical and fact-based. So, him somehow finding out Izuku's carefully placed Bunny has connections to Omen, even though they are very much the same person, excuse is quite impressive. Not many have heard Bunny mention it, so where the man got the information, Tuya would love to find out. Tuya motions the hero around the bar and through the staff door, and he leads him to the break room. Quite a cluttered room because the staff are like family around here. So, if Eraserhead really wanted he could probably put quite a few things together. They sit at the small 2-person table in the corner. And he takes the remote from the table to turn down the TV to a low drone in the background of their conversation. Tuya places a hand over his face, drags it down and laughs through his fingers. It seems the past few hours have finally caught up to him. His smile is so sharp he feels a tinge in one of his stitches. Gods, you heroes don't know when to quit, and you sure as hell don't know sheet about sheet. He sighs when all that gets him is a deeper glare from the hero who's leaned back in his chair with a disapproving glare and arms crossed against his chest. Look, Bunny owns the place, but it doesn't mean he's here every night. God, he'd probably kill someone with those hard but hits of his if he had to deal with our clientele more than twice a week. Nobody likes him here, but his staff. So, he tends to stay out of the way. Why is he trying to explain for Izuku? Maybe because the kid won't do it for himself. Oh well, as long as Izuku is alive to punch him later he won't mind. How does he have connections to Omen? Eraserhead is grasping at straws. Is that really what you want to know? Tuya knows the man is desperate. Eraserhead, a usually calm and calculated man, is desperate, but he will try and save face if it means getting the information he means. No, the man mentions with no inflection. Yeah, I didn't think so. All you need to know is Bunny is with Omen. Izuku is going to hate him. Eraserhead blinks and his eyebrows lift minutely. They're dating? Tuya's jaw drops. What? No, he's with Omen, like by his side where he's recovering dash. Tuya cuts himself off as he sees Eraserhead drinking up the information. Eraserhead knew exactly what Tuya meant. You FINGSCK to talk to, you know that? I brought you back here to help you and you're trying to get shit out of me that is none of your dimmin' business dash. And why are you helping me? The only times I've seen you were when you were actively trying to kill me and my students. Eraserhead's brows furrow. Yet Tuya needs to watch his FING mouth. He's aware he was a criminal and could still be arrested. Hell, the commission would happily take him. They'd probably give Eraserhead a gold FING star and a pay raise. Tuya sighs. Look, yeah, I definitely did do that. He drags a hand through his hair again. He needs to stop doing that. What if he rubs out his hair dye or something? Is that even possible? I could have died. I should have died. Omen saved my life, and I'm forever in his debt. He gave me a fresh start. He believed in me, and I will keep his secrets even if it means I go to jail, or even if I'm killed. There's nothing you can say that will make me betray him. Izuku tells him that Tuya needs olive branches. When Tuya asked him what the F he was talking about, Izuku said that reaching out an olive branch to someone is the first step towards finding an understanding. So Tuya now has an olive branch. No, Tuya has now used an olive branch. That sounds more like how Izuku was using the phrase. Eraserhead scans Tuya for what Tuya assumes are lies. However, Tuya told him the entire truth. He only left out the more personal things. He trusts you? Eraserhead asks him. Why would a hero trust anything Tuya has to say? I'd like to think he does. He didn't turn me in and he set me on a path to actually living like a human being. So call it what you will. Eraserhead looks around at the break room and nods minutely. Is he alive? He's surviving. Tuya's arms are crossed against the tabletop and he's hunched forward. Izuku always berates him about his posture. Leaning like that looks like it hurts. Sit up straight. The hero's face is still pointed towards the other side of the room, but he side-eyes him with the comment. Tuya blinks and sits up straight against the chair backing. Only if you stop teaching Omen that coffee is a substitute for water. Izuku has taken to coffee like it's ambrosia from the gods. The kid hardly sleeps, and by Izuku's vague and nondescript reasoning it's because of nightmares. So coffee has become his saving grace. It seems Izuku got his coffee. Addiction and posture correction comments from Eraserhead. Tuya can't help but breathe out the air he's been holding tensely in his chest. His ribcage has an odd ache in it, and he isn't sure if it's from holding in the tension for so long. However, Eraserhead and him are finding things about the person they care about through each other. No one can truly know Izuku without knowing each of them. You must be around him enough for him to have picked up your attitude, Eraserhead sighs. Well, he gets his hardestry from you, that's for sure, Tuya grins sharply. Does he come here? Does he fight in that pit? Eraserhead seems to have been defeated by the truth. Although he doesn't look too upset about it. He kind of can't be. He's finally getting answers. This defeat probably tastes better than some of the victories the man has had. He visits. He doesn't fight, no. How does he know Bunny? This is where Tuya has to make sheet up. I don't really know. He knew him before I met him. That's why he pawned me off to Bunny and made me his a bartender. Why he made me his bartender. Eraserhead huffs, and that's the closest thing to a laugh he's ever heard from the man. Something tells Tuya the man needs a laugh right now though. Look, he'll be okay. He's stubborn dash. Tuya is cut off by the sound of his phone chiming in his pocket. He gives Eraserhead a slightly apologetic look for having to take his phone out and look. The doctor is calling him. Izuku's doctor. The one that never calls him. Tuya swears and accepts the call. Hey, what's dash? A voice deep and grating, intoned by multiple voices, almost omniscient sounding. I promised him. You weren't there, you didn't see his face. Tuya winces and pulls the phone away from his ear. It seems Eraserhead heard the screaming through the phone's speakers as well. Before Tuya can say anything or do anything, a reverberating boom erupts somewhere upstairs, flakes of the ceiling rain down on them, and Tuya is already out of his seat and running through the staff tunnels with Eraserhead on his heels. He doesn't mind the hero coming. In fact, he thinks he might need the man. If that voice was Izuku, it might take an army to keep him at bay. Sometimes people don't think about how their number one is the most powerful being in the world, and what would happen if he wasn't a hero. Tuya is about to find out. As they run out, they don't see the television reporting a new conference held by the Hero Commission. The director of the commission, a woman in a blue formal dress and slicked-back gray hair, stares into the crowd and announces their new plan. Their plan for the number one hero. "You really did it this time," a female voice and a soothing cadence to accompany the words. Izuku is in an inky black void, but there's a solid cement platform beneath his feet. The platform isn't that big, but it's big enough to hold the whole ancestral line of One for All. They each have a chair more like thrones. Black mist encircles him and grows looser and tighter with each of his shallow breaths. "Why am I here?" His words aren't spoken, they're projected throughout the void. It took a long time to be able to find means of communication while in the quirk's realm, but Izuku worked through it. He worked through it how he always does. Trial and error. And a little bit of obsession with perfection and success. "We can't talk to our favorite successor without a reason?" Banjo grunts from his more modest-looking throne. Izuku lifts a brow, and the older man coughs on a small laugh. They all seem different. Or maybe it's him that's different. There's a gap between himself and them that has never been there before. He feels like he's plunging into deep, icy cold, much like Tuya's eyes water. His heart skips beats as it adjusts to the new water. The regulation of his entire body out of sorts. His body is out of sorts. Then there's someone walking forward. The man Izuku wishes were still alive. The man that kept him alive. The man that gave Izuku his will to keep pushing. Yagi Tashinori walks from the largest, golden-encrusted throne. "My boy," Yagi smiles a tight-lipped smile. In One for All he's in his skinny form, although Izuku doesn't know why. Perhaps it's more authentic to his true self, which One for All as a power appreciates. Izuku doesn't know, but he prefers the less buff man. It doesn't feel like there's secrets in between the two. Although there kind of is on Izuku's half at least. There always is on Izuku's half. It's well known Izuku can't move all that much, so Yagi does the moving for them and his arms encircle Izuku in a crushing embrace. One for All's realm isn't a real place, but Izuku swears he can feel the man's heat. Much like the first time the man hugged him while they were trapped under the fallen bank. Crushed beneath the weight of the city is where Izuku found out about a lot of truths. He asked the man if he could be a hero, and All Might said yes. Izuku rests his head against the man's shoulder and deeply exhales, trying to savor the moment. No matter how numb he is in One for All, he still tries. Yagi puts his hands on Izuku's shoulders and backs up a step so they can both look at each other. Even though Izuku has grown, he still has to look up at the man. It's a reminder, really. "Izuku, you need to slow down." Izuku pictured many things coming out of the man's mouth, but not this. "You're stretching yourself quite thin these days, aren't you? Is that what this is, an intervention?" He can't remember the events leading up to his arrival inside the quirk's realm. He never does. Sometimes he remembers the longer he's in the quirk, and events slowly trickle into his awareness. Right now, though, he's in the dark. He's shadowed by many things. Reality is out of his grasp, hiding among the shadows. The truth which he holds just beneath his rib cage, which feels shattered right now, is seeping out of him into the inky darkness of his blood. His blood is dark and wilting. Blood that isn't quite his. That isn't quite right. "Yagi, what is wrong with me?" He doesn't mean to choke on the words, but he inevitably does. There's something so wrong with him and he can't pinpoint it. He feels so wrong and off-kilter, like the world stopped spinning. Yagi's cobalt blue eyes glint in a knowing sheen, and a pensive look creases his brow. What does Yagi know that Izuku doesn't? What isn't he telling him? Why isn't he telling him? Tell me, Izuku commands with authority he doesn't have. This is not your burden to carry, Izuku. Some things even you cannot control, and some things aren't meant for you to know. Do not treat me like a child. All might, Izuku snaps at the man. The man he holds nothing but compassion and adoration for. Why is he always snapping at those he loves the most? Young Midoriya, for once let me hold some of the weight for you. You're tired. You hold the weight of the world on your shoulders as if it is your duty. You deserve to live, my boy. Let yourself live, please. If not for yourself, then for me. And if not for me, then for Tuya and Aizawa. Aizawa? Izuku doesn't expect the name to come from Yagi. Yes, the tired man you're running haggard. For the holidays perhaps you should get him a gift card to a coffee shop to make up for the troubles. Yagi smiles. He's trying to lighten the situation. I made a promise. I was there, my boy. You seem to have taken that promise further than expected of you. You've done more with that promise and more. Young Shirakumo would want you to live for yourself as well. Yagi may have been there that day, but he didn't see the look in Shirakumo's eyes. The man was trying to keep the tears welled up behind the confines of his eyes, but the pressure was too much. When the dam broke, and small tears leaked down his face, Izuku offered to do anything. He offered to do anything for the dying man. The man's dying wish was for Izuku to watch out for Aizawa Shoyuta and Yamada Hizashi. Izuku almost winced at the first name, but kept it in. The man was a newer hero, and he was rising through the rankings quickly. He was in the top 20 by the time they ended up under the bank together. Izuku will never forget the hero. And he'll never let his dying words be forgotten. The man had saved Yagi and him with his cloud quirk. He saved them, but didn't have the bandwidth to save himself. Izuku was 11 when he began planning how to live out two men's dying wishes. Izuku snaps out of the reverie. The vestiges behind him all have certain looks, some mirror pity. Izuku hates being pitted. I am doing exactly what you and Oboro entrusted me to do, am I not? Is Izuku not doing it right? Is he not protecting people, and succeeding in living up to the mantle All Might passed on to him? Is he not watching over the dead man's family friends? You are doing all of that and more, my boy. It is not your duty as a hero that is the problem. In fact, your duty as a hero is what's constricting you the most. Let yourself be Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, you do not always need to be Omen. There is more to you than Omen. Let some people in. Oboro would want the same. Izuku realizes that there's something watery in the cobalt blues he stares into. Izuku doesn't feel the vile, defensive beast within him he usually does. Is that because he knows Yagi is right? Or is it because his body is already off kilter to begin with? If I let them in, at what point will they suffer like Shigaraki? The words tumble from his thoughts without his discretion, and Izuku's gaze is latched onto the ground beneath him. If he looks up, he might shatter into a million different pieces. A hand lifts his chin. It's Shimura Nana. She looks into each of his eyes and seems to find what she's looking for. Izuku's remorse can be found on him like a branding mark, and it isn't hard to find if you really look at him. The guilt is a part of him, about as black and jagged as Black Whip on its bad days. Izuku, you did what Tenko wanted, no, what Tenko needed you to do. He asked you to stop him. His death was not your fault, in fact it was the opposite. You set him free, Izuku dash. Then why does it feel like dash? Izuku grips his chest. He's trying to reach for his heart and show it to her. Show her the darkness surrounding it. Why does it feel like I've been, I don't know. Feels like I've been hit by a bus. Twice. And then maybe crushed by a building. It feels awful. He gripes his eyes, searching Nana for something, anything. The heart of a hero isn't as accepting as someone merely fulfilling a job requirement. You are the embodiment of heroism, Izuku. Your heart is too good to understand that this death was not only wanted by the other, but needed. He needed to be at peace, and prison with his captor forever attached to him would be an eternal damnation. You saved him. Her words make sense, but it's hard to accept. It'll be hard to accept. We've seen you struggling. You need to take the time to accept that you saved Tenko. You saved him, and you saved the trapped little boy in him that you once saw while fighting All for One. You saved them both. He feels a calmness bleeding into him that he's never felt. A deep, soothing, comfortable weight like a weighted blanket drapes itself across Izuku. It covers every inch of him and creeps into the area of his heart. He's overcome with a need to sleep, which is quite foreign. Sleep is as foreign as the truth at this point. 9. Promise us you will live. Yoichi, the first user of One for All, tells Izuku. Caught off guard by the words, Izuku looks past Nana and at the first user, blinking owlishly. Has Izuku not been living? His heart still beats, although sleep is few and far between. He still gets a wink every now and then. This is similar to what Tuya was saying though. Living and surviving are two different things. 9. I would know. Izuku knows Yoichi to be a man of reason and an overall sense of good. A sense of good that escapes the regular bounds and leaks into everything and everyone around him. A truly inspiring man. The man is asking Izuku to live. No, he's telling Izuku to live. Izuku wants to. He wants to live. So why now when he is this close to death does he want to live? For the first time in his life all he wants is to live. He wants to experience what it is to live. This close to death. It clicks into place. The events leading up to his arrival in One for All. Izuku is dying. The realization must dawn on his face, because Yagi's hands are back on his shoulders and they squeeze him in a comforting gesture. An anomaly. Izuku has always been such. Moving in One for All is practically impossible. Izuku grabs one of the arms and squeezes back. Death feels similar to how Izuku expected, but it also doesn't. Izuku doesn't feel like himself. He feels so much lighter. Perhaps the weight of the secrets that have weighed him down for 6 years have finally lost their effect? That can't be it though. It's as if all his bitter and vitriolic feelings have completely left his body. No, Izuku has left his body, and the vile feelings have all stayed. All that's left with Izuku's body right now is heightened anger, ruthless defensiveness, and a strong sense of hollowness rotting him from the inside out. Those vile feelings that weigh him down as if being pushed under an ocean's worth of water. The waves cresting over him as he tries to grasp at air. Am I dash? You have stretched yourself too thin, Izuku, Nana sighs. The sigh is more out of concern for Izuku than it is of disappointment. What is happening now is something you cannot change, my boy. What you need to do from here is learn from it and move on. Everyone has a breaking point, and you seem to have reached yours. Breaking point? What is he talking about? Izuku hasn't. What is happening right now? What is happening to my body? Izuku longs for his visor. His eyes, the windows to his soul, feel too exposed. Although, technically this is his soul. Kudo, who Izuku has always known to be sensical, mentions, an unknown substance has entered your bloodstream. Through the bite, no doubt. We believe that it's an attempt to make you docile and more compliant. However, One for All is fighting back. Also, your doctor seems to have given you some medical assistance you warned her against resorting to. All in all dash. It's going to sheet, Banjo finishes for him with a grunt. Kudo closes his eyes and remains as calm as always. Precisely. It is going to sheet. The man lifts his fingers up in a quotation movement around the words. If the situation weren't so dire, Izuku would probably laugh. So my body is dying? Izuku's projecting voice is small around the words. Izuku's pretty sure he never would have spoken the words aloud, but his voice in this void takes his thoughts and addresses them into words if he thinks them. Hard enough. That's a nice way of putting it dash, Kudo begins, but gets a smack across the arm from Nana, who's back at her chair, along with an exasperated expression. One of the "are you serious right now" expressions. Yagi's arms are still on Izuku's shoulders. They're as grounding can be while you're not actually on the ground, or even in the correct realm. It will be okay. Yagi slightly nods and looks into Izuku's eyes. Something passes between them that Izuku could never put words to. He understands exactly what Yagi is saying without the man actually saying it. I'll try my best, Izuku says to him. He says it specifically to Yagi, the first man to believe in him. I know you will. You always do, Yagi smiles. Izuku always makes good on his promises. A promise passed between Yagi and him. A promise for change. It won't be easy, and Izuku has a lot of explaining to do. All in due time. Right now. Right now he has to fight. He has to fight for his life. For 39M, hubby, found a lead, will check in soon with more information. Hisashi sets down his phone. That's the last text he got from Shoyuta, and it was at least an hour ago. Hisashi is sitting on their couch, their eldest orange tabby curling against his chest. The stray they took in after Oboro found it on a patrol. One of the few memories of Oboro that is left. The TV is flashing in front of him, and Hisashi adjusts his glasses as he zones back in and turns his hearing aids up. Madam President, the head of the commission, stands at a podium above a room of reporters. The clock on his phone reads 6 in the morning, and Hisashi blinks back at the TV. Hisashi has been waiting up for Shoyuta all night. He saw the news coverage of the fight, and saw Omen struggling before he jetted off to Kami knows where. Shoyuta called Hisashi not long after to tell him he wouldn't be home till later. Hisashi didn't expect him to take this long, but that could either be a good or bad sign. Hisashi pets behind Kumo's ears, and the cat begins to purr into his chest. The conference begins, and Hisashi clicks the sound higher on the remote. Last night and early this morning there was a raid on a major case we've been handling for months. However, it was Omen who oversaw the raid and went in alone. That's not true. Shoyuta was there. They know Shoyuta was there. We at the commission would like to extend an official offer towards Omen. He is a capable man, but can you imagine the impact he could make with a support system behind him? It's unfair to make him go this path alone. It's inhumane even. No person, someone as good and kind as Omen, should have to experience the life of a hero alone and with no team to back him. He deserves better. We ask that the vigilante gets into contact with the commission by the end of the month. As of a couple of hours ago, the month just started. It's officially July 1st. She mentions she'll be taking questions, and the crowd of reporters all politely raise their hands. None of the usual chaos of how a real press conference usually goes. She nods to a reporter in the front row. Is there any news on the child that escaped after injuring Omen? The woman nods. Yes. The child was just frightened and lashed out. The child is okay and back with his family. There's speculation that the child is actually a villain in disguise. What does the commission have to say about this? The commission head nods at the words, taking them in stride. Well, a frightened child will act any way it knows. This child happens to have a quirk that affects their brain into a more malicious flight or fight mode. Nobody was at fault here. Another reporter pipes up, out of turn, is Omen okay? To our knowledge, yes, he is okay. Her smile is strained. There's no way she can know that. Shoyuta, who's arguably the closest hero to Omen, doesn't even know that. He would have texted Hisashi with an update by now if so. Does she have an in with someone that is close to Omen, or is she telling the world what it wants to hear? More questions filter in and out, but Hisashi is too busy thinking about everything going wrong. Omen will never take this deal, and if he did, how much would change? However, the even worse part is that no one knows where Omen is right now. He's hurt, bleeding, possibly even dying, and he's alone. Hisashi sighs and drags a hand through his blonde hair splayed across his shoulders. It makes him think of a man he hasn't seen in a while. The man goes by Mito. Mito often comes to volunteer at Hisashi's food center he runs for homeless children in the red light district. No questions asked, and children get a safe place and a safe meal. Mito helps around and is quite reserved. He reminds Hisashi a little bit like Shoyuta in high school during their first year. Introverted. Tentative. The guy can't be more than 22, and he's the youngest volunteer at the center. He's also always wearing a hat, which isn't a problem, it's just a little odd. However, there's 2 kids that always seem to seek him out, even when Mito doesn't seem to be in the mood. A girl with pale blue hair and fair skin and a boy with spiky raven hair and onyx eyes. Mito is great with the 2 kids, talking to them and playing with them. They're comfortable around him. It's quite rare for street kids to connect to an adult, especially in a food center. Food is almost fought over, but these kids have taken to the mysterious man like a big brother almost. Lately though, he hasn't been by. The kids are starting to get worried, and Hisashi doesn't want the kids to think it's their fault. Mito has always been mysterious, coming and going whenever he pleases, silent unless addressed directly. He doesn't know much about him, but he has his phone number. For whatever reason, the guy was quite forward one time, and it was to make sure Hisashi had his phone number. Hisashi will always remember the seriousness and the drawn scrunch of his narrowed brows. You ever need me or help in general, call this number. I'll help in whatever way I can. Then he walked away, and the small pale-haired girl started crawling up Mito like a jungle gym. He then placed her on his hip and smiled. A smile so soft and sincere that it lit up the entire room, warmth emanating from the small gesture. Something about the smile says he doesn't smile often, and if he does, it's not as genuine. Hisashi weighs the pros and cons, and finds that there's less harm in asking, so he reaches out. For :39M, unknown number. Hey, it's Hisashi, from the center. You gave me this number a while back and I wanted to check in. You haven't been by the center in a while. 2 kids have been asking about you. I hope all is well. If you need anything, let me know. I'll do my best to help as best as I can. Shoyuta follows after the scarred villain in front of him, and his pursuit is surprisingly not to capture the fire user. It's instead to follow him to Kami knows what. Earlier that night, early morning really, after Omen shot off into the night, Shoyuta tracked around the city until he found an alley with a line of blood slashing across the wall. As if someone was dragging themselves along the wall with a bloodied hand or glove. What Shoyuta also found was another villain, taking him back to nostalgic times when he and his homeroom class couldn't catch a break to save their lives. Himiko Toga was washing away the line of blood with water and a scrubber as if she were tasked to do so. Shoyuta bundled her up in his capture weapon, and she was way less manic than he remembers her. She too seems to have an odd connection to Omen, because she was unwilling to tell him anything about him. That was until Shoyuta brought up his connection to Omen and fabricated it to seem as plausible as possible. He may or may not have said he's Omen's father, and for whatever reason she believed him. She most definitely did not believe the lie, but she was one of the people who strongly believed in Eraserhead's ability to help Omen. She had a running bet with Dabi seeing who would call who, father or son first. Toga won, and Eraserhead was none the wiser. Something about similarities in their chronic exhaustion and coffee addiction, although one most definitely fuels the other, but he won't mention that to her. For some reason her main reason for resemblance was their feral grins? Feral grin? The F is she talking about? He has a perfectly normal grin. Well, maybe that explains why smiling always feels so uncomfortable. Apparently he's doing it wrong. Toga gave him half of a lead. At best. All she said was, Australia, and then she ripped the capture weapon from her body and slipped away. To be honest, Shoyuta only half let her go. Shoyuta was too distracted focusing on Omen to focus enough on Toga. Which is dangerous. All he knows so far is that she has a connection to Omen, and if she's cleaning up blood from a victim, Omen would be none too pleased, and if he threatens every ex-villain like he threatened Lady Nagant a couple weeks back, then Shoyuta will let Omen handle it. Although, that might have been an oversight with Omen out of commission. All in all, Shoyuta is panicking lost. He called Tsukachi and said he got a lead. He left out the lead's name, and the only word he got was Australia. Tsukachi was about as lost as he is, but Shoyuta could practically hear his paperwork building up by the minute. And that line of thought brought him to a file Tsukachi recently filed for Shoyuta, about a man with a bunny-eared beanie. Bunny, who happens to own a club. A club called Down Under. Down Under, like Australia. So here Shoyuta, after threatening another villain from his past, is running through underground tunnels, following an ex-con looking for Omen, a kid who simultaneously makes Shoyuta want to punch and hug him at the same time. The beauties of parenthood, Shuta's mind sarcastically supplies. Shoyuta blinks back to himself with the thought, and considers smashing his head on a corner as they round it. He'd rather not concentrate on the sarcastic comments his mind unhelpfully supplies in the worst of times. Dabi throws himself at the door closest to them, but it doesn't budge. It's blocked. Shoyuta isn't far behind him, and looks through the small window in the door, but all he sees is purple smoke. Is that normal? Do you usually have purple smoke in odd rooms around here? Dabi has a hand clenched in his hair, and he looks up with wild, icy eyes. Did you say purple smoke? Shuda's heart drops with the words. I'm going to guess that's not a regular occurrence then. Although his words are somewhat indifferent sounding, there's an edge of discomfort. A discomfort only attributed to the unknown. When Hitoshi was a child, he was profusely bullied. I'm fine, was his usual response when someone would ask, usually his mother, but of course he wasn't. Who would be? But he let the bullying continue because he had hope. He had hoped that one day he would prove them wrong. If not for their sake, then for his own. He needed to know he was more than all of their words. What he didn't take into account was how far some would go. It wasn't until a day after school where the red lilies, and the scratched words of villain, and freak, and more were etched into his desk built up past the point of no return. Hitoshi didn't know that at the time, of course. How was he supposed to know? He doesn't even know if the kids really planned it. Regardless, he died. He died for 34 seconds. He doesn't remember what happened, to be honest. He just remembers the relinquishing of pain. There was so much pain, and then it was all gone. It was utter bliss. His constant exhaustion and overflowing thoughts ebbed until they faded into the inky darkness. A darkness he wasn't acquainted with before, but now knows like an old friend. Then he was back. He remembers through barely open eyes the inky black and green tendrils wrapping around. He remembers a weightlessness not attributed to the void of nothingness, but to the defiance of gravity. He remembers hushed assurances and pressure on his chest before he was secreting so much water from his mouth it felt like he was drowning all over again. Hitoshi has not gone back to Dagoba Beach since the day he almost drowned. That makes it sound like an accident, but it was not. Since the day he was beaten to an inch of his life and thrown into the ocean like fish food. The day he was saved by a rogue entity. A modern-day ghost story. Someone elusive to the public, but well known by the criminals. Hitoshi knew who he was before Omen became number one. Hitoshi loved to study underground heroes and vigilantes. Hitoshi remembers sitting in the hospital bed and trying to recall Omen's words to him. It only occurred to Hitoshi after a couple of days in the hospital that Omen was the one that brought him back to life. He spent weeks in the hospital with ailments attributed to the damage to his lungs. He'd never have normal lungs again, but that wouldn't stop him. After he got out of the hospital about a month or so later, his mom switched him to online school, and that was that. Who was Hitoshi to disagree? It's not like he particularly liked anyone at his previous school. Online school gave Hitoshi lots of time to try and find the vigilante. So he went out a couple nights a week for a couple months after his brush with death to find the entity who saved his life. Hitoshi dips into an alley and prepares to retire back home for the night. Sure, it's technically early in the morning, but the nature of time doesn't apply to Hitoshi. Well, that's what he likes to say. Sleep is an elusive thing. The darkness of sleep versus the darkness of death is a fine line. As someone who's done both, the line is since skewed. Sleep has never been quite the same since he died. He tried not to dwell on his death all that much, but, well, he died. Simply put, he ceased to exist for 34 seconds. His lungs stopped. His heart sputtered out and froze before it could utter any more beats of life. Hitoshi sighs as he tucks his hands into the pockets of his large hoodie. His quest to find the vigilante that saved his life was again thwarted by reality. Omen would not be found if he didn't want to be. A meow snaps Hitoshi out of his cascading thoughts, and lavender meets green as he locks eyes with the tabby cat. Hitoshi sits on the ground and tries not to focus on what could possibly be marred onto the pavement. Hitoshi rubs his fingers together and makes small reassurances, but the cat didn't seem to need any of that as it brazenly trots up to Hitoshi and rubs itself against his crisscrossed pant legs. The darkness of the alley inhibits any possible features besides coat color and eye color. "Aren't you sweet?" Hitoshi murmurs. The cat leans against Hitoshi's leg and then plops down onto its back, awaiting his hand as if it were expected. Hitoshi complies. Of course, he can't deny the cat, that'd be rude. As he scratches a certain spot, the cat's leg begins to bounce, and Hitoshi smirks. Her mannerisms oddly remind him of a bunny. Her ears twitch more often than most cats, her nose scrunches every now and then as Hitoshi lets up on the petting, and of course her bouncing leg. Hitoshi found some pre-quirk era hero comics in a library once and read about a hero with a weakness to a strange green rock. Hitoshi thinks cats are his strange green rock. In hindsight, Hitoshi really should have sat in a less exposed place, because a clatter behind him reveals 3 men with less than decent intentions. A haggard-looking man with white scruff liking at his chin and a hooked nose, a hunchbacked man with dark blue hair and a strange toothy smile, and a younger-looking man with a creased brow, well, more of a unibrow. Spectacular. Exactly what Hitoshi needed right now. Hitoshi is keen on emailing the cat distribution system later about his interrupted cat therapy session, because this is absurd. He holds his hands out placatingly. "Look, I'm not looking for any trouble dash." He steps backward slightly. The younger man scoffs. "That's rather unfortunate, don't you think? Because, well, my friend here dash," he jabs a finger at the white-haired man, "just got a promotion. Don't you think he deserves a little something for that?" Hitoshi does not like where this is going. He knows a set of freaks when he sees them, and these men are screaming child predators in bold letters. The tabby gets back to her feet and hisses at the men as she curls her tail around Hitoshi's ankle. Hitoshi would be honored if he wasn't in fear for his life. Seems to be a common theme nowadays. He really needs to stop getting into situations like this. Maybe there is a god and it just hates Hitoshi. The life insurance must be at a high, and he needs to remind himself to hug his mom for that. Probably after he escapes, then showers and puts on different clothes because she is allergic to cats. As the men step forward, Hitoshi realizes his back is to the wall, and his shoulders are practically hiked up to his ears with the realization. His nerve catches up with him. "You guys have nothing better to do?" The younger one starts to answer, but Hitoshi locks the connection between them and causes his predatory steps forward to come to a halt. However, he can only brainwash one person at a time. Surely he can take on 2 old men with 2 unidentified quirks, right? Again, maybe there is a god because a dark figure drops down in front of Hitoshi with a widened stance and braced knees before they're leaping forward with the force of an avenging angel and taking out the 3 men in less than 2 minutes. Hitoshi is infamous for his indifferent stare, but he's impressed. It's different to hear about a vigilante and then see them in action. Right then and there Hitoshi realizes he wants an autograph. He also realizes that it's weird to ask that. And another thing he realizes is he doesn't have anything for him to write with or write on. Hitoshi holds back a face palm. The vigilante ties up the 3 men and leaves them in a heap of unconsciousness against one of the walls. He turns back to Hitoshi, and Hitoshi realizes the vigilante is shorter than him. "Are you hurt?" the vigilante asks, in a medium-toned voice, as if the voice is in a cycle of change. Much like Hitoshi's. Although Hitoshi can't see his eyes or eyebrows, he can tell there's concern written across his skewed features. Hitoshi wishes he could see more of the boy's costume too. From what he can make out, it's an all-black jumpsuit sort of thing, and then a yellow scarf around his neck. The scarf seems rather new as well. He kind of looks like a miniature eraser head, just instead of a capture scarf it's a regular yellow scarf, and a green visor instead of yellow goggles. Perhaps he was just inspired by the erasure hero? Hitoshi fights the urge to ask. "I'm going to get closer to you, okay?" The vigilante projects his movements and gives Hitoshi the time to refuse him. "I'm fine," Hitoshi deadpants. The vigilante stops in his tracks, and PPS his head with a small smile. "Well, that's good. Can you tell me your name?" Why is he treating Hitoshi like a kid? Surely the boy isn't much older than Hitoshi. "Can you tell me yours?" The vigilante's smile grows bigger. "Yeah, it's Omen. Thought you knew that though." The boy itches his forehead with a finger as if he were mocking Hitoshi's intelligence. "Why would I know your name?" Hitoshi sounds like a petulant child, and he doesn't quite know why. Perhaps it's because he got caught in the act of skulking around. "Well, you have been going around each night to where there's been reported sightings of the mysterious Mutsutafu vigilante." He shrugs with the words, and Hitoshi's stare takes on a hint of annoyance. Hitoshi crosses his arms over his chest. Ever heard of such a thing as a coincidence? 2 months and 17 days is how long it took for you to find, he puts air quotes around, fine. Also, you made profiles on one of those vigilante and underground hero sites trying to fish for information. I think the user was Katsuri my kryptonite, if I'm not mistaken. He taps his chin and looks at the wall as if Hitoshi isn't there. Hitoshi's ears are red with embarrassment and his shoulders are almost hiked up to his ears. Alright, maybe I was looking for you, but it still could have been a coincidence. The vigilante smiles, and the smile is brighter than everything in the alley. It could have been, you're right. Hitoshi's anger isn't quite ebbed, and it might be because the cat is no longer purring against his leg like Hitoshi is a god giving it means of life. Speaking of the cat, she betrays him and toddles up to the vigilante with zero self-preservation and begins pawing at his pant leg. The vigilante looks down at her and seems to scrunch his nose with a slight downturn of his. Oops. Hitoshi would smack the look of his face if he could. Cats should never be frowned at. Is this your cat? Omen finally asks. Wishing he could say yes, Hitoshi answers truthfully. No, she's a stray. I'm glad, because if she was I would have had you eating pavement before you could blink. The air in the alleyway thickens with the cold words. Hitoshi's eyes widen as he can only muster a slow blink at the vigilante. Omen bends down on the ball of his feet and lets the feline sniff his hand before he smooths a hand against her back. She purrs and rubs her face into his knee before lying on her back once more, and it's then that Omen hovers a finger and points at the cat. There's 2 cuts around her arms and scarring around her face. She's also got a few teeth missing. Any other day I might consider it just the ways of life on the streets, but all these markings are consistent with reports of a fighting ring in the area. Hitoshi's blood ran cold, and a cold fire ignited within his heart. A fire that had been extinguished with sea water many months ago. My mom is allergic to cats. Hitoshi locks eyes with a visor and steps closer. Seconds pass without either boy speaking. I can't house a cat, is what I'm saying. Bunny is a sweet cat, she won't cause you much trouble dash. Bunny. Hitoshi leans down, and he notices the vigilante tense minutely, but he doesn't outwardly flinch. Hitoshi reaches for the cat, and rubs a certain spot on her belly where she begins bouncing her leg once more. Bunny. Hitoshi finalizes the statement with his proof now given to the other boy. Makes sense, I guess. Omen puts a hand on his chin as if examining for any evidence that doesn't support the decision. I suppose T will just have to deal with it, the vigilante mumbles, but Hitoshi hears it because of how close he is. A boy savior. What people forget is that omens can be good and bad. This omen, this one is good. He's proved himself time and time again, and Hitoshi wonders why. Why would a boy around his age with a powerful quirk, from what Hitoshi has seen, turn to vigilantism instead of a heroics course? God knows heroic courses favor quirks like his. So why? Hitoshi finds himself admiring that part the most. The path less traveled is a seedy one with bumps and bruises along the way. It's not a path easy for the traveler, but the travelers usually are those with the most conviction. Most of them have something to prove, or so the traveler thinks. Omen has proved himself time and time again. Hopefully the path ahead of him will be less treacherous than how Hitoshi imagines it will be. The reverie ends as dust rains down from the tunnel he's been perusing. Hitoshi became particularly entranced when he learned of the tunnel networks under the city. He distantly realizes as he sprints down one of the bland, cement hallways, that he's near Down Under. The club he originally discovered the tunnels because of, actually. Hitoshi became rather invested in the club and all of its workings after he fought the rogue bunny. The fighter's name made Hitoshi think of the cat he once gave to a certain vigilante. He wonders how she's doing. Oddly, Hitoshi hasn't been able to stop thinking about it. Bunny hasn't been back into the pit since then, but Hitoshi has come liberally each fight night trying to get a peek. No dice. Hitoshi found that Down Under utilizes the tunnels, so he hops into the nearest vent he can find. That vent, which is big enough to house a rather lanky teen, happens to be on the top floor of Down Under. Thank God no one was on duty, and that it was a fight night. He crawls, following his gut and dirtying his black sweatpants and shirt with dust. Although, he doesn't need to follow his gut for long as a guttural scream rips through the otherwise mellowly silent facility. Fight nights means the noise is downstairs. It is not a good sign in any circumstance to hear such a scream. Hitoshi scrambles to follow the voice to the best of his ability, and his eyes widen when he's met with the sight of Omen going berserk through plated grates. Although Hitoshi was investigating the tunnels all night, he knows what transpired earlier. Omen took on a raid, and the vigilante looked worse for wear as time ticked by. The green tendrils that once saved Hitoshi's life erupt from his skin like a raging storm, and green lightning ignites around the tendrils and Omen himself. Apparently the public was right to worry because Omen is injured with gauze wrapped around him, and patches with spottings of blood seeping into the bandages. Hitoshi can't help but compare the calm, confident Omen he met years ago to the flaring, avenging angel in front of him. A perfect opposite to what he once watched save him. Hitoshi knows he needs to act. Omen is always doing the saving, but who's there to save him? He pushes the vent off its hinges, but Omen doesn't seem to notice as he's backed into a corner with his hands grasping at his green hair. He doesn't have his visor, but his eyes are braced shut in an almost uncomfortable gesture and a distressed muttering tumbling from his lips. When Hitoshi is on ground level, he notices the upturned medical table and supplies sprawled across the room. The room is about the size of a hotel room. A heart rate machine screams off to the side, most likely hooked up to Omen before his descent into whatever storm is brewing around the vigilante. Hitoshi puts his hands out in a non-threatening gesture. Omen, it's me. Shinso Hitoshi. The vigilante doesn't look up, and the wisps of dark green begin to expand out further. Hitoshi reaches to grab one, but it dodges his arm. This is a defense tactic. He thinks he's in trouble, and in all likelihood he doesn't realize where he is or what he's doing. He very well could be stuck in the past in his mind, while his body reacts in the present time. Hitoshi steps forward, and when he looks around his surroundings again from the ground level, he particularly notices the medical table held against the door in a barricade-like fashion. Also, there's a woman on the floor, and civilians take priority. Rushing over, ignoring Omen's fast-brewing storm of power, he checks her pulse. She's alive, just unconscious. Her phone is next to her, shattered in the top corner, but usable. Luckily it's still on. She was most likely trying to get to her phone before she was knocked unconscious. Hitoshi hunches beside her, out of view of Omen due to a rolling cart most likely housing a slew of medical supplies Hitoshi couldn't dream of naming. An intoned voice begins small and even, and steadily rises from a mumbles to murmurs. A voice as if it were ricocheting off multiple walls, and looped together at a decimal point of a difference on an editing timeline. I promised, depromised. The words blend together as an urgency picks up. I told him, it told him. Omen repeats as if the mantra is all he can stick to. Hitoshi swears as he looks through a bunch of unknown contacts. He checks the text messages of the last number and sees the conversation of why the doctor is here taking care of Omen. Someone helped Omen. Best to give them a call. The words are hurried and breathy. It's all my fault I killed him. He's dead. They're both dead. Why wasn't I better? Promise. No, dash. Hitoshi hits call, and the number answers quickly. Before Hitoshi can speak, Omen's rambling picks up into a piercing and bitter yelling. I promised him. You weren't there, you didn't see his face. Purple smoke envelopes the room, and Hitoshi doesn't know where it's coming from. He peeks over the overturned table between him and Omen, and watches as the smoke molds and entwines with the green lightning. A silhouette of lightning outlines Omen. That's where Hitoshi sees one of the scariest things he's ever witnessed in his life. Hitoshi has died, but this is who he imagines death to look like. The phone falls from his hand, and the call is lost in the electrical surge around them. Darkness wraps around Omen like it was always meant to be there. The dark tendrils Omen always used to help others are scouring around him like they have minds of their own, searching for something. The lightning that has always resembled a beak of light leaks from him like lightning waiting to scorn those who get too close. Lightning envelopes his eyes and acts as flames reaching up towards the ceiling and lapping and cresting. His pupils have a small outline in the flames of his eyes, but only enough to make out where he's looking. Well, shit. You are nothing to this world but a disgrace. You think you could stop me, really? I have all the users on my side, and what do you have? Hitoshi's eyes widen, and his jaw almost drops. All for one. He almost sighs with relief, but the circumstances are still shit. Who do you think you are, huh? A perfect quirk, and you think you're better than everyone else. Hitoshi tries. All Omen does is growl. Hitoshi needs a plan, and fast. A sound reverberates around the room from a bash against the door. Open up is Omen. That's a good sign, but Hitoshi gets into a ready stance regardless as he skulks further towards the side of Omen around the table. Hitoshi reaches for his mask that isn't there and swallows a swear so he doesn't draw the gaze of the spawn of Satan in front of him. Yelling ensues outside, but it's nonsensical. Hitoshi never really thought about what would happen if Omen wasn't on their side. It never occurred to him, because why would the person who's given up everything for Japan turn to the other side? It's irrational at worst, and downright stupid at best. Now, though, Hitoshi is faced with an enraged deity, and nothing to stop him. Omen slowly turns towards Hitoshi, and Hitoshi's mouth dries. You were always shit at hide and seek. Quick as lightning, Omen is grabbing him by the throat, and lifting him off the ground. Is this what it was like when you were killing her? See how it feels. Omen's dilated pupils are primed for the kill, and Hitoshi gurgles trying to placate and snap him out of it. Bunorg, why? What? Hitoshi's vision is swimming and he thinks he might revisit death once more. It seems only right with being personally collected by death itself. Honestly, he's honored. The last thing he sees is a cloud of purple with a silhouette of green and black versus blue flames with icy eyes and white tendrils with flaming red eyes. Tuya breaks through the door, and his eyes round out at the sight. Stop! He reaches out a hand, and reflexively blue flames shoot towards the silhouette of Izuku wrapped with his inky tendrils and accompanying lightning. His eyes, though, are highlighted with lightning and hold nothing but fury. What he didn't notice was a kid held into the air by Izuku. By the throat. Oh shit! Izuku flies at him, dropping the kid, and sends Tuya into the wall next to the door, effectively leaving a Tuya-sized dent. His head cracks against the wall on impact, and he knows blood will be seeping through his roots soon. Diamond Kid is going to have to pay for his hair dye next. Izuku's arms pins his throat, but he's allowing Tuya to breathe. Is Omen? Omen, it's me, Tuya. You're in you're in down under. Tuya really FNG hopes Eraserhead is helping whoever the kid was, but Tuya can't say jack shit without giving away one of Izuku's plethora of secrets. FING hell. You're safe. The arm braces his throat hard, constricting him. Fuck, it's me. Yo, you saved me, remember? The Viridian irises hold no recognition, only malice. Who is Izuku seeing? A red flare through the purple smoke catches Tuya's eye and he watches as the green lightning flickers and wanes, then completely sputters out. The quirk is erased, but Izuku is still looking at Tuya like he's going to kill him, and his arms slowly adding. More pressure against Tuya's throat. He feels a stitch pop on his collarbone, and the twinge makes Tuya's nostrils flare. Apparently, that was not what Izuku needed to see as he rears back an arm. The arm is thwarted by Eraserhead, who grabs it and grabs Izuku with an arm around his neck and the other braced on his head. A chokehold. He is about to watch Eraserhead choke out his little brother. Tuya will never forget the sight of Izuku's glare on Tuya while his breath leaves his system. His glare only ceases as his eyes roll back into his head, and Eraserhead catches him easily. They make eye contact, and Tuya nods a thanks as he rubs his throat. That kid okay? That kid is my intern, Eraserhead sighs. He'll be fine. Especially because he'll be off patrol for a week because of his snooping. Tuya quirks a brow, and touches his hand to the back of his head, and the hand reports back blood. What about the doc? Unconscious, but fine. Seems like she was pushed and took the fall head first, but she's okay. Tuya nods. Alright, time to serve Eraserhead a small amount of truth on a grand scheme of multiple world-changing secrets. 1 foot forward, 10 steps back. Follow me, I'll show you where to bring him. The silence after his words is appreciated. Shoyuta carefully sets Omen down on a couch in an office-like room above the first floor of Down Under. As Shoyuta was carrying him, he noticed something. Omen has freckles. He also has a cut across his eye that will most definitely scar. His pale skin is marred by the secrets he carries. Shoyuta has had enough of humoring the secrets. You know him better than you were letting on. It's not phrased like a question, because it isn't. It's a hardened fact, because Dabi almost said Omen's name at least twice while trying to bring him back from the brink of destruction. Dabi pulls a drawer open from a desk with a high-powered computer on top. Is that Omen's too? He pulls out a stapler. Shoyuta blinks at the stapler, and his eyes slowly crawl from the stapler to Dabi's turquoise eyes. He puts as much, "don't you dare even try it," into his indifferent stare as he can. Dabi grabs the scarred skin around his collarbone, pinches it together, and a staple erupts while he looks Shoyuta square in the eyes. Yes, I do. Through Bunny? Shoyuta questions, not really looking for an answer. No. The answer is from Shinso, who's in the doorway to the room back from making sure the doctor was okay and helping her in whichever way she needs behind Shoyuta. It's taking all of Shoyuta not to wrap Shinso in his capture weapon and lecture him until the sun comes up. Elaborate. Shinso pushes off the doorway and uncrosses his arms. When I was 14 I almost died. How does this? Shoyuta starts, but Shinso boldly holds up a hand to silence him. He stops mid-sentence and begrudgingly lets Shinso tell a known murderer about one of his most traumatic, if not the most traumatic, experience he's ever had. Shoyuta can feel the gray hairs starting to protrude from his scalp. Omen saved my life. I don't remember much, courtesy of almost drowning and being resuscitated and all that. He waves a hand flippantly like it's no big deal. Shoyuta internally cringes at the indifference the teen has towards death. After I came to the hospital and I was released some time later, I looked for him for a couple months. I wanted to meet the person who saved me. Shinso rubs the back of his neck, tussling his lilac hair. He looks somewhat younger as he says, "Of course he had to save me again in order for me to find him. Now that I think about it, I think he was probably watching over me each night as I went out, but he didn't want to make his presence known. Almost like a guardian angel, I guess. Anyways, some freaks were out looking for trouble and I happened to have my back turned. After he saved me again, I gave him a cat." A cat? Dabi almost chokes in surprise as he rifles through a drawer and pulls out a long-sleeve shirt. He moves over to Omen, back across the room, and puts it on him. Omen's eyes flutter minutely before he rests once more. "An alley cat," Shinso amends. "A cat that I had named Bunny." Dabi turns back to look at them and stares blankly at Shinso, and then face palms. That's where he got the FING cat. Shinso blinks a couple times, and looks at the sleeping form of Omen on the couch. "Where is the cat?" Shinso questions as he glances around the desk space. Dabi throws his hands up and looks at him incredulously. "How the hell would I know? Omen doesn't come here, and Bunny doesn't allow pets. Are you telling me he..." Shinso looks at Omen and then back at Dabi. "Isn't Bunny?" Dabi crosses his arms. "That's exactly what I'm telling you. What about the small bed in the corner that's cat-shaped?" Shinso's monotonous tone signals the amount of bullshit he's calling Dabi out on. "Bunny owns a small dog." Dabi grits out through clenched teeth and a small amount of steam coming out of his ears. "He brings his dog to work sometimes. Thought he didn't allow pets. He's the owner, he can do whatever the hell he pleases whenever the hell he pleases." "The name Bunny." Dabi laughs and it's raspy and sounds like it hurts. "You think he could be Bunny? That always happy never shuts the fup a-hole." He jabs a thumb over his shoulder at Omen. "Could never be as much of a douchebag as Bunny is." Dabi scrunches his face, and Shoyuta can't quite decipher it. Shoyuta mulls it over. He once wondered how many hats Omen has because of the wild green hair he sports as a part of his persona. Who's to say one of them can't have bunny ears? Listen, kid. Bunny got his name from his intensity and maneuverability on fight nights. Also, he bounces his leg whenever he sits at the bar. The patrons decided to call him Bunny as not only a symbol of his strength, but also a diss at his height because he was small compared to all of them. Small how? Shinso fought Bunny, they were about the same height. Bunny may have even been taller. Hitoshi is 6 foot. Shoyuta pps a brow. What kind of patrons are here that are taller than 6'1"? Dabi's face drops into an expressionless heap of scars and piercing eyes. The tall kind. Shoyuta revisits his plan on hearing Omen out on not arresting Dabi for the past however long they've apparently been around each other. He wants to wrap the fire user up extra tight in his capture scarf and throw him into Tartarus right about now. Even most villains hold Shoyuta, a hero, in some sort of respect, but Dabi has no such regard. Shoyuta shifts his head minutely to the side and crosses his arms. So, you really expect me to believe what you say when you told me not even an hour ago that you'd do anything to preserve Omen's secrets? That's pretty stupid even for you, Dabi. The temperature in the room fluctuates rapidly, and Dabi looks unusually calm despite the heaviness. Shoyuta tries to prove and disprove the possibility that Omen is Bunny, but he realizes there's about as much information about Bunny as there is about Omen. The connections may be a jump, however Shoyuta needs leaps and bounds to figure out the teen hell-bent on holding everyone at arm's length. The teen, who is currently dead to the world on the couch behind Dabi, who looks ready to take on anyone that tries to get near him. Let's say I'll humor you. If Omen isn't Bunny, then where is Bunny? Shoyuta pps a brow. Now that he's really thought about it, it's somewhat obvious. Hindsight being 20/20 and all that, he supposes. Omen has years of fighting experience, and for at least a year, many believed Omen fought quirkless. That was until they started reporting green lightning flickering off the green-haired brat. Shoyuta met him sometime in between that, and he knows for sure when he first began chasing the vigilante that there was only hearsay and speculation about the possibilities of his quirk. It wasn't until a documented fight between Stain and Omen took place that Shoyuta learned the kid had a quirk. Shoyuta has been miffed back then after having taught the kid some basic combat skills to ensure he didn't die due to lack of preparation. He never showed any signs of a quirk when they trained on the odd day of the week. Perhaps he didn't trust Shoyuta enough to show him. He doesn't know the reason why, and he shouldn't assume, but his mind still fills in the blank where he doesn't wish it to. Dabi turns his head to Omen and seems to find something he doesn't like before turning back. Bunny is a busy man, and he doesn't have time to be taking care of the resident dumbass. Happy? I'm not under interrogation right now, by the way, so you guys can see yourself out of my establishment. Shoyuta opens his mouth to object, but the light from the hallway reflects onto Omen and he notices the uncomfortable wince scrawled across his face, the curled-up position of his legs to his chest, and his hands tucked into his chest with slight tremors shaking the apparently scarred hands. Shoyuta starts, "What? Get out." Dabi practically growls as he turns his back to them, not a sign of trust but the end of the conversation. Blue light streams upwards and pastes the ceiling in a grayish blue. Shuta's eyes catch on the light, and he sees a phone face up on the counter of the wooden desk. With Dabi's back turned, Shoyuta steps closer and surprise overshadows every other feeling of annoyance and anger at Dabi, and of course Shinso's gall to take on the #1 hero he has bottled in at the moment. A message is highlighted on top of a background of All Might with a young green-haired kid. "Hey, it's Hisashi, from the center. You gave me this number a while back and I wanted to check in. You haven't been by the center in a while." The message cuts off due to its length. How the hell does Hisashi have this phone's Omen's phone number? Shoyuta only knows of one kid with green hair, so it's not hard to put the dots together that the background is a picture of Omen with All Might. There's 2 blaring alarms ringing in Shuta's head. One of which being the fact that the only time Omen has interacted with Hisashi was at the teacher's luncheon that Nedzu forced upon the kid, so he would never have had time to get his number, nor would Omen probably allow it. The second problem being the fact that Omen apparently volunteers at Hisashi's food center. It's not so much of a problem, more of a big resounding red question mark on top of all the other neon red question marks that are associated with the vigilante. Omen has never mentioned it before, and more importantly Hisashi has never mentioned it to Shoyuta either. So, the only reasonable conclusion is that Hisashi doesn't know that who he's speaking to is Omen, and Omen is hiding under another mask. Shoyuta scrubs a hand down his face. "Shinso, I'm taking you home. Go get Bakugu. He's not resigning due to Dabi's prior words. No, he's strategically bringing his student out of a shady bar while also giving the fire user and downed vigilante space. In all honesty, Shoyuta hadn't meant to leave Bakugu unattended for as long as he had, but extenuating circumstances made it so. He has complete confidence in Bakugu's ability to hold his own. He may be brash and crude, but he has a certain way of resonating with people that not many others can assimilate. Shuta's just surprised the building hasn't blown up by now. Pulling his phone from his back pocket, he hovers over the button to call Hizashi. Shuta's in the doorframe body face towards the hallway when he stops, and his thumb hovers the call button. He can hear the scuffing of Shinsu's shoes as he lazily walks back towards the underground bar, unknowing of why Shinso is so familiar with the tunnels. Shoyuta is looking at Omen and small green wisps almost transparent, nothing like how they were a mere half an hour ago, flickering around him in what looks like an attempted comforting embrace. The kid is pale and sickly with the sheen of sweat plastered across his forehead, and his usually wild hair is matted to his face in odd places. Dabi is fussing around the room looking for Kami knows what. Omen has always acted like he has something to prove. To whom or for what Shoyuta doesn't know, but Shoyuta knows he wants to help the vigilante in any way he can. He almost clutches his chest as he feels a pang of something ripple through it. Shoyuta can't pinpoint the pain, but it has something to do with the kid. Shoyuta takes a deep breath and pulls out a card from one of his many nondescript pockets, and places it on a small table next to the door. If you need anything, call me, Dabi. I know you care for him and so do I. Let me help. It seems those weren't the right words, or perhaps just not the right time. The dark-haired man whips around from where he is at the desk, and fists a stapler at Shuta's head with a loud, "Get out!" Shoyuta ducks, of course, but he stares at Dabi with shock, and the fury written across the ex-villain's slanted brows and flushed cheeks tells Shoyuta that he's at his breaking point, and this isn't Dabi right now. It's whoever Omen knows and cares for. Whoever the fire user was before he became the infamous Dabi. Someone emotional. Someone more human than they let show. And what Shoyuta also knows is the rampant rage in those piercing turquoise eyes is a mask. A mask for terror. Anger is just a blanket emotion, after all. They walk through the staff hallways of the underground bar, the type of place you never really hope to end up. Especially if you're a hero, underground or otherwise. You seem to know these tunnels pretty well, Shoyuta states plainly. Shinso, still in regular clothing, looks back at Shoyuta from where he is a couple steps ahead. He opens his mouth, shuts it, opens it again, and shuts it for good with a click. Mind telling me how? Or, since I already know you come here often enough to know the routes, do you mind telling me why? They descend a few steps, and Shinso makes a right Shoyuta never would have known to make. Just scoping out some connections that may be useful in the future, that's all. Bullshit. Oh, right, it has nothing to do with Bunny or the fact that because Omen might be Bunny you want to talk to him about more than just an underground fighter would talk to you about. Shinso whips around and throws up his hands, one of his tells when he's put under scrutiny. Omen saved my life, sensei. I will always be indebted to him. I didn't tell you because I knew you would never allow me to come back here dash. For good reason, Shinso. This bar is full of criminals, and it is no place for a kid. You may be in your 3rd year, but you are not a legal adult yet. I understand you and your class have been through a lot with the war, and although you have aged considerably due to the circumstances, that doesn't mean you aren't still a child. Shinsu's lilac eyes glint with annoyance. I knew you wouldn't understand. That's dash. 34 seconds? Shinso cuts him off. What? I died for 34 seconds, and it was the scariest thing to ever happen to me. Nothing has ever compared to that, not even the war. Omen saved my life. I don't know why he was at Dagoba that day, and I don't care why. I never said thank you. Shinso looks down at his feet, and Shoyuta comes up to him and places a hand on his shoulder. It's different to me. It wasn't his job to save me, he's not paid for it. He was smaller than me back then, actually. I could tell he was around my age when I met him months later while I was trying to track him down. If Shoyuta didn't have guesses on Omen's age before, he sure as hell has some rather concrete proof now. If that's the case, Omen is an unattended minor running around with ex-villains saving the world without a license and risking his life day in and day out. There's a reason Shoyuta has found patches of gray hairs. You don't owe him anything, and I know for a fact he doesn't want anything in return from you. Shinso shakes his head from side to side. Part of the reason I am a hero is because of him, sensei. If it wasn't him that saved me, I don't think I would have ever gotten over the damage to my lungs. This isn't the first time he's heard of Omen inspiring change and change in others. However, it is the first time he's hearing him being the reason for someone's survival. Although Shinso didn't say it outright, Shoyuta is aware of Shinsu's previous mental state. They've had conversations about it, and Shoyuta has shared some of his own experiences after Oboro. Though his best friend's death was a different experience from Shinsu's, the grief quickly turned debilitating. Honestly, in many ways, it was Omen who got him out of his head. Omen was the first case Shoyuta was placed on after he returned back to the underground scene after he was put on leave to mourn. He never would have taken the leave, but Hizashi pretty much forced his hand. It was either Shoyuta talked to Hizashi himself, or he talked to a therapist. There were no other options, and he wasn't going to see what would happen if he didn't choose between the options. It took a month or so before Shoyuta was able to go back into the field without constantly seeing blue hair and feeling the sting of rubble under his fingertips as he tried to dig through a downed building. You villains get away from me. In a few long strides, Shoyuta practically crashes through the door and into the underground club. What he expected to be a fight between Bakugo and the entire club is actually the entire club crowding around him in a weirdly affectionate way. Some reach out with cigarettes like they're a gift to a god on a pedestal, while others sing his praises by other means. All Shoyuta knows is the first thing he does is take a photo as one of the villainesses, the one who kissed Bunny in the pole dancing. Video hugs Bakugo tightly. In the photo, the woman is squeezing Bakugo, who is scowling in disgust with a tilt of his brows showing his amounting anger, but it is drowned out by someone else petting his spiky blonde hair. Dynamite, we're leaving. Shoyuta hides his grin in his capture scarf as he walks out from behind the bar and waves at Crawler, who was watching Bakugo in an oddly protective way. Shoyuta appreciates the vigilante's willingness to protect his student. FNG, finally. What took you so long? The blonde pushes through the throngs of people, and they part like the Red Sea for Moses as he falls in tow with Shoyuta. Shinso grins. Oh, just the usual. Bakugo's eyes narrow. Whenever Shinso has a sheet-eating grin, his words should never be taken at face value. Really, none of his words should ever be unless he's dead serious. What the why the F are you here, eyebags? I just had a nice talk with Omen-sensei, that's all, he smirks. Shoyuta chuckles, but it comes as a few puffs of air and dies in his throat not long after. If only it had been a nice chat. Shoyuta can't help but keep a tight-lipped smile with the use of Omen-sensei so freely. Although it's quite ballsy to say such a thing in a bar teeming with villains, Shoyuta knows for sure Omen would have short-circuited hearing the words. All Shoyuta wants is to see Omen back at UA teaching. To see him happy, healthy, and doing what he does best. Is that too much to ask for? They walk up the stairs and out of the bar, and Shoyuta waves a goodbye at one of the cameras in the corner of the highlighted bar. Can we stop for food? Shinso asks as they step onto the street, and he scrolls through his phone looking for nearby food stalls. It's early in the morning now, and the night's events have left a hunger that can't be cured by food, and a hero needs all the calories they can get. They stop at a noodle place. The restaurant is familiar. Shoyuta realizes he was on the roof of it not even 24 hours ago. This day has lasted too long without a nap, and Shoyuta keeps his head down as they enter, trying not to think too hard. He distinctly looks away from the green paneling on the counter beneath where he orders his food. Shoyuta orders what his kid usually orders, and they take a seat in the sitting area where he reverently eats Omen's favorite order beside his two bickering students. Izuku, get down here. The words smashed around the walls of the small house with a one-way crash course right to Izuku's ears. A pit grew in his stomach. He shut his hero analysis notebook as he muttered, "Sheet." Izuku pretended the effects of the words weren't running throughout his body like an electrical wire coursing through his veins and electrocuting him with nervous tremors. He pushed away from his desk in his rolling chair and departed from his small room to the top of the staircase. He took 2 steps down out, peered over the railing, and looked at Hisashi Midoriya. What use are you if you don't even do what you're told? Izuku had the mind of a steel trap, while his father had that of a sieve. Izuku blinked, and his hands began to shake. I'm sorry. He looked everywhere but Hisashi's eyes. The intensity in the man's piercing onyx eyes was enough to send Izuku to his knees, so Izuku didn't look. Puffs of smoke began to filter out of a small gap in the man's frown. Izuku could smell it, and Izuku kept his head casted down to hide his wandering eyes. You never look a predator in the eyes unless you plan on challenging them to the death. Useless piece of dash. Something whizzed past Izuku's ear and smashed into the wall behind him. Izuku didn't make a sound, but his shoulders hiked up to his ears in anticipation for any attack. Though it was good to prepare for either, he much preferred physical over verbal. At least with physical attacks, he could let the tides of the environment blur as the attacks came at him from each and every angle. It was just a body being hurt, after all. His mind, on the other hand, was something that he had to constantly come to terms with, and it would always berate him with an onslaught of attacks he can never shield himself from. Go to the FING bank and get the deposit for this month's rent. Be back in less than an hour, or else you'll be sleeping on the streets tonight. Izuku bolted up the stairs and changed out of his school uniform and into baggy, unrevealing clothes. He put on a pair of red sweatpants and a gray long-sleeve shirt. As he looked out the window past the thin slits of the blinds, he noticed the tree in his backyard. It was blurry and skewed to the eye. He snagged his wired earbuds and iPod from his bedside table. Izuku then played a low hum through the earbuds that filtered out the constant whirring in his ears, courtesy of Hisashi Midoriya. Being kicked in the head had its effects, that's for sure. His socked feet slowly walked down the stairs, looking at the stairs only. Unfortunately, Hisashi was waiting for him. Somehow, the stench of alcohol in the man's breath was stronger than the food cooking on the stove. The tinge of alcohol and constant burning of his quirk always gave the illusion that he was also a smoker. Izuku wouldn't be surprised, although it might have just been the quirk's effects. A single hand latched onto Izuku's 12-year-old throat and lifted him. Izuku's eyes snapped to the man, looking deep into the eyes filled with nothing but unbridled hate. Choked gasping filled the room, and Izuku realizes they're his. Of course he could feel the compressing of his airways, the lack of life that's supposed to filter through his lungs and to his neural pathways to continue the occupation of living. He's distantly aware, but the sudden change was too much to comprehend as the air to his brain was cut off. His hands didn't try to grab his father's arms that had forced themselves around his neck. Acceptance is easy when you finally give in. He heard a shout from somewhere, and then he was dropped to the floor. He was on his knees, one hand stabilizing him and the other around his throat trying to open up the small tube wider as if the act would let more air in. His eyes traced the tiles beneath his feet, and he realized he was right next to the door. The door to freedom. With all the commotion, Izuku slipped the door open, barely managing to his feet as he pulled a high-collared coat from the side coat rack, and shut the door with practiced silence. None of the occupants of the household realized he had left, and he took pride in his stealth. Izuku had no idea that the commotion was a fight between his mother and Hisashi. Hisashi had never raised a hand to Inko before, but who was to say that that day couldn't be the first? It didn't cross Izuku's mind as he left. Tuya brushes the hair from Izuku's head, but it doesn't bounce back up like the wild green hair usually does. It wilts. It's ironic, Tuya knows. Finally, what his brother feels on the inside is protruding and excavating his body to be shown on the outside. The secrets have eaten their way out of his body and are rampaging throughout his life. Eraserhead and that purple kid were on the money, even if Tuya tried to distract them. The connection has been made, the suspicion has been placed, and it's only a matter of time before they commit to the idea that someone they thought they knew has been hiding so much of himself. Secrets don't hurt Tuya. He's not naive, and he knows there's things he doesn't know about his brother, but that doesn't make him care any less for him. Secrets are a part of Izuku Midoriya as much as Omen is, they are one in the same. Up you get. Tuya grabs Izuku under the arms and hefts him towards his chest from the back seat of the car. After Tuya had fisted a stapler at Eraserhead's head, the man left, and Tuya thinks he should have done that sooner. Tuya watches through the security cameras connected to his phone as they took the explosion-prone blonde with them. Although, much to Tuya's chagrin, it seems the patrons of Down Under took a liking to the kid. Anyways, the doctor came in not long after Eraserhead left and said it was a common sickness and gave Tuya ways to care for Izuku and his fever. Tuya already knows the methods of recovery she suggested. He used to take care of the Todorokis, after all. The dead weight that is Izuku is thrown over his shoulder, and Tuya grunts. How are you so effendi heavy? You barely eat, and when you do it's just junk and sheet that burns off you after seconds of using your quirk. Izuku doesn't rebuke, of course, he can't. Tuya knows, but it doesn't mean he misses the banter any less. As Tuya walks through the parking garage and locks the car, he notices Izuku is trembling. A small, barely there whisper barely makes it to Tuya's ears, "I'm sorry." Tuya would have assumed Izuku was coherent if he didn't know for sure he was knocked the hell out. Eraserhead had put him on a sedative for transport in case Izuku went haywire once more while Tuya hauled him back to the apartment. Tuya's heart drops. He could only speculate about what Izuku could have been dreaming about if he was even dreaming at all, and he hoped it was something good. A rooftop meeting with Eraserhead, or a passing night with himself and Toga. It seems it was neither of the two, because of course a boy that's been haunted by terror after terror can never catch a break. Although it's not particularly easy to carry the vigilante with his height and pure muscle, Tuya makes do. He passes through the door to the elevator, and he remembers when Izuku was a full foot shorter. It wasn't his fault, really. Neglect from his parent, and from the world itself made it that way. The vigilante was skin and bones before he met Dabi, and it wasn't until they started living together that he started to grow because Tuya forced him to eat. Usually, people stay their height no matter if their diet changes, but Tuya has a theory it has something to do with Izuku's quirk. The boy has never really told Tuya about the quirk other than that it wasn't originally his. He had been quirkless and only gained a quirk later in life. Although some may disagree, Tuya isn't stupid. Gaining a quirk late in life doesn't happen merely by chance, but Tuya knows Izuku never would have accepted a quirk from All for One. So the question is this. Where else is there a possibility to get a quirk from? Tuya knows the struggles of his breaking arms, and now his chronic joint pain, but he doesn't know the true characteristics behind the overpowered quirk that functions as multiple quirks in one. Endeavor definitely had a fit over Izuku and his power, and Tuya smiles cheekily at the thought. His little brother upstaging the past number one. Tuya remembers the day that Endeavor chased Izuku around the city trying to arrest him. The fireballs and excessive use of fire said differently, but that's just the Endeavor flare, or so some of the public tried to claim. After the man's ranking tanked, and Izuku's skyrocketed, the man was a lot more subdued. Eventually, he was so buried by the commission that he retired. Then his family abuse was made public and the man hasn't been seen in years. Tuya knows where he is, and that's all that matters. Tuya fishes around his coat pocket with one hand, and Izuku is held over his shoulder with the other. The boy's bulk is starting to make his shoulder sore. He walks through the apartment, past the kitchenette and to the living room where he gently sets Izuku down, and stuffs a pillow under his head where he lays horizontally. His feet are dangling off the arm rest on the opposite side, and Tuya wants to roll his eyes. Always a show-off. He places a hand on his forehead and swears as the heat alerts Tuya to Izuku's ever-declining health. Tuya moves to the kitchen and grabs an ice pack, and walks back to the couch and places it on his. He picks up Izuku's hand that was hanging off the couch and places it over the ice pack to keep it in place before he retreats to Izuku's room. The room is down the hall, on the very end. Tuya has never really been in there, he realizes. He tries not to snoop as he walks over the scratchy carpet and to the drawers with all his clothes. Tuya opens the first and finds socks and boxers. He shuts the drawer and moves to the second where he finds shirts and shorts. He grabs a shirt that has lettering saying T-shirt and opens the third drawer to find pajama pants. He grabs the black checkered pajama pants that are a light material and speeds out of the room without further questions. He chances a glance back and sees a folder laying askew with an odd small black device on Izuku's desk, but Tuya keeps walking regardless. For some reason, he expected to find a contraband of some sort in the kid's drawers. Honestly, Tuya kind of wishes he did. Izuku needs to live a little. Tuya crosses back to Izuku where he changes him out of his vigilante pants and the long sleeve he had put on after Eraserhead choked him out. Tuya is still none too pleased about the choking out of his little brother. He gets it. Izuku was volatile and probably could have taken out the entire building, and probably the entire block, but still. Only Tuya is allowed to do that. After Izuku is changed, the kid begins to squirm, and a wince grows on his face. Tuya leaves to get some water as he knows it will be a long night. Izuku's hands trembled where they were in his sweatpant pockets. The thrum of music in his ears dulled the throbbing that usually accompanied them. He had a favorite radio show that was on the newer side that was started by a more recent hero. His radio show was really starting to pick up in listeners too. The sun was setting, the sky painted an oily orange and yellow. Almost blonde. Red eyes flashed through Izuku's peripheral vision, but he closed his eyes and acted as if it didn't. He was now in the city, and the streets were full from the rush hour commute. The two-lane and converging roads were bombarded with honking horns as someone misjudged their ability to make it through the yellow light and stopped prematurely, and others cut in between cars as if their life depended on it. A building with a row of TVs separated by windows had a small gathering of people gathered around it. Probably just the news, so Izuku paid it no mind. He made it to the large bank building in a little under half an hour. The building leered over him, daunting in his task to make it home before Hisashi locked the door for the night. Izuku knew he wouldn't make it back in time. What he didn't know, however, was that he would never make it back at all. He couldn't see inside the glass door due to the glare of the painted orange sheen, so he opened the door with little pretense. Long lines of people awaited an employee behind each desk. Izuku took one look at the lines and sighed. He looked around the bank, noting how lavish it was. The room itself was medium-sized, but the high ceilings gave away its prestige. The quartz linings and marble pillars certainly added to the image in their own right. Izuku entered a line with the shortest amount of members and looked at the song playing in his earbuds as if that had passed the time. It didn't. The line grew one step shorter, and Izuku was playing with the hem of his shirt when an uproar erupted behind him. He snapped his head around and eyed the people gathering around one of the small TVs to help pass the time for awaiting customers. On the screen was something Izuku was sure he would never forget. A decimated block lay in various states of mayhem and ruin on the screen, ash and soot permeated the surroundings, and a panned-out angle from the sky shifted to show more devastation. In the middle of the destruction stood All Might in all his glory, dimmed. The golden hue that practically clung to him was nowhere to be found as he faced a man no one had ever seen or heard before. A no-name villain caused that much damage? Impossible, yet like a stone dropped in the pit of Izuku's stomach as he realized something was very wrong. He watched the TV from across the room where the silence was loud as All Might and the other man fought at equal footing. Equal footing, even if a punch from All Might could change the weather. Izuku knew. He'd seen it. However, All Might's frame heaved sighs as if they weighed too many kilograms. Izuku trembled minutely, a slight fear for his favorite hero slowly rotting the concaves of his heart. Something wasn't right. No, something was very wrong. The symbol of peace could not be taken out by a no-name. Now, Izuku was not naive. Heroes had their off days, but this was different. The white-haired man exuded an aura of confidence and fatal fear. Izuku himself shivered not only from his body still catching his breaths from being strangled not long ago, but the villain's fear-inducing image. The smile etched across his face was something out of nightmares, and his pearly white teeth were stained red. His ramrod-straight posture showed an elegance not usually attributed to such a deity of destruction, but it fit his image all the same. The most dreadful part was the upper hand he seemed to have on the symbol of peace, a man who was thought to be unkillable. The man shot something from his fingertips that cascaded in a flurry of wind and light, and shot towards All Might faster than the eye could receive. The cameraman in the helicopter above them struggled with the impact as mounds of debris erupted around them with the new attack. The lights speared through the buildings, and shouting faded in and out of the speaker that Izuku couldn't quite catch over the hum of his earbuds. Thank heavens that All Might dodged in time, or he would have been in the same state as those buildings, decimated into pieces only to lay on the ground. An arm landed on his shoulder and he jumped with a strangled gasp as he whipped to the perpetrator behind him. He recognized the man immediately, and his jaw dropped. The man in front of him had pale blue hair, hidden by a hat, and Izuku looked at him like he hung the stars. Well, like he hung the clouds. Your dash. The man brought a finger to his lips with a closed-lipped smile. I really thought my disguise would work this time, he playfully pouted. Anyways, don't worry about All Might, kid. He's the strongest in the biz, and that's not for nothing, you know. Izuku's mouth was practically on the floor. The man was wearing a baseball cap that was really struggling to keep his loud blue hair inside. He wore a brown bomber jacket with a black undershirt, black fingerless gloves, and black cargo pants. Really, he should have worn something more to offset his vibrant hair rather than the dull colors that seemed to highlight the hairs poking through. Also, the patch over his nose definitely gave more than enough away. Well, what are you dash? Izuku cut himself off before he could make a fool of himself. Loud Cloud was a regular person, and regular people go to the bank. The man's blue eyes were soft with amusement, and he smiled at Izuku with a blinding amount of enthusiasm. My dumb friend forgot about his rent and didn't have time to make it here because of his job. So I'm picking it up for him. What about you, kid? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck subconsciously and thanked the stars that the bruised and tender skin is thankfully hidden behind his coat that's zipped up to its highest potential. If anyone asked, he would say he just really admired Best Jeanist. Next month's deposit, he said, somewhat slowly and clipped. A tick in the man's brow alerted Izuku to his suspicion, and mental alarms started blaring through the low hum of his music. The music switched and the radio host started speaking. This is an urgent message to everyone in a 5-mile radius of evacuate, urgent. Izuku's ears zoned in and out of the man's words and he missed key pieces of the message. Mr. Loud, Mr. How far are we from there? Izuku pointed behind him at the TV and the man followed his finger with his eyes. He tapped his hand to his chin, his eyes looking up at the ceiling in thought. They were only on the first floor and there were at least 10 floors above them full of office space and whatever else a bank held. A couple miles at least, we've got nothing to worry about, kid dash. The hero was interrupted by an alarm reverberating throughout the building from a siren outside, the siren of a nearby villain attack. The sound meant to run as fast and far as you could if you wanted to survive. Izuku locked eyes with Loud Cloud, but before he could open his mouth a deafening boom erupts outside. Within the blink of an eye the ceiling of the building rained down from above them. Inky darkness surrounded him from all sides. It was oppressive and suffocating, constricting his airways with abject horror and dust. He couldn't hear anything, see anything, or feel anything. Everything was numb. Maybe he was dead. Izuku thought that may not have been so bad. He had a nice run while it lasted. He may not have become a hero like he dreamed of being, but at least he wouldn't have to suffer the denial due to his quirklessness that would make UA never see his application. A dead boy could not apply to their dream school. ID. Izuku realized that it's not that he couldn't hear anything, it's that he could hear everything. The ringing in his already sensitive and abused ears echoed off the concaves of his mind as if it were ricocheting in an empty cavern. Opuenis. Was someone speaking, or was he hearing voices in his head? Was there an afterlife where you could meet your loved ones? If so, how the hell was Izuku seeing loved ones when he had none? Green eyes and hair filter in and out of his vision, but he would never consider her a loved one, but she was the closest thing he had. The ricocheting reached a crescendo and Izuku felt himself groan, but didn't hear himself do so. He tried to move in the inky darkness, but then light spilled through. A crack of light shone through, although it wasn't bright, but it was brighter than the darkness he had already become used to. Something pushes him upwards. It might have been himself. A feeble attempt, no doubt. Vigilante. Izuku could almost make out that one, but not quite. That's how it had always been. He was always so close yet so far. He was so close to getting a quirk, he just knew it, but in the end he was never going to gain one. He was so close to being equal with Catch, no, Bakugu, but then he was cast aside like the quirkless nothing he was. Always left dangling on the edge of greatness, but never allowed to take the final step. Again, a pressure lifted him, and Izuku's eyelids slowly opened by sheer force of will. Izuku was always needing to be aware of his surroundings after all, lest he wanted an unexpected bruise, burn, or worse. What he saw was nothing he could have expected. Granted, he didn't quite know where he was, but he knew well enough that he shouldn't be under rubble, braced against a dusted wall that once was elegant. Now the wall was coated in a film of dust, cracks webbed through the expensive rock and clawed their way out to Kami knows where. The next thing he saw was a man in a dusty bomber jacket, pants, and a strip across his grime-coated face. He looked strikingly familiar. "I know you." Izuku tried to question, but his tongue was heavy and his eyelids were half-lidded. It took all his effort to stay conscious. The man's smile illuminated the dark room. Izuku would have considered it a quirk if he didn't know any better. "Yeah, you do. We're friends, remember?" Izuku's eyes narrowed despite their already half-closed nature, and he tried to put a metaphorical finger on who this man was. That strip on his nose itched to place in Izuku's mind, but he couldn't grab it fully. It was like his hands reached for purchase on the memory, but fell short every time. Figures. He always seemed to fall short. "You know me as Loud Cloud." The smile played across his lips, uninterrupted. How was he smiling? The sky was raining down on them in pieces of cement and dust, but the man smiled regardless. Something wet trickled down Izuku's face, and when he wiped it his hand reported back a mess of vibrant red across his fingertips. Loud Cloud's smile wavered slightly, and he touched a hand to the spot in order to staunch it. "You." Izuku coughed on the dust that invaded his throat with each inhale. "You saved me?" The words tasted funny in Izuku's mouth, and something metallic tingled in the back of his throat. Pointedly not questioning the oddness, he looked around. It didn't take a genius to realize that Izuku was somewhere he wasn't supposed to be, along with the rescue hero. The result of an unforeseen circumstance. He tried to recall the past hour, but nothing from before awaking in the crumbling building surfaced. It was as if all that mattered and all that plagued him washed away without the memories to taunt him. "I did." Loud Cloud nodded. "I used my quirk to shield us from the collapse of the building, along with the others." That's when Izuku noticed a bunch of other people surrounding them. It wasn't just them two under the building, and oddly that caused a sense of relief. Dying was one thing, but dying alone was another. Sure, he'd die next to a hero, but selfishly Izuku wanted to be remembered by more than one person. Kami knows his parents would have happily moved on, and Bakugu would much rather forget him to begin with. Izuku wanted at least someone to remember he existed, even if only for a week before they moved on. At least he would have the satisfaction that he'd been seen. Loud Cloud's smile waned, and his eyes gave way to a despair Izuku never wanted to see. "Hey, you're not going to die. We're all here with you, kid." Izuku must have said that out loud. He thought he'd ridden himself of that habit. Izuku distractedly looked at the surrounding space. It was compact, and nothing like the original size of the bank. Oh, that's right. The bank. He went to the bank for the monthly deposit. He was going to sleep on the streets if he didn't get back before the hour mark Hisashi had set. Well, it looked like the streets would be his playground for the night. If he got out from under the downed building, that is. The plague of memories washed back into him like a violent wave thrashing against a shoreline. A group of people varied between standing and sitting across the small space. A couple sniffles, and some mingled conversation but no sign of an exit. Why did he bother looking? Out of everyone here, he was not going to be the hero to find their way out of the mess he'd found himself in. He needed to stop trying to be what he was never made for. "What's your name, kid? I can't just keep calling you kid." Loud Cloud itched the back of his neck. Izuku looked at the man, but didn't say anything. "My name is Oboro Shirakumo, but you can call me Oboro if you want." A speck of amusement flecked in his eyes, and it was noticeable even in the darkness of the room. Izuku was never fond of his last name. He never identified with the family name, because that would mean they were family. Family was supposed to mean they cared. His family was nothing like that. Izuku. Loud Cloud took his hat off, and his wild hair sprang from its captor with such force it was almost as if a gust of wind blew through the area. Nice to meet you, Izuku. They spent the next couple hours awaiting rescue, but from what they could understand the building was nothing short of massive, and it would take a while to excavate the large mass of rocks from the shielded area. Izuku also noticed that a sheen of sweat that ran across his brow seemed to be more than just sweat. It built up along his neck and back, it slithered down his arms in odd clumps, awakened the sensitive skin around where he found the blood earlier, and caused a sting that left Izuku wincing from his spot against the wall. Paying attention was quite a feat, but Loud Cloud never let Izuku fall asleep. Izuku couldn't help the way his eyes would droop as the darkness beckoned his name. Someone was calling out to him, and he wanted to answer. The dizziness of the room, and the swaying of each member was too much to look at. He just wanted to close his eyes. Something was tapping his cheek, and his eyes flickered open against their will. Hey, Izuku, you gotta stay awake for me, all right? The man's smile was so full of warmth, like a blanket. A blanket that would be perfect for sleeping. Why don't you tell me about yourself, all right? A shock rendered propelled through his system violently with the words. Izuku would do no such thing. What was there to say? He sure as hell couldn't say he was useless quirkless. He naively wanted some peace if he was going to die. He wanted to die without being a title. He wanted to be a person for once. Well, then I'll tell you about myself. And that's where the man went on an hour talking spree about anything and everything, like the weather and how the weather affected him and his sense of smell, which then either took away his appetite or made it ravenous. Izuku asked questions about the man's quirk in full detail when he was curious. Questions spewed from Izuku's mouth 3 at a time, and the man took them in stride and even smiled when he could answer them in full. He never once called Izuku creepy for his in-depth questions that a kid his age would never think to ask. In fact, Loud Cloud seemed a little impressed, if the warmth in his turquoise eyes were anything to go by. He seemed to like when Izuku talked, and Izuku didn't really know why. No one else was like that when he talked. Oftentimes he was ignored. If Loud Cloud knew Izuku was quirkless, he wouldn't smile when Izuku talked. The man talked about anything under the sun, and even the sun at times. Although, the talk of the sun morphed into the form of a person. At least, that's what Izuku's impaired brain told him as the conversation of the sun molded into the talk of one of the man's friends. There was a friend of Loud Cloud's named Hizashi. Izuku had shivered at the name, while trying to detach it from the similarity of his father's. The man was vibrant, cheery, and had the demeanor of a ray of sunshine. Apparently he was terrible at cooking and hated bugs, but he was great at singing. Izuku asked if it had something to do with his quirk, and Loud Cloud smiled again and nodded. Then they spoke of the moon, but that wasn't right because this one was a person too. Someone named Shoyuda, and quite frankly he sounded like a bit of an a-hole even from Loud Cloud's obviously biased opinion. Shoyuda was blunt in the worst of times. He isolated himself, never slept, but also slept 24/7 at the same time, and he was brutally honest even when unnecessary. He loved cats, which was ironic because his sleeping habits were eerily similar to one. From what it sounded like, he didn't necessarily want to be friends with Loud Cloud at first, but it was a forced arrangement. Apparently the sun, the moon, and the stars all became friends at UA. Izuku found himself referring to Loud Cloud as the stars, because stars were so vibrant and guiding in their brilliance just like the hero. That's what Izuku was calling them anyways, and it made it easier on his head not to try and put names to faces he didn't know and would never know. Izuku tried not to wince at the thought of his dream school he could never attend and never ever let himself hope to attend. Not anymore. Some part in the back of his brain still longed for the dream. It was ruthless as it overtook his emotions that he tried to keep at bay and compartmentalize with all the other things he could never achieve or want. This particular want was bigger than the rest though. Through it all, Loud Cloud never asked about Izuku, and he appreciated the man all the more for it. He was never questioned, and even when Izuku shifted and the bruising around his neck was visible to the taller hero, the man never asked. His eyes sharpened and honed onto the damage, but he knew not to push. It was as if the world noticed, though. It noticed Izuku's complacency and his inability to keep full attention to detail. There was no other explanation, really. The world knew he couldn't have heard the minute creaking noises under him. He didn't see the vicious streaks, as if made by a violent beast, when they elongated upwards and downwards along the wall he sat against. And he couldn't make out the rushing impact headed straight for them. So, the world spun. Then the world fell. The screams of both men and women erupted around the small room. Izuku felt like everything inside of him was going weightless, and the ground rushed up to meet him. The descent was rapid, loud, and dizzying. Before he could become a stain on the pavement, Loud Cloud cushioned their fall with a wispy cloud, and Izuku thanked him. Then Izuku realized that their rescue had gotten that much harder. Izuku didn't care about getting rescued, but Loud Cloud needed to live. The sun and the moon needed the stars. The two men he's heard about, Hizashi and Shoyuta, needed Loud Cloud. They were a family in everything except name. Izuku could only wish to have something like that, but it was never meant to be. But DMN him if he wasn't going to try with everything he had to allow Loud Cloud to continue his life. Just because Izuku went to the bank that day doesn't mean Loud Cloud needed to die. Izuku's bad luck surely couldn't taint something as unearthly as the stars, could it? Hey Izuku, kid, you didn't put us in this situation. You had no control over a villain attack. The only one responsible for this is the villain themselves. It's not you, it's not me, it's not All Might, it's the villain. All Might. Izuku croaked. The metallic scent flooded his nose with the effort of speaking. Yeah, All Might, he was the one fighting the villain, wasn't he? Loud Cloud questions. No, well, yes, All Might was fighting. What I mean is... He pointed at a figure across the room in a heap of a concave, man-made hole, All Might. Sure enough, All Might was in the crater across the room. Izuku looked up to see where they'd fallen through the floor, and that's when his mind slowly pieced together All Might was the reason for their fall. Loud Cloud stood from his place on the floor and slowly approached the unconscious hero. Izuku dizzily got to his feet, but he really should have stayed sitting. Not only had the fall affected his already rapidly descending consciousness, but seeing as a piece of rebar stuck from Loud Cloud's abdomen and went straight through almost sent him to the floor again out of shock and phantom pain. He could feel the sting as if it were in his own gut, but that didn't stop him as he pushed to his feet and put one foot in front of the other with as much calculation and coordination as possible. Loud Cloud, you're hurt, Izuku panicked as the words rushed from him in a hopeless tumble. Again Loud Cloud smiled. I'll be alright, trust me. And I told you, call me Oboro. His smile was so sweet and genuine that it made Izuku want to trust him. The thing is, Izuku didn't trust people. That just wasn't something he was made to do. When he was crafted by God, there was a simple disconnect that was never rewired. It was only reinforced with each punch, each burn, and each verbal assault. Not trusting has kept him alive thus far. How else would he have escaped the boiler room he was locked in by some of his middle school tormentors? Had he believed they truly wanted to play, he wouldn't have snagged the janitor's keys before going with them. When they locked him in, he simply waited for them to leave before unlocking the door and arriving home late. The late arrival was met with a punch to the gut and a dinnerless night, though he'd had worse, flashes of hair dragged on cement roads, and burns under his shirt fighting for purchase in his vision. No, sit. Loud Cloud seemed amused, probably because the only ire Izuku could muster was narrowed brows and a wobbly foot forward as if he could possibly take on the hero. It had the effect of a glaring kitten. A hand reached for Izuku's shoulder, and he flinched. Loud Cloud paused the hand, and telegraphed it enough to be placed where it was meant to be. Once on Izuku's shoulder, the man soothed, I will be okay, Izuku. What kind of a hero would I be if I left a chunk of metal take me out? You think that low of me, I? Izuku stammered, What? No. You're a great hero. His words leveled down to a whisper at the end. If only he could go into depth about how great the hero was, but that was weird and socially unacceptable. Loud Cloud, again, moved forward until he was crouched by All Might, while Izuku stood and swayed on his feet. Loud Cloud forced him to sit down because of this, and Izuku watched the labored breaths of All Might as his chest never reached its peak point of inhale. The man was considerably smaller than usual. He'd gone from pure muscle to skin and bones. The man's navy, red and white uniform was torn in his side, and a cavern replaced where muscle and flesh was supposed to be. Entrails slowly became outrails, and Izuku fought back a GG, instead snapping his sight to another direction. The motion sent his vision spinning. Sure, I mean shoot. Loud Cloud breathed as he took off his jacket and wrapped it around All Might as best he could. Thankfully the man was laying facing the ceiling, but lifting him to wrap the jacket's arms around him for the most effective pressure on the wound was another story. Loud Cloud made it work, his hands bloodied as he worked the coat around him and fastened it tightly. He ran a hand through his hair, coating his pale blue hair in red. "Your friends, tell me more. Please," Izuku pleaded. Izuku didn't have friends to think about, and they both needed a distraction from the dying symbol of peace in front of them. Yeah, okay." A shaky smile graced Loud Cloud's lips. He continued, though, regardless of the odd request. Izuku just needed to know more about the sun and the moon, to figuratively meet them before he could no longer watch them shine. Soon Izuku would be one with the earth, and the sun and moon would be unreachable. Shoyuda, he's not much of a talker. He can be if you get him talking about something he likes. He only seems to like cats and sleeping from what you say. Izuku uncharacteristically added. Loud Cloud laughed, and it sounded like the wind. Airy and bright, unbothered by whatever was around it. Well, you're not wrong. He likes cats, but only because I forced him to help me foster a kitten. He only started liking cats after I got one. The poor thing was a stray. I couldn't just let him wander around on his own, you know? So I brought him home, and made Shoyuda take shifts on feeding him throughout the night before he became nice and healthy. You should get a cat if you ever get the chance. They're practically free therapy. When cats purr, it's scientifically proven that it alleviates stress in humans, so I always put Julius on Shuda's chest whenever he's brooding around like he does. Izuku thought about the strays he'd seen around the city and shivered at the times he'd been scratched and hissed at. Although, that was probably because the animals were never treated fairly in the first place, so why would they trust Izuku? Izuku resonated with that. Maybe he'd get a cat someday if the star made it out with him. Why'd you name him Julius? Oboro's smile was fond as he explained, well, Shoyuda named him. He's terrible with names, but while we were out on the roof of UA during lunchtime he randomly said, Julius. Of course, I looked at him like he was insane, and then he turned to me and said, that's what you should name the cat. Later that day, I was watching TV and saw an advertisement on TV for the Orange Julius from Dairy Queen and started busting out laughing because it all clicked into place. Izuku, honest to God, laughed, and clutched his stomach upon doing so. It was so foreign but felt so right in the moment. He settled down after a few chuckles and Oboro's expression held nothing but amazement and satisfaction. He continued on, and of course, if you talk to him about futons or pillowcases, I'm sure he'd be ecstatic just imagining the full night's rest he could get. Although, for someone who likes sleeping so much, he doesn't do it often. He takes his job very seriously, and when a certain case interests him, he seems to engross himself in it, and it eats away at his sleep schedule like AF freaking virus. Izuku smiled. It was small, but it was there. Loud Cloud noticed and continued. All Might's labored breaths weren't evening out. There's this one thing he does that he thinks no one notices, and I just kind of let him have it cause Kami knows Hisashi would beat him if he ever saw him doing it. Izuku winced at the wording. That too didn't go unnoticed. Loud Cloud rubbed the back of his neck, no doubt guiltily. Sho will get so wrapped up in a case that he forgets to sleep. It's usually Monday nights, and he has these Tuesdays where he's literally shaking by noon with the amount of coffee he's consumed. The reason I didn't add coffee onto his list of likes is because I'm not sure if he likes it so much as he needs it. He lives from one coffee to the next some days no matter how hard Hisashi and I try to get the asshole, the fucking, oh my Kami, I'm so bad at this. Don't repeat anything you just heard. Anyways, the guy who loves nothing but sleep barely ever sleeps. Izuku snorted at the constant overflow of flagrant language and attempted mending from the rescue hero. Izuku knew he worked with kids. He was surprised by the language. Maybe it was his nerves getting to him? What Izuku didn't know was that whenever Loud Cloud talks about his friends, he adopts their mannerisms or their colorful language in Shuta's case. Before Izuku could ask more, All Might's breathing picked up, and Izuku looked to the injured number one. A groan escaped the large, shrinking man, and Loud Cloud placed his hands on the man's shoulders to keep him from getting up. "Hey All Might, it's Loud Cloud. We've never formally met, but I'm a rescue hero, and I need you to stay down for me. You've got a pretty nasty wound there, but it's okay. Me and Izuku here have done as much as we can for now while we wait for emergency services, all right." All Might's eyes fluttered and gave way to cobalt blues. They rested on Loud Cloud and then flitted to Izuku. Surprise shone in the shimmering blues, and then he seemed to realize the situation. "Thank you, young men, for helping me." All Might's smile was more of a grimace, but Izuku didn't fault him for it. Pain wasn't often easy to smile through, but All Might made it look easy as he did so regardless. Izuku envied the ability to do so. "Since you're awake, I'm gonna go scope out what's around us. There might be something of use around here." Loud Cloud pet his head at Izuku to make sure that's okay, and Izuku nodded back, a bit floored at the hero's concern. Loud Cloud had made off in a random direction of the underground of the fallen bank, clutching his side. Mostly cabinets were knocked on their sides around them, but there was the occasional desk. Izuku didn't quite know what to say to the number one. All Might took care of that rather quickly. "Young Izuku, was it?" Izuku nodded. Then they spoke about the mundane things. It was a distraction. All Might was good at it, but Izuku recognized it for what it was. He was talking to a dying hero, after all. The boy took the chance to revel in All Might's victories. All Might watched intently as Izuku animatedly ran through the toughest of fights and the easiest. All Might pitched in where he could with unknown facts as Izuku's knowledge was based off of HeroTube and documentaries. Izuku dissected the strength that All Might had cultivated and maintained throughout his later years, even as decades of hero work had passed for the man. He'd admitted that All Might was his favorite hero, albeit a little shakily, but All Might had smiled and reached a hand onto Izuku's shoulder. The slowness of the gesture kept Izuku from shrinking back this time. Then, the ethics of heroism spewed from Izuku's mouth. How could a hero be considered such with a mean streak, obviously tainting their title? Endeavor was the largest case, and All Might dutifully maintained a neutral viewpoint, but did not condone the man's actions. In fact, it sounded like All Might would rather not acknowledge the number two's achievement due to the known abusive tendencies. Further down the depths of heroism, they spoke of the true essence of heroism. A lot of heroes seem to be in it for the money. But then there's heroes like you who beat the villains and still find a way to inspire the entire nation with a smile and single fist. How do you do it? Well, young man, heroism is many things. Where it all begins, though, is sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Our gut is a strong sense that we must listen to, and if something feels wrong, it very well may be. There is no harm in looking into something further, but ignoring something is how to put others in harm's way. If we do not find the harm, then who will? Izuku nodded. How about the things that you can't change? Sure, you can butt your head into someone's business, but what if you make it worse? A soft smile played on his lips, and his sapphire eyes peered at the high ceiling above. He was looking somewhere else, not anywhere in their surroundings. Somewhere in the past. Sometimes some things can only get worse before they get better. It is worth it to stick it out rather than evade it and never try to help in the first place. Some people are buried beneath the rubble, not unlike ourselves. Some people don't have any light, and even a sliver of it can go a long way. A question nagged at Izuku's mind incessantly. A question that couldn't ever be asked as blood dribbled from All Might's mouth and nose. Such a sudden onslaught that even the number one was confused, but he seemed understanding. An introspective nature surrounded the hero. A type of understanding one can only place while on the brink of death. Young Izuku, have you ever wanted a quirk? Izuku's stomach dropped. I too wore red shoes once upon a time. How could All Might be quirkless? He's literally the number one hero. Such a powerful quirk? In fact, that the weather changed for him with a single sweeping punch. I don't understand. The story of one for all and all for one floated throughout the musky air of the bank's innards. A villain from centuries ago with a streak of killing the users of one for all, the man who had just put a hole in All Might's stomach. Izuku must have been crazy, because a flame stoked out long ago was fanned with each word. A light that ignited within him a sense of power and hope. A hope that he could make a difference in a dying world. Izuku took into account the mission laid out in front of him. He had two options branched out into more. He could die in this building, or he could make it out of this building. He could die in this building quirkless or with a quirk. He could make it out of this building quirkless or with a quirk. The answer was obvious. Wheezing breaths slowly made their way from All Might's lungs. More blood cascaded from his nose and mouth as tears shone in his cerulean eyes. We have only just met, young Izuku, but I know you will do great things when you get out of this building. I am truly sorry I will not be able to go with you. Tears built in Izuku's eyes, a foreign concept. Izuku hadn't cried in a long time, he hadn't allowed himself to. He allowed an exception as the one person that he held in such high regard began to dim in front of his eyes. The constant shimmer equated with the man dulled. Izuku cut off the man. All Might please dash. He held the man's hand in his small hands, and All Might squeezed his fingers warmly. Call me Yagi, Izuku. My name is Yagi Tashinori. Izuku could see it then, as the embers began to ebb. Listen to me closely. Izuku listened as he was told to eat a strand of hair, which he did so reluctantly. He listened as he was told about the small support system Yagi had built over his years. A lie-detecting detective, a future-seeking sidekick, and a woman with the ability to heal the worst of injuries but also able to knock some sense into you with a swift knock of her cane. Rapt attention was all Izuku could give in the moment. He gave all of what he could through the way he listened and the tightness in which he clung to Yagi's pressure through their entangled hands. A silence settled in between them, and Izuku took his chance. The question had been on his tongue ever since the heroism was brought up. All Might, do you think I can be a hero? All Might smiled, his teeth coated in crimson red. I do. Tears blurred his vision, which added to his already dizzy state of mind. The conversation and concussion melded together, creating a synergy that was almost putting him on the ground in a heap of gasps and tears. One last thing I will give to you is a place you can always go back to. There was a beach that was once beautiful back in my youth. Dagoba Beach, a couple blocks from here. It was a place my mentor and I often visited, and I want to hand it to you as well. If you ever need a place to just be, that is the place. When you are lost and need a moment or two of silence, those waves are a spectacular distraction. He felt the moment the grip lessened. He felt the moment the words cut off, and his idol's last breath petered out. He felt the moment the buildup of tears in the man's eyes cascaded down from his glazed eyes. Izuku silently cried. He cried into the man's chest with all he had. He let it all out with the one person that made him feel seen. All Might know Yagi had known. Had known he was quirkless and gave him power. He didn't give him power because he thought the quirkless were powerless, no. He gave him power because he knew Izuku was already powerful enough to take on the mission of the one for all users. Yagi was once quirkless. It was no coincidence he was the longest wielder of the quirk. Only the quirkless knew how to stay alive against all odds. So Izuku continued to cry. Once the tears dried, and there was nothing left of Izuku to give, he let go of Yagi's hand. He used his now empty hands to close the man's empty eyes. Tuya was sitting in the armchair when Izuku began murmuring. It was mostly incoherent, but he could make out some things like loud cloud, the sun, and the moon. Obviously he had no idea what the latter meant, but the former was a hero Tuya recognized. The day All Might died was also the day another popular hero died. Loud Cloud. How the hell did Izuku know the guy? Izuku was only like 12 at the time, maybe even 11. What the F dash? Another mystery added onto Izuku's ever-going repertoire, it seems. After the murmuring comes the violent shriek and Izuku grabbing for purchase on the top of the couch as if gravity was pulling him to the depths of hell. Tuya jumped up at the kid screaming and ran to him. The man is now crouching by the couch trying to soothe Izuku, but the kid is fussing around and fidgeting as if he can't quite sit still. Like he needs to be moving for whatever reason. He continues to try to get Izuku to be still and not worsen any injuries, but Izuku is relentless in his constant fidgeting. What the hell is the kid dreaming about? Izuku has told Tuya about the nightmares. Well, not every detail, but he's alluded to it enough for Tuya to get the hint that the reason Izuku avoids sleep like the plague is because his dreams are plagued with monsters Tuya can't fight for him. This, however, is different. Loud Cloud was dead long before Shigaraki and the war. Tuya has no idea how the sun and the moon come into play, but he doesn't really care to put it together because it's not specific enough for him to do so. Tuya can't even wake Izuku up because his eyes are practically cemented shut. Izuku needs to eat though, because it's been a day or two since the last time he's eaten or drank anything. Tuya hasn't looked after anyone violently ill before, so he's inexperienced. He's quite desperate though as Izuku winces every now and then. So, Tuya does something stupid. He grabs the card he left on the counter after carrying Izuku into their apartment and he types the digits into his phone. Hello. The voice on the other end of the phone seems perplexed, and Tuya rolls his eyes. Don't make me regret this, I-hole. Dobby. Eraserhead is honest to Cammy shocked and Tuya doesn't know if he should take that as a compliment or not. The one and only, now, can you promise to not be a D for 2 seconds by trying to pull shit out of me that I don't want you to know and just get over here quick? Omen isn't doing too hot and he needs medical attention. He's been asleep ever since we last talked and I haven't been able to wake him up to eat or drink dash. He hears shuffling on the end of the line, and a gasp that wasn't from Eraserhead. Am I on the speaker right now? Of course not, Eraserhead deadpants. Tuya glares at a random spot in the kitchen, still crouched next to a squirming Izuku. Eraserhead. You know what, I don't care enough right now, I just need your help, alright? Can you just help me this once with your kid? It's not like you pay child support or anything that could possibly help me and Omen pay for these apartment bills. The voice that isn't Eraserhead's erupts into a fit of laughter, and Tuya recognizes it as Present Mike. Your husband isn't a radio host and doctor, is he? I could really use a doctor right now. Eraserhead sighs. How did you? Never mind. No, he's not a doctor. I'll bring Yue's nurse with me, she's dependable and can keep a secret. Hurry the F up. Tuya ends the calls abrasively. He shoots a text of the address to the number with an added, delete my number from your phone after this tacked on at the end. Loud Cloud came back sometime in between Izuku crying over the corpse of the symbol of peace and him sitting staring at the lifeless body, a whistling akin to an overboiling teapot overbearing in every way it ran through his head. Izuku's content with death was long gone, because now he was given a mission. He had to live, and that was a heavier weight to bear than wanting to die. He didn't want to die, but he didn't see a future. While others were gearing up for applying to high schools like UA and Shiketsu, Izuku was stuck staring at his application, the cursor blinking rhythmically on his screen awaiting his command. His fingertips remained as dormant as his thoughts. Izuku had no idea how long it was until he steadily came back from the blank space he'd descended to. Loud Cloud was right there with him, though, rubbing his back and holding Izuku's hand to his chest so Izuku's body could mimic the breathing pattern. Are you back with me, Izuku? Izuku turned his eyes on the man. It was a mounting feat to even do so as exhaustion crept through every inch of his body. Yes. A small smile creased the man's lips, but it never reached his eyes. How could it? The symbol of peace was dead at their feet, and they were miles under a crumbling building. He gave it to me. Izuku's voice spoke of its own accord. Loud Cloud looked at him curiously. He gave me his quirk. A jolt of shock and alarm glanced through the man's features, but was gone soon after. Izuku knows One for All is a secret, but there's only so many secrets Izuku can hold. He needs one person to know something concrete about him. Not just the way he walks or talks, but something close to his chest that means something to Izuku. We need to live, Loud Cloud. Understanding swept through the basement of the bank. It was like a blanket of comfort that only they could understand. A mutual understanding fastened into a pact. We will. He nodded, his pale blue hair streaked with blood swaying with the movement. "And I already told you, kid, call me Oboro." The insistence wouldn't have worked before, but something had changed. Izuku wasn't sure if it was the fact that now he had a quirk, or if it was because now he wanted to continue on living. Not wanted, but needed, two entirely different things. Izuku nodded and stood up. He swayed slightly but held a hand out, which was grabbed with a smile from the other. "Let's get out of here." Oboro's words were said with confidence, and they bounced around Izuku's ears for the next few hours as they roamed the basement. Apparently Oboro had found a stairwell, but he wasn't willing to climb it without Izuku or All Might. All Might was out of the equation now though. As they walked past overturned cabinets and the littered rocks, something inside of Izuku grew. It was an odd sensation he'd never felt before. It wasn't the concussion he most definitely felt, but it was a heady feeling that weighed heavily on his shoulders and mind. A presence descended on him, but Izuku was a skeptic. So, as they continued to traipse, he tried to pinpoint the feeling, and for some reason it settled deep under his ribcage in the recesses of his body. It felt like it rested not only physically, but like it attached to his entire being, to his soul. What is a quirk supposed to feel like? Izuku was on Oboro's heels so he couldn't see the man's reaction, but he saw the way his body tensed as he tried to process the question. I guess it kind of feels like an extension of yourself. I can't tell you about others, of course, but for me it feels like an addition. Think of a house, and that house is your soul, and then think of having a little extra money and wanting to add an extra room to the house, that is your quirk. Your quirk doesn't define who you are, it's just a fancy addition that you have. An interesting mindset that not even Izuku could relate to. A quirk always felt like something he needed to have. It wasn't like he was born with that mindset, it was just beaten into him over time in the most oppressive ways possible. His father's physical and mental abuse, the way his mother treated him like glass and avoided him as much as possible, and Katsuki's explosions that warped his skin. Izuku wasn't born with the idea that he was less than others, but it had settled in his heart nonetheless. He hated how now that he had a quirk, supposedly, he felt like an equal. He wished he could believe in himself more, and block out what the rest of the world said. But like Izuku's father always said, Izuku is a coward. Izuku must have been silent for too long. Oboro threw the question over his shoulder before he turned his eye on him, and looked him over for any hint of a physical change. "Do you feel the quirk already?" Transferring a quirk is practically unheard of except for theories, but I'm interested in listening to what you have to say if you want to talk about it. An open-ended statement said with enough grace that wouldn't make it feel like a trap. It was probably a beginner hero class called Intro to Conversing with a Victim, and Izuku could practically picture the textbook that it came out of. Izuku hummed. "Just feels different is all. Kind of like a weight in my chest, but not just physical like it's, a part of my soul? I guess? It sounds stupid dash." Bro cut him off. "That doesn't sound stupid at all. You might be the first ever person to get a quirk from another person and, All Might of all people. Whatever you say is relevant. With or without a quirk, what you say matters and has meaning." Warmth bloomed in his chest. Oboro's kindness was overwhelming in the way it draped over Izuku in a comfort he hadn't felt in a long time. The last time he felt like that was before he was diagnosed as quirkless. The doctor used the word diagnosed as if Izuku were diseased, a terminal illness that would live in him for the rest of his life. The man wasn't particularly wrong. It had followed him for his entire life, but it wasn't an illness. Izuku sighed, but he didn't let any tears build like they threatened to. The years of vitriol spewing from people's mouths directed right at him, and what he lacked nagged at him to surface, but Izuku didn't let them. Oboro's words were like a lifeline thrown to him in the darkness, that some people could look past such a thing as being quirkless. Now, Izuku would be looked at differently. He was no longer quirkless, but how would the world look at him? "Thank you." Izuku didn't let his voice crack. They continued in silence to the staircase, and when they found it and pushed open the exit door, they were met with the view of a crumbling staircase. That much was expected, although they both had hoped for something a little easier to climb. It would have been doable had one not had a world-altering concussion, and the other not had a piece of rebar through his abdomen. Izuku groused as he watched the multiple flights of stairs ascend. You could say that again. Oboro's demeanor didn't waver, but the crease between his brows told Izuku that the man was definitely feeling the effects of being impaled. Not that Izuku didn't think he was, but the man was quite good at hiding it, although shame built in Izuku for being the reason for the man's discretion. They both continued forward, acting like the stairs were in perfect condition even as drywall fell from above them and muddled their vision. An odd fog filled the stairway, and their breathing labored as they jumped as best as they could over holes and used the railings on either side of the stairs as a way of support. They were 7 flights up and taking a break when a line of conversation began that Izuku couldn't backtrack from. Izuku, I would really like you to be honest with me. That is never a good statement, and has been said to him at least twice before, once by an underground hero one night while Izuku was shut out of the house by his father for not doing something up to his standard. The man had an odd scarf and long hair. Izuku ran from the man, and surprisingly lost him in a garbage dump. Well, not surprising because Izuku did in fact jump into a pile that nobody would expect him to, and he did suffer the consequences as he was speared by a spare car part and scratched by multiple rough surfaces that weathered throughout the years. The other was his mother when she asked if Izuku still wanted to be a hero after he was deemed quirkless. Izuku answered the question wrong, unfortunately. Izuku looked at the man with a blankness that became a habit over time. Where did you get those bruises from? They were there before we fell. Involuntarily, Izuku's hand reached for his neck, past his coat that no longer covered the area as it had apparently ripped sometime between going to the bank and where they were in the staircase. His fingertips brushed the skin featherlight in their attempt to soothe, but it wasn't physical pain they were trying to amend. Being quirkless is a lot harder than it looks. Being quirkless also made you a master of the art of misdirection and evasion. Is it someone close to you that did that? No. Hisashi Midoriya was not close to Izuku. The only thing they shared was a last name and DNA. In every other way, shape, and form, they were as far away from each other as possible. In a never-ending parabola, Izuku was the negative infinity while Hisashi was the positive infinity, never meeting and never intersecting except for the maximum or minimum point. That point of intersection was Hisashi's inability to let Izuku be, and forever inserting his will onto Izuku, and then shooting off again into an endless void of avoidance and neglect. The conversation ended with his answer, and he levered himself to his feet not long after, looking at Oboro with a silent request to continue in his gaze. The man dragged himself to his feet with the help of the railing along the wall. It would be harder for the man to go much further, and Izuku prayed to whichever being was above that they give Izuku some grace just this once. To help him out just this once. The further up they went, the less amount of claimable stairs there were. Is anyone up there? Oboro screamed. The words reverberated off the walls in a surround sound echo. Nobody answered, and Oboro muttered a curse. The hole was 4 stairs tall, and as wide as the staircase. They'd have to jump and haul themselves up. Izuku insisted that the hero go first due to Izuku's ability to try and aid the man if he needed because his injury was more hindering than Izuku's. Izuku suggested the man try to use his clouds, but the exhaustion from the stream of blood from his stomach and his overuse of his quirk earlier had him in a state of quirk exhaustion on top of everything else on their plates. With bated breath, Izuku watched as Oboro walked to the side and jumped, grabbing the railing and hauling himself up. Izuku saw the labored breathing and haggard way. He pulled himself up and onto the step above. Although he made it, a sheen of sweat was on his brow, and a droop in his eyes that wasn't there before. Izuku's heart raced as he looked down below. He wouldn't die if he fell, he'd just break one or both of his legs, at least. He let out a steady breath and closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel power and confidence flow within him. Izuku leaped forward, his heart in his throat as he did so. His ears pounded, and he grabbed the railing in a knuckle-whitening grip. The ringing in his ears amped up and black dots spotted his vision, but he still pulled himself forward and up onto the staircase above. Oboro grabbed his arm, helping pull him up, and as Izuku's foot reached up for purchase it slipped. His feet swayed back over the large gap and dangled. The action sent his heart into overdrive, a franticness taking over his usually steady processing. A hand on his arm brought him back from panic and Oboro pulled harder. Izuku allowed himself to be pulled while also using as much of his own strength as he could. In one burst of energy, Izuku heaved himself upwards and threw himself onto the landing of steps. Both Izuku and Oboro fought their rapid breathing, Izuku clutching at his jacket while sprawled on the floor and Oboro standing while bending over and holding onto the railing as a support system. Only their heavy breathing filled the staircase. The ringing had ceased with Izuku's last burst of energy. How are we going to make it the rest of the way? Oboro didn't answer, and Izuku realized that the man's labored breaths worsened with each inhale. He was gasping for air, but also choking on it. Izuku scrambled to his feet, ignoring the way he tripped and still continuing over to the man. His hands landed on the man's back and forearm, an attempt at grounding the man and a sign of comfort. Oboro, we made it, come on, stay with me. Izuku's heart clenched. Oboro had to live. They had to live. He couldn't watch someone else die. Please, Izuku pleaded, his voice cracking without his consent. The breathing evened out minutely, still intense but less so than before. Oboro slowly shifted his bomber jacket off his shoulders, revealing onto a tank top underneath. The top was bloodied around the rebar and trailed down to his pants. I'm all right, he gulped in breaths as if he were starving. His body needed the oxygen to feed his muscles and nerves, but he couldn't get enough as the blood rushed out of him in waves. Izuku looked around the space and was greeted with the knowledge that there were only 2 flights left. He grabbed Oboro's arm and draped it over his shoulders, taking the brunt of the man's weight. We're getting out of here, he consoled the hero. I should be the one telling you that. His airy words were less pleasant than they were hours ago. These words were rushed and raspy. Izuku put on a smile for the man. You may be the hero, but I can still help. Also, stop talking, you can barely breathe let alone speak. His concussion was probably to blame for telling a hero what to do, but he didn't have the time or brain power to overthink it as he guided them up the stairs, avoiding the unstable parts. They reached the next landing, one left to go before the light he noticed from before was in front of them. Izuku took one step onto the next stair, Oboro following suit. Halfway up the last staircase, Izuku felt a shift. Both him and Oboro tensed, and they made eye contact. A tremble they had both attributed to their fatigue was actually the earth, and she was calling to them. The room shook, an aftershock or maybe just bad luck. It wasn't an earthquake that leveled the building, but the power from both All Might and the villain very well could have caused an earthquake that was only now showing its presence. Izuku should have known when he asked the universe for a solid that it would never grant him one. Him and Oboro fell backward, landing harshly. Izuku's head slammed onto the cement and sent the world spinning more furiously than it already was. He groaned, but his darkening vision didn't stop him from looking for Oboro. The man's hair was fully coated in dust and dry wall then, and Izuku's was probably no different. However, it was the pain lacing his features that caused Izuku to latch onto the man's arm. The hole that they'd barely made their way over came back with a vengeance as it opened further, almost beast-like in the way it gaped and roared. The metal holding it together vanished below as the entire staircase fell and collapsed. The cement below them broke away, and Izuku's grip on Oboro tightened. Izuku used the last of his strength to latch onto the railing to their side, and a scream ripped from his throat as Oboro's entire weight dangled below him, and Izuku was the only thing from crumbling to their deaths. Izuku, you have to let me go. Izuku couldn't chance a glance down, because if he did he would see that there was about a mile between them and the basement level they'd just come from. Clouded air hung around them and a small amount of light began to filter in as a loud banging erupted around them. His features were set in a grimace, and his words were harsh as he screamed, "No! I won't let you go!" The weight of Oboro and Izuku himself was more than Izuku had ever carried. He's glad that Oboro was clutching his wrist as Izuku was latched onto Oboro's hand, because even though the weight was overwhelming it meant that Oboro was alive. They were both alive. As long as Izuku held steady they could live. Words echoed around them and it wasn't either of them. There's 2 down here. Someone get Cementos. Cementos could secure the instability and put a platform under them. You two hold tight, you're almost there. Izuku didn't try to reply. He felt Oboro's grip lessening, and Izuku strengthened his grip as much as he could. The pain in his head pounding in his temples, and his vision would be swimming if his eyes weren't clamped shut in concentration. His arms felt like they were being violently ripped from their sockets as gravity attempted to pull them down. Something began thrumming across his skin, but he didn't open his eyes. He couldn't. Any distraction could kill them. So he didn't see the lightning dancing off of him in a brilliance of green. A gasp erupted from below him, and Izuku felt the moment Oboro's grip loosened too much for Izuku to take the brunt of. Izuku was left to be the only connection between them, and a loud pop resounded as a result. Izuku couldn't scream, couldn't move. His arm limply kept him attached to the bar, but he would fall with something as small as a breath blown his way. Find Sho Shouta and his Zashi. They'll help you dash. His words cut off as if a wire were cut, and a scream ripped from Izuku as Oboro's weight was completely gone. The universe would never give Izuku what he asked for. It just had to take away one more thing. He'd asked for grace not too long ago, and he'd never branched out the request enough to include their attempt of getting out of the building. Another cruel trick of the universe. A sound so raw and guttural cut through his throat that it hurt. The scream was laced with rage, vitriol, and bitter sorrow, the pain merging together and forming the sound coming from deep within his chest. Over his screams, though, he heard a loud crash below and knew exactly what caused the sound. Or who more like stars? They're so bright and blinding. But they also fizzle out. His grip on the railing lessened with each jolt and tremor of his body. As his grief came to a climax, he allowed himself to consider letting go, but before he could fully allow it, his feet found something solid. Distantly, Izuku realized that it was probably cementos, but in the moment it didn't matter. Izuku took the patch of cement as a place to fall to the floor in exhaustion. His cries turned silent, and his tears dried up as there was nothing left his body had to give. Muddled voices talked at him, hands looped under him and probably were carrying him. Izuku doesn't know. It was a blur, a haze. All he could see and hear were Oboro's last words along with what he imagined the man looked like in his last moments. The man was so good and earnest that he probably had a smile on his face. He was probably content in what had transpired in his life. He was happy with two friends that were more like family. He'd then given them to Izuku, but to Izuku it sounded like a mission. Izuku was going to protect them, unlike his ability to protect Oboro. He made a promise to get Oboro out from that building, but he'd failed. His mission from that day forward was to watch over what the man had left behind. The sun and the moon would have to live without their guiding star, but Izuku could be a comet making an appearance every once in a while. A knock at the door jolts Tuya from his serene state of reading on the armchair facing Izuku. The boy calmed down minutely, but was still fidgeting in a restless pattern. Tuya braces himself for whatever hell on earth is to come with Eraserhead in his and Izuku's home. Nothing good could come of it, for Izuku anyway. He walks past their foot table and Izuku's sofa before entering the hallway, passing their kitchenette and resting his hand on the door. He looks through the peephole to make sure it's not an intruder. Lo and behold, Eraserhead with a large bag on his shoulder looks like he's ready to kick the door in as an old lady berates him to Tuya's right. He opens the door slowly and looks at Eraserhead with judgment written across every feature he can manage. Took you long enough. He turns his back on the man, a sign of trust, and moves past the kitchenette and moves his hands towards Izuku as if he were one of the airport staff directing a plane. While something restless crawls under his skin, he can't allow it to fester any further, for Izuku's sake. Izuku needs medical attention, even if that means inviting an unknown element into their home. A gasp has Tuya snapping his head towards Izuku, and he sees the old woman with her fingertips pressed to her mouth in shock. Is there a problem? The lady recollects herself, hardening herself around the edges. Where are my manners? My name is Shu Dash. Tuya cuts her off harshly. I know who you are, recovery girl. Now what the hell was the gasp for? He has never been one to respect his elders, and he tries to distract himself from the fact he's rudely grilling an old woman with the consolation that his brother may or may not be dying. Her face wrinkles as she pps a brow and looks at him disapprovingly. I've seen this boy before, 6 years ago. Eraserhead's voice right behind Tuya makes him jump, setting the bag down for the woman near the couch, and Tuya slowly turns his head to look at the man who looks just utterly exhausted. 6 years ago? Do you really have to do that? Tuya grumbles, annoyed by the unintentional reminder of the man's stealth and precision. Tuya moves away and stands by Izuku's head to get a full view of the nurse and underground hero. Yes, he came to me with a severe concussion, multiple lacerations, and both shoulders popped out of their sockets. It was quite gruesome, and he wouldn't tell me much. He'd barely even let me treat him in between passing out, although I still don't know how he knew where to find me. The bank had fallen the day before, and it was early morning when I got a knock at the door. The poor boy looked more like a corpse, and I couldn't in good conscience turn him away. Tuya's eye twitches, and his hands shake involuntarily with nervous tremors. Izuku was going to have some explaining to do, that's for sure. Although, his hair wasn't green the first don't believe. She taps her chin, seemingly lost in the past. I was more focused on his injuries at the time, but I believe there was drywall and dust coating his hair and clothes aside from the blood. Tuya mutters a curse under his breath. We can talk about this later, let me work. The woman trudges her way to Izuku and surveys him, silently trying to deliberate his possible illnesses, among other things. She most definitely notes the scars marring his arms, set apart from the freckles smattering his skin. A detailed explanation of what happened. Tuya, by the back of the couch looking straight at the woman, shrugs and gestures a hand at Eraserhead. You were the one that was supposed to be his support, so what happened? Tuya couldn't help but try and shove some blame onto someone else, trying to deter his conscience from rooting him as the perpetrator. Although Eraserhead probably recognizes Tuya's deflection and coping mechanism, there's still a flash of guilt that flickers in his eyes before it's gone, and he shoves his face further into the capture scarf around his shoulders. He tries to look past the fact that the hero brought his capture weapon. It's not like he's here to detain anyone, probably. Eraserhead explains the building and the kid who bit Izuku. Izuku was bitten and the kid turned out to be some third-party attacker, and his spit was laced with something and it probably had to do with his quirk. Tuya knew only some parts of this, and discomfort built along his spine with the graphic descriptions. Recovery Girl nods as she takes the blanket away from Izuku, and he winces as he tries to slowly grab at the fabric before it's gone. She takes multiple things from her bag to check his breathing, heart rate, blood pressure, and more. Tuya watches over as she goes about her ministrations, making sure she isn't going to do anything that may put either him or Izuku at risk. She's not going to hurt him, you know. Leave it up to Eraserhead to shatter the tense yet manageable atmosphere floating around them. No matter how uncomfortably charged it is, at least there's silence. Well, there was. Tuya sends him a disinterested look. Whatever you say, Eraserhead. You could probably use a checkup too with all those burns everywhere. The man has quite a loose understanding of boundaries, it seems, and a slow-burning anger simmers in Tuya's gut. If she comes anywhere near me, I will burn you both alive. Eraserhead crosses his arms and looks at Tuya like he's an unruly student needing guidance. Tuya hates it. Sure you will, whether you do that before or after she helps Omen remains to be seen. Kakieho. Tuya looks away, anywhere but the other man's eyes. Do you guys want water, or anything? It's the least he can do for them, helping his brother when he needs it most. I'm all right, dearie. The woman sends him a gracious smile that dulls the rage in Tuya minutely, but elicits a clawing of guilt at his prior rudeness towards her. Eraserhead shakes his head in the confines of his capture scarf. Tuya takes the opportunity as an out though, and he trusts that Eraserhead stays true to his word when he says Recovery Girl won't hurt Izuku. Tuya needs a drink. He enters the kitchenette in no time at all and grabs a glass and the vodka on the counter beside the fridge. He takes a shot of it and lets it burn all the way down his throat. At least this is controlled pain, something he can count on. Something sturdy and expected. Hates the type of pain that grabs at him with both hands and threatens to throw him into the depths he can't crawl out of. Izuku's constant state of disarray is uncontrolled at best, and absolute chaos most if not all of the time. Is that vodka? Tuya doesn't jump out of his warped and stitched back together skin when Eraserhead speaks behind him. Tuya whips around and finds the underground hero leaned with his arms crossed against the open door frame. Stop FNG doing that. The bliss from the alcohol is gone and in its place is an eraserhead-sized headache. You drink often? Tuya hates heroes. He wanted to be one once. He craved it actually. However, it wasn't really being a hero that he craved, it was what would come with being a hero. That's really none of your business, Eraserhead. Aizawa, he intones. Tuya pps a brow, and rather intelligently adds, huh? Call me Aizawa. Aizawa, a foxy grin spreads on Tuya's face and he turns back around to his cup and frowns. He really wanted the effects of the shot to mellow out his nerves. His hands still jitter spontaneously, an effect of the heroes in such a close vicinity of him. His nerves are practically on fire, his mind racing with all the ways this could go wrong in every aspect imaginable. Tuya turns back around and Aizawa doesn't say anything as he looks Tuya up. Recovery girl wants to move him into his bedroom, and I need your help to do that. Tall Bizudi. Tuya sighs and nods. He sees a small uptick of Eraserhead's mouth behind the bunched capture weapon. When Tuya walks back around to Izuku with Aizawa on his heels, Izuku is shivering, but as Tuya reaches under his arms he's unnaturally hot to the touch. Tuya carries him by the arms, and Aizawa carries his legs. The boy's middle body slumps towards the ground without support. They maneuver him around the coffee table and down the hall into his room at the end. Aizawa most definitely looks around to try and pinpoint and piece together anything that'll give him clues upon entry to the room. They heave Izuku up onto the bed and gently place him down. He continues to whimper and Tuya places the back of his hand on his forehead. It's scalding hot, and Tuya's cold hands seem to ease the boy minutely. He tucks Izuku's legs under his blankets and pulls it up to his chin. Izuku's eyes remain squinted shut, pain evident in his features. The quivering of his brows and eyes make Tuya frown. Aizawa is looking around the room and not finding much. He's pretty much never in here. Aizawa takes the olive branch and plucks as much as he can. Why? Well, he doesn't sleep much. When he does it's because he's past the point of exhaustion and in the category of one blink away from death. Recovery girl walks in, most definitely hearing the words Tuya confessed, but doesn't say anything about it. While I'm concerned about the amount of scar tissue he has, I'll leave that for later. Right now we need to bundle him in. As many blankets as possible, he needs to sweat out this fever. I'll set up in 4 while you two gather the blankets. Tuya salutes the woman sarcastically, but still leaves the room with Aizawa not far behind. They head to the living room where Aizawa grabs the discarded blanket recovery girl stole from Izuku not too long ago while Tuya gathers a bundle of blankets from their everything closet. He shuts the door with his foot, and they're both headed back for the room when a scream shatters the air around them, and Tuya's lacking pace turns into a sprint. Aizawa is in front of him and makes it into the room first. Izuku is scrunched into a ball with his back against his wall. There's a line of blood dribbling from his arm onto his sheets. Recovery girl is slightly put off by the display, a bloodied needle resting in her palm. Is he afraid of needles? He's not a fan of medical attention as a whole, to be honest, Tuya adds, his words uneasy. Izuku isn't reacting to the needle, he's reacting to something else. He's been dreaming since he fell asleep. It's more of a nightmare than a dream, but that might be why he reacted like this. Tuya's tongue is slightly heavy, but he gets the words out eventually. Just try again. Tuya drops the blankets at the foot of the bed and grabs Izuku's closest arm and holds it steady. He squirms and pants, but other than sweaty skin nothing seems to be amiss. The 4 enters through his arm, and he goes about tucking Izuku in with the blankets and creating a large mound of blankets and heat. Tuya was practically sweating just looking at it. It would be hell to be going through what Izuku is, and once again a pang of guilt racks Tuya. He let Izuku do this. He should have kept him off the street. He's been running himself ragged and Tuya let him. A hand rests lightly on his shoulder and Tuya balks, his shoulders tightening up. Go get some rest, I can watch him and make sure he's okay. Aizawa is at his back and can't see Tuya's eyes as they narrow on a sleeping Izuku. You've done a real bang-up job so far. He's angry. Aizawa is supposed to be Izuku's backup. He's supposed to look out for him. Is he useless? Why have a hero license if he can't assist the most powerful person in Japan on a raid? Tuya's brain works into overdrive with a line of hurtful thoughts that aren't really aimed at Aizawa, they're aimed at himself. Tuya knows Aizawa won't answer, and he's too discombobulated to even try to start a fight, so he leaves. He leaves Izuku in the room with a man who's actively searching out all of his secrets, and he does it with little to no guilt. The guilt will catch up sooner or later when Tuya isn't running on limited sleep. Maybe it's the constant barreling of thoughts that have driven Tuya to a point of exhaustion that feels death-adjacent. He's been on death's door a couple times, and while it's not the same physical feeling, it's the same droop to his eyes, numbness in his ears, and hunch of his shoulders. It's the feeling of helplessness and acceptance. He doesn't remember walking into his room and crawling into the bed. He hunches into a ball, his knees close to his chest and his thoughts revolving around the pain he can practically feel radiating from Izuku down the hall. The sheep dancing in his head are all tainted by wolfish thoughts chasing them, but he falls asleep nonetheless. Shoyuta sits on the edge of the bed next to Omen while the boy is pushed up against the far wall, and he can't help feeling like he has no right to do so. Omen has made sure that Shoyuta is at arm's length, and if when he wakes up he'll distance himself further due to the leaps Shoyuta has taken to get closer to him. The more he pushes, the further away Omen pulls. He still doesn't know Omen's real name. He knows it starts with an I, and maybe a Z if he heard Dabi correctly, but other than that he's got nothing. The boy pants from where he's splayed behind Shoyuta, his scarred arms curled towards him, and his knees scrunched close to him. He looks small despite his height. Shoyuta brings a hand up, but he halts it before he completes the action, and it hangs unsteadily in the air above Omen. He sighs and brings the arm back and looks down at his lap. He's never done this before. He's never had this inherent need to stick to someone's side and protect them, aside from Hizashi and Shinso. Hizashi is a partner, and Shinso is a student that he cares for, but this is different. It's not a type of care for a partner or a student, but for something else. It's something he'd imagine a father would have for their son. Shoyuta almost jumps as the thought catches up to him. He drags a hand over his face to mask every emotion that is tearing through him. He moves to get off the bed, but a weight loosely grabs at his shirt and pulls. Shoyuta could easily lever from the bed and keep moving, but instead he looks back and sees Omen's hands grasping his loose hero suit. Without thinking, Shoyuta brings a hand to Omen's wrist and thumb circles along his skin. The boy is hot to the touch, and his skin is clammy along his arms, and his shirt clings to him due to the sheen of sweat along his body. The small breaths puffing from Omen have begun to take form into nonsensical words. It's just vowels and syllables that are probably supposed to mean something, but they all crash together into a heap of indecipherable huffs. Shoshotsuya. Shuta's eyes widen and his mouth falls open slightly. Omen has always called him by his hero name. Hi, Zuz sure. He doesn't know what to do as the teen continuously mutters his and his husband's names over and over like if he doesn't they will escape his grasp. His words are choppy and his words die off at the end the more he says them. I'm here, Omen. Does he placate him and reassure him that he's here? The kid probably has no idea what's going on, and when he opens his eyes he will not want to see. Shoyuta. When he finds out Shoyuta knows a plethora of his secrets, Shoyuta doesn't know what will happen, but everything will change. It has to. Oddly, it took Bakugu saying something to really put the nail in the coffin for Shoyuta. He has been humoring a kid and his need to do everything alone for 6 years. Honestly, Shoyuta might be too late to really change anything, and that is his burden to carry, but it's really on him if he doesn't at all. He watches Omen carefully, and that's how he notices his trembling and the waver in his words. Before Shoyuta can think much of it, the kid's face morphs into a pained expression, as if he's been physically hurt. Then, tears begin to trickle from his eyes. His shoulders tense, and he yanks his hands towards himself, dragging Shoyuta and his shirt with him before a heart-wrenching sob rips from his throat. Shoyuta is closer to the kid now and turns at the waist to face him, and Omen plants his face right into the fabric of Shuta's shirt. Shoyuta doesn't think, he just does. A hand finds its way to Omen's hair while the other rests on his back. He massages gentle motions into Omen's green sleep mussed hair and rubs the boy's back simultaneously. He continues even as a scream shatters the peaceful apartment and sends Shizenji speeding into the room in a similar state of shock. Oh, Oboro. If he's being honest, his mind had already taken that leap at one point when Shizenji mentioned the falling of the bank years ago. The timeline was too close together, and everyone under the bank that day would know Oboro. Southeast please dash. Omen chokes the words out of his scratchy throat, saliva building as his words slur together and mesh in incomprehensible forms. Shuta's heart aches as if a knife is slowly sinking into it and carving everything around it. The walls Shoyuta had tried to build around the measly organ have long since crumbled for the boy clutching his shirt like a lifeline. It's just a nightmare, Omen. Everything is okay. He continues to gently rub his back, although he can feel the fabric dampening. Omen, with his eyes still closed, brings himself closer to Shoyuta and ball himself up against him with his head resting against the man's thigh. He knows if Hizashi were here he'd be taking a photo with tears spewing from his eyes, but he tries not to focus on anything else as he tries to aid the desperate kid. Tears continue to roll down his cheeks, and his skin is flushed red with sickness. Shoyuta does the only thing that seems right in the moment. He pushes his back against the headboard, with a pillow to support him, and allows Omen to crowd and lay against him as he suffers from a nightmare Shoyuta can't fight for him. Finally came back with the milk I see. Shuta's eyes snap open and practically spear Dabi as the stitched man places the back of his palm to Omen's forehead, and Shoyuta realizes that Omen's head is on his thigh and the rest of his body is tucked as close to Shoyuta as possible. Shoyuta feels slightly embarrassed as the fire user looks Shoyuta up and down like he's something to be scorned, but doesn't have a choice but to humor. The milk. Shuta's voice is raspy with disuse, and he clears his throat to ward away the scratchiness. Dabi rolls his eyes. Never mind, just don't forget the child support. While you're at it, make sure he stops pulling his fore out. Dabi walks out of the room the same way he walks in, silently. Shoyuta looks at Omen's arm, which had medical tape wrapped around the wire sticking into his arm, and seems to have been fiddled with recently. He can feel the rise and falls of Omen's chest against him, and Shuta's lungs can expand a little more as he realizes he's okay and everything is okay. Well, everything except his back. He winces as he shifts and his back cracks, and a stabbing pain punches through him in several places. It's par for the course, really. It's like finding a fork in the kitchen. I see you can Dabi have come to an understanding, Shizenji hums as she walks in and drops a small bag next to Shuta's leg. Shoyuta scoffs. Understanding isn't necessarily the word I'd use. You both respect each other, she says with a smile. Tolerate, he corrects without hesitation. She laughs, a merry sound that lightens the downtrodden mood following everyone in the apartment. Well, I think by the way Dabi aggressively ate his cereal, you seem to have given him something to mull over, no? Shoyuta doubts it. Dabi is an unstoppable force whose fire doesn't seem to ever die out. He's always showing up in the oddest of places and causing mayhem in his path. Although, he hasn't done that in a while from what Shoyuta can tell. Ever since the war, he practically dropped off the face of the planet until he showed up in Bunny's bar. Well, Omen's bar. Just the bar. Perhaps Omen really did help the fire user and save him. If that were the case, Dabi is the type to feel like he owes something. Shoyuta sighs as he thinks of the two spirits who have seemed to find a brotherly love and realizes just how stunted they both are in their own ways. None of them accept things the normal way. Shoyuta really doesn't need more problem children. I suppose. He most definitely waited too long to answer the woman. She knowingly laughs with her eyes as she checks over Omen and rechecks the 4. His fever is gone, and he seems to be getting healthier with the 4. He should be up sooner or later. Shoyuta nods, his capture weapon hiding it for the most part. He is going to have one hell of a conversation, and he doesn't know if he's quite ready. He was ready to have this conversation nights ago when he was ready to confess he'd eavesdropped on Omen when he was speaking to Lady Nagant, but Omen characteristically changed the subject by dragging him into a two-man raid. He should have wrapped the kid in his capture weapon and just had the conversation. They would have avoided all the crossing wires. Now blocking their path. Although it was needed. The tangling of relationships and secrets brought about the truth that Shoyuta needed to confront. Shoyuta was allowing Omen's destructive path to continue, and it very well could have put him in an early grave. He never would have forgiven himself if it had. He sighs and closes his eyes, allowing himself some peace before he has to force out questions and answers that will be uncomfortable for him and the kid. Honestly, it'll probably be a shit show. It always is. Waking up next to Eraserhead was not how Izuku expected to wake up, nor was it what he was ready to handle, so he decided to act like he was still asleep. He waited until the man got up to go to whatever the hell he needed to, and Izuku promptly threw on a shirt and shorts before escaping through his window. Using float amplified the headache already blooming between his temples, but he didn't care. That's how he finds himself at Dagoba Beach in a black hoodie and shorts. People walk along the shoreline, and Izuku is dutifully up on top of a high sea wall that he should not be. No one can reasonably reach up here, so he just lets the waves crash against the rocks and flick him with the occasional droplets that make it high enough. Yagi would have loved to see the beach like this. After Izuku had woken up in the ambulance 6 years ago, and promptly waited until a stoplight to run out, he had remembered everything. He dragged himself to the nurse Yagi mentioned and allowed himself to be kissed back to health before running away from her too. Izuku is still running away. He always has been. Ever since the bank, he has been a coward, constantly running from everything and everyone. He can't run now though, because everyone is gone. The wound has reopened and it's cascading down him in a trail of crimson that only he can feel and see. He looks at his hands and they shake with his rampant thoughts. The same hands that latched onto a boy's throat and squeezed. He tried to squeeze the life out of someone, just like his father. Izuku has always feared the day he'd slip up and finally learn he was no better than the man that made his life a living hell, but lo and behold the truth is rearing its fire-breathing head. He shakes his head, and he feels something building in his eyes, but he tries not to dwell on it. He tries to connect to Yagi like he always does when he goes to the beach he cleaned up for the former symbol of peace, but he couldn't feel further away from the man than he does right now. Hell, he just relived Yagi's death right after almost killing an innocent kid. Izuku can feel blood on his hands that isn't there, but it's caked onto them like the scars that always remind him of his failures. Izuku could have killed Shinso. He almost did. He could have killed Tuya and Eraserhead. He could have killed everyone in Down Under. He's nothing short of a monster, and the people around him don't deserve the pain that seems to follow him like his shadow. Izuku's temples are pounding, and the light high above doesn't help. The occasional screech of a seagull only helps bolster the house fire burning inside of his skull. The migraine and piercing thoughts rattle through his head on a one-way track to nowhere good. He shudders as the gray of the rocks sends an image of his father's eyes running through his vision. He winces as the vision turns into soft onyx eyes from a certain underground hero that he can't even say the name of. He's never been able to say Eraserhead's real name. He doesn't want to let the man in for his own good. There's nothing good that comes with being close to Izuku. Everyone that has been close to Izuku has either been almost killed or buried 6 feet underground with a fresh set of flowers next to their tombstones. He bought flowers for Oboro and Yagi's graves this morning and visited the cemetery before making it to Dagoba. The foreign liquid finally drips from his eyes as if a dam broke, and his hands cover his eyes as he hunches over and allows himself to break. He hasn't done this in a long time. He knows he needs it though. He needs to shatter along these rocks, along the sea where it's untraceable. Perhaps a part of him will be forever lost in the sea down below, but he'll build himself back to a presentable form in no time. Right now though he just needs to let it all go. The cloudless day up above watches as Izuku breaks from the inside out. The vestiges watch as Izuku pieces himself back together. The tears dry up, and the rocks keep them hidden so only Izuku knows it happened. A carefully blank expression mellows out his features, and Izuku is okay again. Everything is okay. Tomorrow he will be back at UA and everything will be back to normal. Everything is fine. Are you stupid? Tuya screams at Aizawa, his hands reaching for his hair as a force of habit. He's always done that ever since he was a kid. He wasn't awake when I left Dash. You really thought he would wait around and talk about his feelings? How if he's stupid are you Aizawa? That kid would rather die to a bunch of thugs than talk about his demed emotions. Tuya grits the words out as if they pain him, because in a way they really do. He's allowed Izuku to go on for so many years avoiding all of his problems, and when it's right in front of him and he has no choice but to confront everything, Tuya is still surprised that Izuku ran. He shouldn't be surprised, honestly, it's the most in-character reaction he could have had, but sue him, he's still shocked. Just, do whatever you want, I'll go find him. Tuya doesn't let Aizawa get a word in as he grabs the keys from their doorside table and exits the apartment as fast as he can after slamming the door shut. His coat swishes behind him, and the icy nip in the air turns his nose a rosy pink. He has no unearthly idea where Izuku could be, but he's going to check all the spots he knows have some sort of significance. Tuya reaches into his coat pocket when a chime on his phone alerts him to the end of week 1 to the commission's proposal. He had said it after the press conference given by the head of the commission the night Omen was dying in a rundown alleyway. Proposal is a nice word for it, because really it's a trap wrapped in a silver bow with pristine wrapping to make it look better than it actually is. Izuku is royally f'd with the commission cracking down on his extracurricular activities as a vigilante. Well, Tuya is f'd too because, yeah, they're both f'd. When Tuya checks his location app while walking down some stairs to the first floor, he sees that Izuku's phone is still in the apartment too. God damn it, Izuku. Izuku's journey to the beach began in a shirt and shorts, and when he bought the flowers to place at Oboro and Yagi's graves, he reluctantly grabbed a sweatshirt, needing the comfort and heat. Exhaustion pulls at his skin, and he rubs his nose occasionally, still fighting off the effects of whatever was put into his system while he was passed out. He can't remember much of anything right now. Whether that choice is a conscious or unconscious decision, he has no clue. He spent most of his day on the rocks high above the beach, watching the waves with a listless stare and his knees tucked to his chest, purposefully not allowing himself to dwell on what transpired before he woke up earlier that day. He hadn't noticed the time passing, even as the clouds dissipated and the sky darkened to compensate for the lack of sun. Izuku waited for the stars to come out, but they were so distant. He misses the close vicinity he once had with the stars, like when they promised to welcome him with open arms. It's not until some time later that he picks up all broken pieces of himself and levers to his feet as if nothing happened. Except a pain shocks his body and a hand flies to his collarbone, reminding him of a mysterious wound he discovered earlier. While shopping, he embarrassingly started dripping blood on the poor old floral lady's floor. Did he get shot or something? It'd probably hurt and bleed a lot more if that were the case. Well, there's no probably about it, it definitely would. He's been shot before, he knows the drill. Whatever, it'll come back to him at one point or another. No point in dwelling. His sweatshirt is black anyways, so no blood should show as long as it's not oozing onto the floor that is just the evidence of crimson on his fingers. He absently wipes his hand on his hoodie, dispelling the thoughts that want to dissect and analyze what the hell happened. A wince crawls across his face as he recognizes the pitch-black scenery around him. It's nighttime. And he knew that, but he never processed it. He hasn't been processing much of anything for the past 12-ish hours. He escaped from one of the closest things to home he's ever known earlier this morning. He ran. He ran from the closest thing to home he's ever had. Not only the place, but the people. Coward. He still acts like the same kid he was back when he was in his childhood home. Always running. Maybe he should call? His hand reaches into his pocket only to find it empty. He didn't bring his phone, and he's just realizing this now. Where even is his phone? The pieces inside of him crack minutely as the questions ebb and flow, showing him just how far he's fallen. He drags his feet as he leaves the pier and the restless waves that hold the pieces he was willing to give, and a man with cobalt eyes. The stars so far off in the sky look over the ocean, and they both simultaneously coexist out of Izuku's reach. Rustling in his hoodie, his fingers wrap around each other and feel the rigid scars from multiple years of vigilantism, and some remainders of a man with onyx eyes, not to be confused with the warm onyx eyes he's accustomed to now. The moon isn't too far into the sky, luckily, showing it's not too late, so he shuffles along the desolate city passing the occasional night-goer as they stumble from bar to bar. Izuku's eyes never stray up to the rooftops, disallowing the chance that he sees a man clad in black with a rather unique taste in scarves. His feet bring him to a small glass box, run down from years of weather and elements. It's a relic in time that belongs in the movies, but Izuku's just lucky they're still around as he opens the door and steps into the phone booth. The number he dials is his subconscious at play, but he allows it to take over. His subconscious seems to be more aware than any other part of him. The person picks up. "What's up?" He's not one to point out the elephant in the room, so he evades saying it aloud to the best of his ability. Izuku is looking down at the open palm of his other hand, tensing his fingers to make sure he's alive and this isn't an illusion. A phantom crimson runs through his finger, but Izuku blinks and it's gone. A girl's voice speaks back to him. "Meet me at your noodle place." "Toga." "Himiko Toga." He sighs, but it does nothing to quell the weight pressing against his shoulders. Something has happened, and it is going to cause a lot more issues moving further. Might as well face it head-on and hear the brunt of it from an unbiased source. What he decides to do with the information is anyone's guess. As he pulls his hood to cover his hair, he knocks the sunglasses he borrowed slightly askew. He totally stole them, but does it count as stealing if he's going to return them tomorrow? Regardless, he's sitting in the back of the restaurant with his back to the wall. His eyes level at each entry and exit point as his arms lay crossed on the table in his hunched form. He keeps his head tilted so anyone who looks at him can only see someone curved over at a two-person table, face clouded by dark curls. Eyeing the door through his curls and shades, he watches as Toga waltzes in with a cropped hoodie, her hands buried in the pockets and dark ripped jeans. The hood covers her noticeable blonde hair and her slitted eyes rove the residence with suspicion. Her eyes land on him, and her mouth parts minutely in a small smile, fangs glinting in the light. "Long time no talkin'." There's a delight in her voice that borders on hysterical, but in a good way, if that's possible. Toga has a habit of finding nicknames, even if someone's name is 4 letters long. She will find a way, and she has. She drops down into the booth, bouncing slightly on the cushion. "I don't usually come in here, I'm more of an online order and eat it on the roof kind of guy," he admits, providing reasoning to his less than fashionable appearance. He's trying to grasp at common ground, not really wanting to fish through his personal life to conjure up a narrative for Toga to chew on. There's a bone-deep exhaustion with deep roots running through him, staking claim to all that he is. It's been growing throughout the years, but now it has fully bloomed and takes up the majority of space within his chest. It has squeezed his organs out of the way and made home within him like a parasite. To Toga's credit, she takes the deflection in stride and nods. "Well." A server sets down 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, eyes Izuku suspiciously, and walks away without further question. She does throw a glance over at him every now and then, whether it's intrigue or suspicion Izuku doesn't know or care. The smell of the delicious bowl in front of him snatches his attention back to the booth rather than others' perceptions. A wide grin, fangs on full display, inches across Toga's face, and Izuku shakes his head with a small grin. He tilts his head upwards, sitting up straight and dragging one of the bowls towards him. "You remembered my favorite?" she asks with her own version of warmth that would be disturbing if it wasn't coming from her. He slurps on his first bite, not caring about the scalding temperature burning his throat. He nods his head to her question, amusement in his brows. The temperature doesn't override the lack of taste. Frowning at his bowl, he picks up a small container of skis and spoons in way too many drops. He developed a liking for spice when he was younger, because he was pretty much forced to eat it if he wanted to be around Baku. He stops the thought, not really understanding why his brain went down that path. Why is he so stuck in the past? Sure, he dreamt about Oboro and Yagi, but Bakuga's presence was so long ago that it should be out of his mind altogether. "What did the ramen do to you?" Toga inclines her head, devouring the contents of the bowl that's the size of her head. Too bland. He really just wants answers right now. Why does his shoulder ache? And why is his head throbbing behind his eyes? Well, his head is always throbbing, so there's not much surprise there. Toga still focuses on devouring her meal, and it reminds him of the first time they met. Well, the second time. The first time they met she was trying to kill. Or take his blood, He's not really sure which, as the details are a little murky. Regardless, their duel came to a standstill and Toga got away. The second time, however, was a nice sit-down meal he orchestrated to glean some information from her. There was some blackmail involved, the typical run-in with an infamous villain and less than eager vigilante, but it all worked out. Kind of. Izuku walked away sporting a few cuts, and Toga walked away with a bruised ego and a head full of doubts. Obviously, Izuku ended up with the more extreme results, but his method worked in the end. Toga, who'd been on the run after the war, evading heroes and villains alike, came to her senses and became a part-time member of Izuku's merry band of, "You saved my life, I'm indebted to you." There's only two people aside from himself in the band. Izuku's nerves spike the longer the silence between them continues. By the time Toga finishes, Izuku has been finished with his food for over 5 minutes. He's a fast eater and always has been. Also, he hasn't eaten food in, how many days? What day is it? Toga looks up from her intense eye contact with her now finished meal. Tuesday. No. Date. Izuku rubs his temples with a slight downturn of his brows. Oh. She reaches her hand into one of her many pockets and pulls out her phone that Izuku bought her years ago. It's July 5th. Well, shit. Last time he checked it was June. This day just keeps getting better and better. Toga taps a few notifications while Izuku ponders everything under the sun. Well, the moon at this point in time. Out of his peripheral vision, as Izuku is looking down at his hands in his lap, he sees a hand reach across the table. His head snaps up, ready to assess the threat, but it's just Toga handing him a hard drive. Izuku still remembers the day he had to teach her how to work an encrypted hard drive. Perhaps this teacher thing was always going to happen whether Eraserhead offered him a position or not. Who is he kidding? No, it was not. An orphan vigilante is never and will never be cut out for teaching a bunch of hero kids. Well, maybe Crawler could. Unfortunately, Izuku can't be an exception. He would never put himself out there like that either. When Eraserhead proposed this teaching position, Izuku had just come off the high of a good patrol, a solid meal of ramen, and he was basking in the night sky on a rooftop, a place he feels the safest, high above it all. Some days, namely today, he still doesn't know why he accepted the position. He placed himself directly into the lion's den. So many possibilities of everything going wrong. His hand reaches for the drive, a brow ped in question. Her eyes dart around the vacant restaurant, and she lowers her voice. I got a sample of the blood you scraped along the walls for me. Good thinking on that one, by the way. From what I could taste, your blood was dosed with a paralytic, narcotic, and there was a weird zing of something else, but I couldn't tell what it was. You tasted my blood instead of testing it? Izuku deadpants. Yup. She pops the key, and Izuku shakes his head. Of course she did. She sits back in her chair with a huff and intertwines her fingers over her stomach. That kid I saw on TV, the one that bit you, I think the quirk was the bite. But they definitely weren't a kid. There was too much of each drag effect for a kid to have induced that with such a small bite. I think someone had morphed their shape, they got what they wanted, then they were teleported out by another person. Izuku sighs. The commission sure has a lot of useful quirks at their disposal. Also, that deadline they gave you is total shit. There's no way you can choose to align yourself with them in such a short amount of time. You're more of a thinker than that. His mind goes blank. Align myself with the commission? Izuku thinks the room has been SCKD of oxygen. A topic that himself, the public, and the commission have tiptoed around for years is finally on the table. They've set the cheese under the trap and are attracting the mouse at all costs. Izuku entered the cat and mouse game a long time ago, but he never signed up to be the mouse. Yeah, they gave you until the end of this month. Her usually over-enthusiastic voice is as monotone as it can get. Izuku's stomach drops. Himiko got the call from Omen a little past 1 in the morning, which isn't unusual. However, seeing as he's been out of commission, she knows there's something wrong. She could hear it in his voice over the phone. She figures he called because he wants the data she collected from the alley he almost bled out in. Omen used the blood oozing from his open wounds as a prop for her to get samples of any external interference, which of course there was. For better or worse, Omen's intuition is often spot on. Regardless, Omen's voice on the phone was desolate and far away. Was his call actually to collect the thumb drive, or was it something else entirely? Maybe he's slipping deeper and deeper into what she saw years ago. She grabs the thumb drive she's been collecting data on, something he requested her to do in actions rather than words. She assumes it was a carefully crafted plan like he usually curates. Why else would he allow himself to bleed out in a random alley rather than seeking medical attention with the comfort of his adoptive father? As Himiko walks along the moonlit sidewalk, the city gliding past her in a blur, she realizes she can't put a name to the fall Omen goes through. It's similar to her own bouts of bloodlust, or so she imagines. It's like being pushed off a ledge. You find your heart in your throat and your body weightless. No end in sight, just whatever is ahead of you, tunnel vision skewing the edges. An insatiable need for blood at every turn, everybody she passes a possible outlet. Back when she met Omen a couple years ago, he was different. His smile wasn't so terse and forced, and his tone held more emotion and vulnerability behind it. She's seen him bleed for her, and while his blood tasted rather odd, a weird zing in it that no one else had, it didn't stop her from aligning herself with him. She liked him, the way he was selfless, kind, and pretty. Sure, his exterior was pretty, but so was his interior. Something about his soul was alluring to Himiko, something that begged her to stay near him. Pretty like a valley of flowers waving in a violent torrent, but never uprooting and instead facing the challenge head-on. She never wanted to be a hero before, but being in his presence gives her an odd thumping in her chest, imploring for her to do something small and just. It's an exhilarating feeling, something felt once in a blood moon. The moon glints off a passing window, and her shadow reminds her of running through the red light district, evading cops and villains alike. She stuffs her hands deeper in her pockets, fingers rubbing the thumb drive in thought. Omen saved her from the police and the League Hunters, a group of villains seeking out the remaining League members to put an end to their reign. That time seemed to be the height of Omen's stability, because sooner or later he began to sink. She noticed it when he asked her to do an assignment for him. He'd helped her find a house and a job at that point. She was getting rather antsy in the way she depended on him so much, so she agreed quickly to his request. What she didn't expect was to be sent to a bar where Dabi was playing a game of pool. The bar was on the outskirts of the Red District, not a cop in sight except for those in the bar betting in less than legal manners. A sweet smell permeated the air and almost sent Himiko off the deep end, a vicious need to seek out the source, almost overpowering her need to appease Omen. She snapped out of it quickly, remembering why she was there. Her job was to tail Dabi and find out where he was going and doing. She watched from a back table, a Bloody Mary in hand which had no actual blood in it apparently as Dabi lost his game of pool, on purpose, and began talking with a hooded figure who'd sidled up to him. Dabi wasn't dressed expensively, but with similar attire to how he dressed to work it down under slacks and a button-up. The other man was obviously out of place, especially with the hat as if that would keep attention from being drawn to him. They had a hat, the broad shoulders of a man, and rather expensive clothes on. Her keen eyes couldn't pick up anything specific about the man, but her efforts were too blatant because within minutes of the man finding a table with Dabi his eyes met hers. His mouth parted, and that was her signal to disappear, so she did. In the blink of an eye, she was out the door, placing an order for her to pick up which she'd wrangle someone else into doing for her. She stayed on the rooftop, a carry-out box of uncooked steak and fries in her lap as she swung her legs over the edge. She'd paid some street kid a couple bucks to grab her takeout from the bar so she didn't gain the attention of Dabi or his partner. Sometime later, a commotion in the alley had her peering over the edge. Dabi was talking deeper and more sensually than usual. That was her cue to get out of there unless she wanted to see something she could never unsee. It was only when she pulled her leg up to stand that she saw the red feather under her boot. She grabbed the feather and the rest of her food and made it back to down under in record time. When she reported everything to Omen and gave him the red feather, she saw this look in his eyes. It was like a deep chasm, with a tide ripping through the bottom and no signs of letting up. Getting caught in the waves would mean certain death. Although, that was the first time she'd seen him without his visor or sunglasses, so maybe that look had always been there. That's how she knew. Omen was fighting so many battles at once, physically and mentally. He was similar to her yet different. While she fought bloodlust only she could feel, he fought a demon only he could see. Hell, maybe multiple demons. Her admiration for him grew that night, and continued to grow over the years. That's how she knows he's slipping again though. He has days where he's harder around the edges and more silent than usual, but his eye had this youthfulness. Yet, his voice on the phone lacked the usual jubilance. He was out of touch, his words not having any true significance, instead trying to skirt around the edges and make it by. Slipping is a rather lax term for the downward spiral coming from his end of the phone. He was calling from an unknown number. Omen is so out of it he doesn't even have his phone or didn't think to use it. Before she can figure out a way to help, she's at the door of Omen's favorite noodle restaurant, a constant in his life that can be attributed to very few things. When she walks in, surveying the residence which there are few of, she notices his hunched position and the lack of presence emanating from his form. He's falling. Right now, he's falling further and further, and she doesn't know how to help. The thumb drive burns a hole in her pocket as she debates lying and keeping the drive until he's less hollow. These files will only make everything worse, but what if he doesn't trust her anymore when he finds out? She needs him. If she isn't near Omen, she'll go off the deep end and back into a life she escaped years ago. She can't risk this friendship. But isn't that what friends do? Don't they try to be there for each other even if it hurts? Himiko doesn't know. She's never really had friends. Katsuki's alarm blares through the room, and his eyelids pry open. He's had the same alarm tune for all 3 years at UA, yet each time it rings, he jumps out of restless dreams. Despite going to bed at 8 and waking up at 5, he's lucky if he gets a good 5 hours. Ever since the war, he's been plagued with dreams so vivid. They force him awake with a sheen of sweat on his brow and adrenaline coursing through his veins. When his eyes focus in to peer at the same gray ceiling, the entire dream is forgotten, and he's forced to fall back asleep until his alarm jars him out of bed for a final time to start the day. His therapist, Dr. Shinso, often tried to coax the dreams out of him, but he couldn't remember them. He'd leave her office grumbling and cursing about her, thinking he was a liar. He's not a FNG liar. Peeling the thin mattress sheet off his body is like taking off a ragged jacket that shields the cold more than you realize. He swears as the cold smashes into the exposed skin of his upper body and legs. His boxers, although light, do just enough to keep at least one part of him relatively warm. Sleeping in cold temperatures with few layers of clothing is a must unless he wants to blow something up in his sleep. He has before, and it still happens on occasion, but it hasn't happened for the past few months. He's been getting better, no matter how much he curses his body's clock and its irregular schedule. He changes into his gym wear, sweatpants and a black tank top with a skull in the middle, an old design his parents put together a while back that he kept. After brushing his teeth and meeting weathered crimson eyes in the mirror, he breaches the frame of his door and is met with the usual darkness. He enters and exits the elevator, passes the large kitchen and common area and pushes himself outside the door like his usual routine calls for. Breaking his routine offsets his day, no matter how small the disturbance. He deposits 2 earbuds into his ears, a jack connecting the buds to the phone in his pocket, and he runs. He runs down the steps of the dorms and around the UA campus. It's a scenic route, trees rustling in the wind, the well-maintained landscape of flowers and shrubbery dotting the campus. Music thrums through his ears, a steady stream of violins stringing along a melody followed by the keys of a piano. There's no words, just an elegant tune and Katsuki's occasional thoughts. He runs until the sun comes up, painting the sky red and orange. Clouds pepper the sky and cast a grayish-green lilt, eventually merging with the warmer colors. A perfectly effed-up mix of devastation and chaos. Katsuki passes the fountain and main UA building as he pushes towards the main gym. There's a gentle breeze gliding across his skin and pushing his hair back as his feet thud across the concrete walkway. His arms pump at his sides. He often simulates a scenario in his head like running to save someone. Maybe he's running into a burning building to save Auntie, a trapped resident, or running towards Izuku, a missing person who he's going to reunite with their family. Each day he creates similar fed-up scenarios and is baited into playing into the fantasy that he can save them and be a hero. He's going to be a hero, just not a hero. He'll have the title, a license, an agency, the whole FING deal, but he still won't be able to save those from so many years ago. He lunges up the steps 2 at a time and steps up to the double doors, fishing for the ID in his pocket. UA has an ID system to get into buildings, a standard practice ever since the League BSTRDS showed their fuckus ugly mugs several years ago. What he wouldn't give to punch that fire hole in the face one last time for being such a beach. He almost did a couple days ago in the bar, but Aizawa stopped him. How do Dabi and Omen know each other? Sure, Omen is shady as hell, but he's still number 1. He wouldn't hang around villains, would he? The door opens with a gentle click, the same as every morning. Katsuki tenses minutely as the brightness washes over him. The lights are on already. For 2 years straight, Katsuki has been the one to turn on the lights every morning. There's no one in here that he can see, and all the equipment is in its rightful places. Did someone just forget to turn off the lights? Katsuki tugs out one of his earbuds, and that's when he finally registers the loud thumping from deeper inside the gym. He masks his footsteps, a lesson he learned from Aizawa in his 2nd year. Apparently it's more of an underground hero shtick, but why the F don't spotlights use it for covert ops? Katsuki will be a versatile hero. The best hero. First, he needs to see what BSTRD is FING around his gym at the butt crack of dawn when they should be asleep. What a-hole wakes up this early anyways? He glides over the workout mats, past the weights and machines into the back hallways of the large facility. While there's a large open room with equipment and fighting squares, there's also separate rooms. The rooms are in a back hallway with windows to peer in. They're one-way windows to hinder distractions. Katsuki uses the rooms when he finds time for the gym midday and wants to be left alone. In the first room, the lights are on and Katsuki inches closer. Why would anyone use a fighting room? Usually they're used for. Inside is a tall figure with disheveled curly green hair, stupid sunglasses and a grimace etched across his lips. He's twirling and twisting around the room as he beats the sheet out of a punching bag that's battered and bruised. Just Katsuki's FANG luck to have Omen in his gym. Surely the guy has his own. As Katsuki stands tensely, watching through the one-way glass, he feels his hair stand on end and seconds after Omen whips around and looks Katsuki directly in the eyes. Or so he assumes because all he sees are a pair of shitty sunglasses faced in his general direction. An eerie calm permeates the air, weighing it down considerably more than it was seconds before. There's an itch under Katsuki's skin that he attributes to the break in his schedule, but he doesn't let his mind venture any further to identify other factors. Omen's hand lifts and his fingers curl inward, motioning Katsuki into the room. The guy can't even see Katsuki, a potential opponent, and he's beckoning him like a DMN dog. What a cocky piece of shit. Katsuki's brows draw together at the thought of the number one's egotistical bullshit, and he storms into the room like a raging inferno ready to explode something. The F is your problem. Oh, Kabakugu. Katsuki doesn't even finish his sentence before he's cut off. Hearing the odd change of his name and hollow tone causes him to immediately halt in his tracks. The F is wrong with you? A tense smile creases Omen's lips, meant to be appeasing but doing the opposite. Same old, same old. That ticks Katsuki off. This a-hole doesn't get to give him that sheet. The words are so meaningless and belittling as if Katsuki can't handle the truth. What? You think I'm going to tell the world your shitty secrets if you tell me the truth? Huh? You think I can't handle it or something? The words cross the barriers of his teeth with a venom he can't contain. His heart is pounding in his ears, and his frame is primed for a fight. He can take him. The guy is practically crumbling in front of him, huffing as he catches his breath and totally blank as he looks Katsuki up and down, or so he assumes. Omen just looks at Katsuki as he hears the words, and then he turns his back to Katsuki and begins destroying the DMN punching bag again. I never said that, Omen answers honestly. Katsuki registers the words but barely takes them into account. Omen doesn't even have the gall to face him as he talks. Don't you have your own gym to F around in? Omen hums, kicking and dodging, jabbing and maneuvering. Not really, no. What the F dash? Sure, he's a vigilante, but he still gets paid in some way? Surely his popularity gets him some benefits, right? Tisich figures. Omen doesn't reply, just continues his assault on the punching bag. You're gonna kill the thing if you don't let up, Katsuki notes. He crosses his arms over his chest, eyebrow raised as he assesses that most powerful hero in the world. Omen's punches are too fast and blunt. He's aiming to hurt, though not necessarily the punching bag if the crimson running down his bruised fists is anything to go by. It seems Katsuki walked into something he shouldn't have. Good thing it's not alive then, Omen answers through gritted teeth as he sends his fist dead center into the tall mass and splits a seam. His hand finds itself stuck in the bag, sand spewing out around it and onto the blue mat. F-. Omen tears his hand out, blood dripping down through his fingers and coating the fist just as fast as the sand pours from the bag. You're bleeding, Katsuki mentions it as if Omen doesn't notice. Yeah, I do that sometimes. Does this fucker ever shut up? If he knew, why did he continue to harm himself and neglect treating an open wound? Refusing medical treatment again, I see. How well did that end up for you last time? Omen slowly picks his head up from looking at his fist and looks at Katsuki with what Katsuki assumes is annoyance. Katsuki smirks, sly and sharp, knowing he clipped a nerve. I don't have any rap. I saw the injury. Just didn't have any means to fix it. The vigilante's shoulders are hunched, nothing like the spotlight hero that is photographed in the media. He feels vacant compared to the bouncy and light demeanor he carried during their first lesson. Well, before he confessed his guilt for not being able to pick out a one-in-a-million villain that nobody in their right mind could have seen. In their second lesson, he had this odd aura of unawareness and aloofness that he tried to play off with jokes and sulking while tied up by various quirks. That was also the lesson he allowed Himiko of Injitoga to teach them sheet. What annoying motherfucker allows an infamous villain to teach a bunch of heroes? What could she have to teach them? Katsuki's harshness doesn't change, but he does walk past the vigilante, turning his back to him and moving to the back wall where various lockers reside. It just so happens that Katsuki's locker is in here for when he does mock fights with the dipshits he calls friends. He turns the lock clockwise, counter, and clockwise again to the 3-digit combination and unlocks it, revealing a bag hanging from a hook. He rifles his hand through the gym bag and his fingers find the soft consistency of medical tape, which he grabs. He turns around, ready to toss the roll to Omen, but instead the vigilante is right behind him and Katsuki almost punches him in the face. He's hunched at the waist, hands on his hips. He was probably peering over his shoulder too. Katsuki didn't even hear him walk over, and he doesn't have music playing. He has had his hearing checked recently by the doctors, and luckily there's been no regression of his hearing besides the regular amount. His quirk could easily cause deafness, but the protectors that go with his suit, originally designed by Izuku, caught the problem before it could permanently impair his hearing. What the F is your problem? Katsuki growls, trying to claw back some of his dignity. There's visible tension in his voice, an adrenaline high prevalent from the unwanted presence of Omen. My problem? I just wanted to see what my student was doing, and make sure he wasn't pulling out any contraband in front of his very uptight and lawful sensei, you know? And while I'm acting like your sensei, you should be more spatially aware. Scratch that, Omen was definitely peering over his shoulder. Disgust shows itself in the upturned parting of Katsuki's mouth and hitching of his brow. So you do or don't want the rap, dipsh sensei? Katsuki didn't forget Omen is technically a teacher, but it also doesn't register among the list of things that make up Omen's character. He's a vigilante, mysterious and unknown except for the way that he killed the handsy fucker years ago because of a prick named All for One. Everyone knows that. He paints himself as the hero in that scenario, which Katsuki can recognize that he is, but what else is there to the story? There has to be more. What's Omen's quirk? No one really knows the full extent, and there's a new aspect of it every once in a while that appears out of nowhere. Why does his quirk have so many different aspects, as if it's more than one quirk? Too many questions and an a-hole who doesn't answer any of them. Omen outstretches his hand invitingly, a sly smirk quirking the edge of his mouth. I'll do it, you'd probably F it up. Katsuki takes Omen's hand and flips it over. Omen doesn't say anything, so Katsuki focuses his attention on spiraling the roll around his knuckles, which are busted as hell. It seems Omen has been going at it for a while because the cuts tried to scab over, but they reopened with each brutal crash of his fist into the absolutely pummeled punching bag. When did you get here? Katsuki tries to distract Omen, but he's also fishing for information by casting out the line of bait and waiting for Omen to grip it between his teeth and run. Omen hums, a slight stitch in his voice that Katsuki can't decipher. About an hour ago. He's lying. So, by an hour you mean what, 3 hours ago? There's annoyance in Katsuki's tone, because he hates liars. Somewhere around there. At least he answered honestly this time. Where's your keeper? He's entering dangerous territory, but they're tied together at the moment. Literally tied together as Katsuki holds the roll of medical tape attached to Omen's hand. He grabs the ending, brings it to his mouth and rips, then wraps the excess around one more loop. My keeper? Omen should know who he's talking about, so that means that there's someone else who could take up that role just as easily as the other. What? Is there more than one person who tries to beat common sense into your thick skull? Omen's mischievous smile is gone, and there's a slight downturn of his lips. He doesn't answer though. I'm talking about Aizawa-sensei. Katsuki drops Omen's hand, the weight of it leaving Katsuki oddly light, as if Omen's hand held an exceeding amount of excess weight. The vigilante inspects it, shifting his hand around to view the precise loops and area coverage of his knuckles. He's your teacher, why would I know where he is? This early in the morning he's probably sleeping with his cats. Katsuki PPS a brow at the stutter. Sure, everyone messes up, but Omen doesn't have a stutter, and he's not under any sort of stress which would cause a misstep. Another mystery added to the insurmountable pile. Anyways, Katsuki was obviously mentioning the lack of supervision around Omen. Regardless of his status, he doesn't have permission to be in here at this hour. Katsuki had to proposition Nedzu for a pass into the gym. Surely the rat wouldn't give Omen one just cause he has weight to his name. Do I need to spell it out for you? Katsuki is 2 seconds away from blowing the speech to hell, because why can't he take it? Single hint and actually answer the FING question. Maybe? I mean, I really don't know where Aizawa is. I meant why the F, are you here? The words are warm and venomous. There's a pain in his chest that he can't register why, but he wants this fucker out of his gym so he can get back to his routine. His heart drops. His routine. His hand reaches for his phone in his sweatpants. 10 minutes. He's 10 minutes behind schedule. It's reconcilable as long as... Get out. Omen hasn't even had time to recover from the prior outburst. I mean, I can... Katsuki doesn't know what he was about to say. His mouth moves without his consent, words spewing from his brain as if he were possessed. Fight me for it. If you win I leave, but if I win you have to leave. Omen's face varies through emotions, filtering the words as if he can't understand them. They're pretty FANG blunt and easy to decipher. I don't think that's the best idea. Of course the vigilante thinks he's better than Katsuki. He's number one. He has a weird but quirk that's way too FING overpowered. He has everything. He thinks he has a leg up on Katsuki and that Katsuki can't handle it. Fight me you coward. His words lash and cut deep. Katsuki doesn't know why. He sees the way Omen's demeanor changes, his prior tiredness gone and an odd wired tensity growing through his entire body. Sure, whatever. Don't tell Aizawa or he'll kick my butt. For some odd reason Omen's eyes widen after he finishes the words. Well, Katsuki assumes so as his brows raise practically into his hairline. They both ignore the reaction. Instead of exiting like Katsuki expected him to do, he moves the broken sand bag out of the way to the side of the room. He walks over to the pile of sand and aims a flicking motion at it. The sand is pushed away in a flurry of wind towards the punching bag where it jumps and scatters. What are the rules? Omen's hands are on his hips, his sunglasses still sitting on the bridge of his nose. Honestly, it's a disadvantage to be wearing them due to the change in light. His whole thing is being faceless though, even though Katsuki can see most of his face. He always covers his eyes though. It makes sense with his personality. Eyes are the windows to the soul, and this douchebag doesn't let anyone close. Huh. Katsuki's confusion draws his brows together. It's just a normal FING fight? Omen sighs. With or without quirks? With. Katsuki rushes the answer, and quickly schools his expression, realizing how suspicious he sounded. Fighting against Omen one-on-one with quirks would give Katsuki a full scope of his quirk. He's maybe even pick up on a thing or two that others haven't noticed. Katsuki is on the training mat now, watching the vigilante as he deliberates. We're fighting quirkless. Omen nods with a finality that relinquishes all possibilities of another option. Why'd you effing ask then? Katsuki grits out, his skin itching in irritation. Omen's typical cockiness shines through in the tilt of his lips, a smug grin playing across his features. He doesn't answer Katsuki, 'cause why the F would he? You know, you should never underestimate a quirkless person, Bakugu. The words are cold in the air, like they mean something completely different than what they are. Katsuki knew a quirkless person, weak and flimsy, but so strong at the same time. His skin flares at the memory of wide green eyes and a thin frame that could barely even stand some days. How could someone so powerless reach for a goal that requires power and strength out of his capacity? How could Izuku even hope to reach that goal that Katsuki was reaching for? Katsuki will never understand the relentless fervor in which Izuku pushed himself. Regret pools in his gut as he remembers the cruelty he showed towards Izuku. How could Izuku not understand though? Katsuki was showing him exactly what it would be like pushing to be like All Might. His anger manifested in the heat in his palms, always Izuku on the other end of his hand. Katsuki would sometimes see bruises and burns that weren't from him, from another situation entirely. Katsuki was a villain in Izuku's story, one of them anyway up until his disappearance. Katsuki is going to be a hero, but he's not going to be a hero. He'll have a license, an agency, and the #1 hero title, but he will never be able to apologize or save Izuku and Auntie. Izuku's disappearance was only made apparent when the Midoriya household went up in flames, Auntie and her husband dying in the fire. Izuku's body was never found. His room was the epicenter of the fire, where it all began. The police say that Izuku suffered at the hands of his father, and the fire spawned from his clothing and body and spread to the rest of the house, encompassing the whole family. Izuku was killed at the hands of his father. Those were the words that never made the police report, but were implied enough for everyone to interpret. Even in death, Izuku never had the justice he deserved. The regret in his stomach turns into acid, taking on a new ire in the way it ignites his skin and thrums through his veins. Katsuki will never be forgiven, He's never even apologized, but he can continue to fight to be #1 like Izuku wanted. He'll just have to take down this vigilante first, knock him down a peg or two. Omen's brows raise above the sunglasses. Katsuki hasn't answered him or acknowledged the comment. Yeah, well, you're not quirkless, Omen. Katsuki glares at Omen, a blurred boy with green hair in his peripheral vision, while he looks at the vigilante with equally disheveled green hair. That's not my point, Omen mentions, as if he doesn't speak in vague, ominous terms at the drop of a hat. Fighting quirkless is just as important as fighting with your quirk. A quirk doesn't define a person, and a person isn't their quirk. Katsuki remembers a time that his quirk and him were seen as the same, headed towards UA with people gushing and falling all over him as if he were a celebrity. He embraced the pride that came with being favored by his classmates, and he made sure that those who weren't good enough knew they could never make it in the hero world. Aizawa-sensei told us all about fighting quirkless. I know that already, he huffs. Omen isn't trying to bring up Izuku, he can't be. No one knows about the green-eyed boy whose eyes glazed over as flames engulfed his body. Omen just nods, an unusual solemn look overtaking his visible features. Right? He mutters. What, you know someone quirkless or something? Katsuki eggs the other on, constantly fishing for more information. Omen huffs, or something. Irritation rattles his nerves. It's always your vague bullshit. Just start the DM and fight already, Omen. Omen balks, and it looks like there's something on the tip of his tongue. Finally, maybe Katsuki will get a FING answer for once. As quickly as the notion began, it slowly fades with a swallow and expressionless fall of his face. Whoever's immobile for 3 seconds loses, and no quirks. Those are the only rules. Omen slides into a steady stance, the one that's broadcasted on the news and throughout every social media platform. His arms are splayed out, fists balled, the medical wrap stained red from Omen's various cuts. Fine with me. Katsuki nods, excitement prying its way into his bloodstream. The moment Katsuki shifts his foot for better movement, Omen is already moving in his direction. They were lined up across the mat from each other, 6 feet away. Omen has cut that distance in half, but Katsuki doesn't let the swiftness of his opponent stall him. He moves forward and meets the other. They trade blows, Katsuki throwing a punch that Omen blocks with his arm, and sends his own punch under Katsuki's to try and make contact with his gut. Katsuki grabs the arm and twists it over, which Omen shifts out of as he kicks his leg up, and makes Katsuki drop the arm to avoid. Sweat gathers on Katsuki's brow, and the urge to use his quirk grows as they continue to fight in a flurry of punches and kicks. Omen is a solid fighter, better than any of Katsuki's classmates. The guy doesn't need a larger ego than he already does, so Katsuki would never admit this to his face, but Omen is a strong fighter. Maybe stronger than Katsuki. Katsuki parries a move and kicks at Omen's knee. The kick lands, surprisingly, but Omen doesn't react to the unsettling noise coming from the bone. Instead, he takes his chance to sweep Katsuki's legs while he's unbalanced. He hits the mat, and Omen is on top of him, spinning him so his stomach is on the ground, and his arms are tied behind his back like a demon villain. Katsuki wriggles with all his might, and struggles as he tries to use his legs to dislodge Omen in any way. There's a knee digging into his spine, and it's not the pain that causes his distress, it's the thought of losing. He can't lose. What was it all? For if he can't even make it to number 1, how will he ever make it up to Izuku? Good fight. The pressure holding his hands together releases, and the sensation in his lower back subsides at the same time. Katsuki scoffs and pushes himself off the ground quickly, and turns around to face the winner. Katsuki cuts him off. Let's go again. Omen's hand is outstretched to help Katsuki up, but he doesn't see it. All he sees is the image of a green-haired boy reaching a hand to Katsuki while he's in a riverbed plays in his head. Katsuki shakes the thought away. They're not the same person. One is quirkless, weak, dead. The other is an a-hole, annoying and powerful. Katsuki doesn't need Omen's help, and he glares at the outstretched hand until Omen retracts it. His therapist always reminds him that people helping him doesn't mean they think he's weak, but this is different. This is a vigilante, not one of his friends. A breathy laugh, like it's not meant to be a laugh at all, escapes Omen. Yeah, that's not happening. For FS sake, Omen really thinks Katsuki is weak. Omen turns his back on Katsuki and starts towards the door. Katsuki catches his arm, and he doesn't know why he did that. Omen's head turns, surprise coloring his visible features. We're going again. There must be something about Katsuki that drives home the point, because there's a subtle shift in Omen's demeanor. He's tense, sure, but he's comfortable, as if this dynamic has always been between them. Omen nods. One more. They line up across from each other again, and Katsuki's eye catches on the ticket to his win immediately. As Omen moves to Katsuki in his usual rapid flurry, Katsuki stays on the defensive. He parries and dodges, but he takes punches to the outer sides of his body. He throws his own attacks but doesn't aim anywhere in particular and only reaches for the openings Omen leaves, which are slim to none. There's one moment that Omen sends a punch towards Katsuki's face, but redirects it to his upper body, and Katsuki knows. He knows that Omen isn't trying, and that Omen doesn't view him as a real opponent. The anger radiates through his chest, burning up all of his patience and lighting a fire in him. His anger has notoriously only exited his body in one way, his palms. And Omen knows. Omen must see the moment Katsuki's thoughts change and his anger takes over, but there's nothing he can do. The punch to Katsuki's chest leaves Omen's side wide open. He tries to curl away, but Katsuki's palm ignites a blast right into his side and sends him across the room. There's a thud and a groan, and the anger that clouded Katsuki's vision dissipates into reality. He just FANG exploded his teacher and the #1 hero. F- I'm so? Are you FNG alive? Katsuki rushes over and drops to his knees, his hands hovering over the vigilante who's on the ground gasping for breath. Both hands are clutching Katsuki's mistake, a glaring reminder of exactly what just happened. He's been doing better. He didn't mean to do it. He'll be a hero but never a hero. What the F is wrong with him? Omen rolls over, his glasses slightly askew and looking stupid as hell. How they're still on his face, Katsuki has no idea. He's still clutching his side, in obvious pain, but he speaks regardless. I'm fine, Bakugo, it wasn't your fault. It was Katsuki's fault. He's the one to blame. Is this guy FING stupid? Katsuki's brows are drawn, horror striking his features and filling his crimson eyes to the brim with regret. He didn't FING mean to do it. Omen was looking down on him, but Katsuki didn't want to hurt Omen. He wanted to win. He wanted to show that he has what it takes, and that he is a worthy opponent. I didn't mean to do that, sensei. I'm so sorry, The words are spilling from Katsuki's mouth unbidden, and without a filter to stop them. He never filters what he says, but the regret in his chest is causing a stream of frozen thoughts and thawing feelings to rise to the surface. Really, it's okay. I'm okay, just Omen coughs drily, a little out of breath. There's a slight wheeze in his voice, the result of the wind being knocked out of him. Omen is the one who's hurt, but he's consoling Katsuki. Heroes do that. They make sure everyone around them is okay before themselves. Omen pushes himself up on one hand, and the other holds his side. There's a brittle smile on his lips. It's more of a grimace but softer around the edges to try and keep up appearances. It just caught me off guard is all. Really, I'm fine, Kaisi Bakugo. Katsuki narrows his eyes at the vigilante and stands while offering a hand out for the other to take. Omen looks at the hand, then up at Katsuki. Omen studies him, but takes the hand regardless. Katsuki pulls him to his feet, and he's lighter than he expected. The other pats himself down and brushes the phantom dirt off himself. He catches his breath and coughs a couple more times, his lungs trying to reunite themselves with the air around him. I've had worse, Bakugo. It'll take more than that to get me. His smile is fake, but it's meant to appease Katsuki. Whatever. Just stop Ifunji breathing so fast and drink some water. Katsuki is back at his locker grabbing a plastic water bottle. I don't have it. Katsuki makes eye contact with him before he tosses the water at him, which he catches easily. Thanks. Omen awkwardly shifts his feet and opens the water bottle before he goes back to dully rubbing his side, trying to ease the discomfort. He takes long drags of the water, like it'll save him in some way. Honestly, the vigilante looks terrible. He's clutching his side, with bloody wrapped hands, and there's a slight strain on his knee from where Katsuki landed a kick in the first round. Looks like we're tied 1-1. Omen's words fill the silence, breaking the uncomfortable atmosphere and charging it with a competitive spark. Even when injured, he still has that stupid but smirk ping his lips. Omen looks across the room and mentions, I'd offer another round, but I think you have class soon. Katsuki's stomach drops. His routine is completely ruined beyond repair. He reaches a hand into his pocket and looks down to see he has half an hour until class. F-. He drags a hand through his hair and down his face, sweat dampening his hand. He needs to shower quickly and FANG book it to class. He can hear people entering the gym, the door slamming open as annoying first years enter the space. Katsuki looks up from his phone and opens his mouth to say something, but there's no one in the room anymore. It's just him, an empty water bottle, and a completely unsalvageable punching bag. FING BSTRD. Exhaustion clings to Shoyuta like Hizashi on Sunday mornings, begging him to stay in bed for one more hour. It strangles him in its grip and won't let go even if the bags under his eyes couldn't possibly be more noticeable. There's been a dread hanging over Shoyuta since Omen disappeared 2 days ago. 1 minute he was fast asleep and the next minute he was gone. It took 1 minute of Shoyuta leaving for Omen to disappear into thin air without a text or call to anyone who cares about him. Well, he also left his phone at down under according to Dabi, but Omen could find a way. He always does. Due to the radio silence, Shoyuta and Dabi have been texting. It's not something he ever would have expected, especially if you told this information to Shoyuta 3 years prior, after Dabi kidnapped one of his students. People grow, Shoyuta knows this, but he's still on edge around the fire user. The only reason he hasn't thrown his butt in jail is because of Omen. The squeak of Shuta's shoe echoes through the halls, the eerie silence broken. There's a charge in the air Shoyuta can't put his finger on, but he elects to ignore it until he can get his second cup of the day. It's Tuesday after all. The day that he consumes at least 5 cups of coffee and barely makes it to lunch without almost seizing from the amount of caffeine running through his bloodstream. He crosses the barrier of the teacher's lounge and almost drops into a fighting stance because of a crawling sensation spreading across his skin. Looking around, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Everyone is at their desks, typing dutifully or murmuring lowly due to the weight of the early morning. Anything above a decibel at this hour is practically a crime, especially around Shoyuta. Everything is too quiet. What the hell is going on? Shoyuta asks into the silent space. Everybody in motion stops. Nemuri, who was typing up a report, freezes in place. Snipe stops cleaning one of his guns, and Ectoplasm halts in place at the printer where he's making a dozen or so paper copies. The only things still running in the space are the machines, but every living thing is stock still as if Shuta's something to be feared. Shoyuta, a high-pitched voice shatters the silence. Everyone, except Shoyuta and the speaker, jumps slightly at the words. Nedzu stands in the doorway behind Shoyuta, gazing at him with his beady eyes and chilling smile. Come with me please. He laces his paws behind him and doesn't wait for Shoyuta as he begins the trek out. Shoyuta glares at his coworkers and follows his boss out of the room. He can feel the energy draining from him as he gets further and further from the staff coffee maker. There's a hot coffee awaiting you in my office, so there's no need to pout, Shoyuta. Nedzu doesn't turn around, but there's most definitely a mischievous smile arching his lips. I'm not pouting. Shoyuta grumbles, his slumped shoulders straightening slightly to displace the claim. Oh sure, just like how vigilantes don't give Tsukachi migraines. He's got a point. The door to the principal's office opens of its own accord, and Shoyuta makes for his usual spot on the couch. Nedzu jumps onto the opposite-facing couch, and motions towards the coffee on the table in front of. A peace offering, if you will, the principal nods. Shoyuta grabs the cup, a piece of china from Nedzu's ever-growing collection. After the first sip, Shuta's heart begins beating at a regular pace again, and it feels like the colors in the room sharpen. So dramatic, Nedzu chides. Shoyuta glares at the principal, and continues cradling the cup like it'll be yanked from his arms at any minute. Nedzu shakes his head, and a soft smile plays on his usually sharp features. There are no plans for a guest lecture on the agenda today. Nedzu states the fact as if it were brittle and changing. Shoyuta affirms, correct. How peculiar. The principal looks away towards his desk like something is waiting to be dissected. And your search for Omen? How is that going? Leave it to Nedzu to rub salt in the wound. It's a fair question though. Omen is an employee. About as well as a search for a feral vigilante with no family or home can go, he mutters. Omen has a home. Shoyuta saw it with his own eyes, but the text messages with Dabi recently have given no notions that Omen treats it like a home. It's more of just a place that he visits occasionally rather than a safe spot for him to rest and recover. Nedzu hums, confusion coloring his usually knowing eyes. Well, I believe I have found your vigilante. Shoyuta almost jumps out of his seat, but his mask of indifference stays as steady as ever. You did. I believe a better way to put it is he found us. The alarming smile is enough to send most people running, but Shoyuta knows that means that Nedzu has somehow won. Most of the time people enter a game with Nedzu and don't even realize. Whether they acknowledge the game or not, Nedzu wins regardless. Shuta's words lack intonation, but there's a clenching in his chest he can't quite shake, and it's not from his coffee. Where is he? The principal's eyes ignite with victory. His office, of course. Shoyuta is out of his seat and through the door in 3 strides. He's down the hallway and pushing open the staff lounge in seconds. Again, the staff tense, but they remain doing their tasks. Shoyuta walks past the tables and rows dotting the square-like space, and enters a small hallway. The second door on the left is the office that has been vacant since Omen took the teaching position. It hasn't been touched by anyone. Netsu specifically told the cleaning staff to leave the office untouched in case Omen would one day use the space. He didn't want the vigilante to be warded off by the idea of snooping employees. Shoyuta opens the door, dread and hurt breaching the surface and preparing to enter his words and lash at the unruly vigilante. He stops in his tracks. Confusion and relief sprout through him, quelling the rising panic. A sigh gets caught in his chest, as if the vision in front of him is too good to be true. Omen is sprawled across the couch on the back wall with sunglasses covering his eyes, and wrapped hands sitting on his chest. There's blood coloring the bandages, looking too recent for Shuta's liking. He can't find it in himself to be angry though, because Omen is here. And he's sleeping, which isn't common for the green-haired vigilante. There's also a burn on the side of his hoodie that Shoyuta doesn't quite know what to do with. He wishes he grabbed the coffee from Netsu's office before his hasty departure, because he's going to need it for the next hour or so before classes. Shoyuta sits down in the chair in front of the large desk that's positioned for guests. He's not going to let Omen slip away again, and if he has to watch the kids sleep then so be it. He takes the phone from his pocket and sends off a text to Dabi alerting him of his latest discovery. Shoyuta hopes Omen rests well, because as soon as he regains consciousness he is getting the lecture of a lifetime. Omen is lucky he isn't a student because Shoyuta would have him scrubbing the walls, writing multiple reports and serving the lunch lines until he's 30. A sigh heaves his frame, the air leaving his chest filled with tension and worry. Omen is finally here. And he's safe. Omen is alive and well. Izuku's eyes claw themselves open, digging for the light like he hasn't seen it in years. There's a refreshing taste in his mouth, something only spurred by a restful and uninterrupted sleep. For years, sleep has evaded him like the support he so desperately craved from parental figures. But his eyes focus on the ceiling, looking for answers. It's not the ceiling in the room in his and Tuya's apartment. This ceiling is unblemished and shadowed by the drawn curtains. Izuku's not in a bed either. He's spread out languidly while his hoodie rides up from shifting in his sleep. His shorts are tangled and poorly fitted around his waist. There's a blanket hanging off of him and stretching across to his leg falling off the couch. The couch. He's on a couch. Whose couch did he just crash on? This couch is comfortable unlike. Down under, so where the hell is he? His heart isn't racing, though. It's a steady thump just loud enough to be considered healthy. He's in a new environment, but his body isn't telling him to run. He feels safe. A deep sigh rattles his frame as he pushes himself up and ignores the tinge in his side. You're alive. A deep cadence with just enough gruffness to tell Izuku who is disrupting his brain fog. Unfortunately, Izuku sighs. Izuku can feel the glare he earns. Carefully, Izuku brings his legs back to the ground and puts his head in his hands to wipe the sleep from his features. Tightly wrapped hands meet a pair of cheap sunglasses. Secret identity and all that. The sunglasses aren't covering much. A small smile spreads across his lips as he reminisces about the sunglasses that were a part of his first vigilante costume. The costume was a complete rip-off of Eraserheads, except there was a yellow scarf in the mix and a pair of sunglasses that did more harm than good. Good times. Well, not good, but simpler. He didn't have to worry about the next news article or prying eyes. His days weren't weighed down by the next shoe threatening to drop. Secrets centuries old weren't tense and strained across his shoulders. They were manageable. Everything was manageable. He drops his hands and inspects the damage. The wrap is caked in dried blood, more crimson than gray. His hands fall on top of the blanket still sitting atop his legs. It's not his. I didn't realize you brought blankets with you too. I thought the sleeping bag was your whole shtick. His voice is marbled and scratchy around the edges. Aizawa stands and Izuku sees his eye bags are more intense than usual. They're always deep and cavernous, but this is different. That's all you have to say? Aizawa wants something specific that Izuku isn't willing to give. He's never been willing to give it before. What makes now any different? They've played this game so many times before. You know me. I always have something more to say. The words are jaded despite the attempt to joke off the real issue. Those weren't the right words though, because the expression on Aizawa's face shifts from detached to something deeper. Something painful. An ache blooms in Izuku's chest. Why does that expression hurt to look at? The underground hero's expression is creased with anger and worry. A worry that's rooted deep within his bones, wrapped in the sinew 3 times over. The worry has weathered so many storms, but it's cracking and decaying at the seams, bleeding through unbidden. Aizawa always worries in his own way, but this is an outward form. This isn't a game, Omen. We aren't playing hide and seek. Why did you run? What kind of a question is that? He always runs. Boys. Thank God it's not, you'd have lost. Evade. Deflect. Reject. Aizawa rounds the desk separating them and towers over Izuku in the blink of an eye. He's in his usual hero costume and acting as Eraserhead. I can eat. Only see Aizawa though? The man who drinks his coffee black because he couldn't be bothered to spend money on garnish, but if given the chance will create an abomination no human should be able to consume with a straight face. The man who has offered him ramen and sat on rooftops with him as if they were old friends just catching up. What happened to the heroic image of Eraserhead that Izuku wouldn't let himself look past? Eraserhead, Aizawa, is a good man, and Izuku shouldn't tarnish that. He's caused the man enough grief. He is part of the reason his best friend is dead, after all. This isn't a joke. The words are scalding hot as they spew from Aizawa's mouth, venomous and drilling a new wound into Izuku. Why can't you just accept my help? Aizawa's words come out breathless, inflicting pain upon him when he speaks them aloud. You almost died. He knows that. Him and death have a contract. Whenever it's time, Izuku will go with little fight, but until then he has to keep going. Keep fighting. Keep living. He promised 2 heroes he'd keep going. It never occurred to Izuku that Aizawa would be so upset about him running. People have always preferred when he ran. They got him off their hands, out of sight and out of mind. It has always worked and has quelled every problem. Izuku drops his head and casts his vision towards his socked feet. You shouldn't offer me help. You shouldn't even be near me. The atmosphere shifts, confusion coloring the tension. Aizawa balks, his arms crossing against his chest. What? One day I won't make it out, and it'll be easier for you if you stop worrying. The words are dejected and solemn. They're nothing but the truth. They're the kind of fact that Izuku has mulled over night after night when Aizawa would attempt to pry into Izuku's life and Izuku would let him down harshly time and time again. Just stop caring, Aizawa. It'll only make things worse. The burning heat coming from Aizawa is gone, and an arid serenity sweeps over the two. I will always care about you, kid. Whether you want me to or not. No matter how many times you push me away. I will always care, and that will never change. The delicate words are dipped in an unwavering fervor that leaves no room for argument. Izuku has never been one to back down. Anyone who's ever cared about me has ended up worse than when they met me. I've taken enough from you. The ever-present weight in his chest returns despite the safe surroundings. Reality has finally kicked in, sullying the slight reprieve. What are you? His head is downcast looking at his bloodied hands. Crimson runs through his fingers, a display only he can see once more. The blood of those he cared about but couldn't save. I couldn't save him. I had him in my hands. Izuku breathily exhales. He was there and then he was gone. He can't see Aizawa. He doesn't want to see him. He doesn't want to look into the eyes of the man he failed. Once Aizawa realizes his best friend died in Izuku's grasp, he'll leave, and Izuku will finally have accomplished his mission of keeping him at arm's length. You are not the reason Oboro is dead, Omen. The words jump into the air and hang there weightlessly. How are they so weightless when all they've done to Izuku for so long is weigh him down? Izuku's eyes widen as they lock onto a non-specific place on the wooden floor. How does Aizawa know? Izuku has never told him about the bank, or Oboro. Oboro died because of All for One. There is no one else who played a hand in his death but the villain who caused that building's collapse. Aizawa is a smart man, but this is where he's wrong. He's biased towards Izuku, a blinder of trust and false pretenses clouding his judgment. No, Oboro was at the bank that day because I didn't have my rent payment on hand. Does that mean I killed Oboro? He was there because of me, so do you think I killed him too? Izuku stiffens as if the words are a physical blow. How could a logical man have such guilt over a man Izuku failed to save? How could you say that? Izuku surrenders his surprise for annoyance. Don't be an idiot, Aizawa. You are the one who got to be with Oboro before he died, and I know you did nothing but try and help him out of that building. His words are steady like there's no other opinion that could strike his statement and cause damage. Izuku's hands instinctually clutch his chest, his tainted hands always finding the root of the problem, his heart. He looks up at Aizawa, his brows narrowed and venom seeping through the broken cracks. You don't know that. I'm the reason he's dead. He was in my hands, Aizawa. We were both hanging there and the heroes were right there. We were going to live. We were both going to live and then he slipped and I didn't save him. The tension in the air is palpable and charged as if Izuku's lightning were dancing off his body and coating their surroundings. What I know is a bunch of people went to the bank that day, and because of a centuries-old villain a lot of people died. A handful of people escaped too, but there were 2 who fell beneath the building and one of them happened to be one of my best friends. I know that my friend died the same way he lived, saving someone. He would be so proud of you if he were still here today. Knowing Oboro, he's looking down from up above and smiling, and he'd be happy that he was able to save you regardless of his fate. There's steadiness to the words, but there's also years-old pain wiggling through the cracks. While Izuku lost a person he knew for a couple hours, Aizawa lost a best friend, a family member. Izuku doesn't know what happens next. His body moves on its own before he can truly think about his actions. Maybe it's the concussion, or something else entirely. Izuku is standing and wrapping his arms around Aizawa and the tension dissipates instantly. He doesn't register what he's doing until Aizawa wraps his arms around him. Izuku's head buries in the hero's shoulder and warmth blooms in his chest. He would be proud of you and so am I. I'm proud of you for living and for being a hero. As Izuku's mind begins to zero in on the fact that he just attached himself to a pro-hero, someone who he's supposed to hold himself back from, a hand begins to circle his back. It's a comforting and grounding motion, not unlike what Tuya has done to settle Izuku before. This is a different situation though. There's years of hindrances that have prevented this, but within the blink of an eye the gap is closed and Izuku breached the barrier that he placed to begin with. You need to let go of the past. You did everything you could. You were a child forced to fight for your life in an impossible situation. Despite being taller than Aizawa, Izuku still finds a way for his head to burrow into the man's shoulder. His shoulders scrunch up, embarrassment clawing its way up his spine. He feels like a child. He's not a child. He hasn't been a child in a long time. He detaches himself quickly and turns his face enough that the blooming flush of embarrassment isn't noticeable in the darkness. He brings a hand to his face and grips beneath his sunglasses, trying to will his emotions back into their cage. His feet shuffle awkwardly, and he coughs into his hand. Thank you. Izuku's earlier anger is gone and has been rewritten into a type of calm he hasn't felt in a long time. There's still weight in his chest, there always is, but there's something light and airy fighting for purchase. What time is it? I should really be going. A soft chuckle rattles Aizawa's frame, deep and soothing. It's a hug, problem child. Don't get so bent out of shape, you're the #1 hero for God's sake. Izuku's brow scrunches in irritation. Aizawa just has to prod the FING subject. Yeah, whatever, old man. I heard your bones creaking, you know, he murmurs and scratches the back of his neck with a flush still on his cheeks. So FING embarrassing. Aizawa tries to hide his smile in his capture scarf, but Izuku catches it. There's a dynamic blooming between them. Izuku isn't sure if he should allow it. It's dangerously close to something he vowed he would never give in to again. It's a type of connection that has always been full of pain and letdowns and has never had a positive lilt except for before his quirklessness and the day at the bank. Izuku halts in his mental tracks. Wait, where the hell are your kids? Exaggerated grief of the highest form settles over Aizawa's features. They're in class. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he points out the obvious. Yeah, no sheet. Why the hell aren't you with them? Now that he thinks about it, maybe he shouldn't poke that specific bear, because the truth is quite evident. Aizawa seems to notice Izuku's sudden hesitation. Naturally, he takes it as a sign to go for the kill. A book I read said leaving problem children alone for more than a minute to go to the bathroom can cause them to jump out of a window. Izuku taps his chin in mock thoughtfulness. Your book seems kinda dramatic. It's the #1 recommended and certified book in Japan, Aizawa defends. Yeah, #1 certified in bullshitting maybe. He takes in Aizawa's rumpled clothing and the lack of coffee in the premises. If Izuku can just lull him into a false sense of security, he can slip out. The novel is called Parenting and Its Quirks. Aizawa says the words so factually Izuku is almost convinced that he's still delirious from his high fever less than 24 hours ago. Actually, it has been more than 24 hours now. It's almost been 48. His mind catches up with the words, and they hit him like a truck. Why the F are you reading a parenting book? A horrified expression curls Izuku's features. He has to be dreaming. I like to cover my bases. No one spontaneously reads a parenting book. Maybe he had a secret affair? Hisashi would probably go along with it and support him anyway. Adoption? No, not that. A high school romance that gave him a secret love child? Plausible. Izuku doesn't know how to congratulate someone on having a child. Well, not having a child but reuniting with one? Congratulations. He sounds just as confused as he is. Aizawa's brows mold into confusion. Izuku feels the same way. Something seems to dawn on him, because he pinches the bridge of his nose as if he's staving off an oncoming headache. No, never mind. Now tell me, problem child, why the hell are your hands bloody? And is the way you're favoring one leg because of the burn on your side or the stiffness in your knee? Aizawa just read him like a DMN book. Maybe the parenting book worked a little too well and caught Izuku in the crosshairs. Wouldn't you like to know? Izuku scrunches his features. The sunglasses itch his nose, and he swipes his hand across. As a result, he twinges the burn on his side and groans. So a bit of both, Aizawa reasons. There's no heat behind the words as Izuku good-naturedly contributes, F off. Aizawa lifts a brow, and Izuku gets the foreign feeling he is at the bottom of the food chain and is about to be brutally torn to shreds if he doesn't make a run for it. Is Netsu around? I have something I need to ask him. The question catches the other by surprise, and his expression schools into suspicion. What could you possibly need Netsu for? There's no malice behind the words as he spits them out. It's more of a petty resolve for a prior action that's still on the forefront of Aizawa's mind. Izuku balks regardless, something vile and ugly cloying at him in his gut. The conversation ahead of him is between Netsu and Omen. None of your business, eraser. The words are sharp on his tongue, a lashing he didn't mean to give but needed the space. Oftentimes, his fight or flight causes a primal fear that is similar to a feral animal, biting the hand that feeds them. The hero's words lack inflection despite Izuku's snide comment. He's in his office. Izuku steps around Aizawa and stiffly enters the staff room without a word. The comfort from the blanket and Aizawa's warmth are gone but not forgotten. Izuku is eerily cold, goosebumps riddling his legs. He can't complain though. The distance between them is his own doing. His feet carry him down the hallway and into the open space with the teachers' desks. They're similar to cubicles, which doesn't make sense because UA has enough money for each staff member to have their own office. Izuku, a last-minute addition to this year's staff, has his own office after all. So it must be a choice the staff made. They chose to have an open space where they could all do their work in the comfort of their coworkers. Izuku supposes if he were a hero and a teacher, and didn't have the weight on his shoulders, he'd probably want the same thing. He'd enjoy the company of others without having the nagging thoughts of condescension clawing at his every turn. When he exits the staff room and passes through the hallway, he's reminded of the first time he met Nezu in person, how he was forced to flee the UA grounds out of a window because of a stupid mistake. He smiles fondly at the memory, but the smile drops when the principal's door opens without Izuku's touch. Nezu is watching. Of course he is. Izuku expects nothing less of one of the most, if not the most, intelligent beings on the planet. He steps through the threshold, an eerie calmness floating over him like a dead man walking to his execution. I had a feeling I'd be seeing you. The off-putting delight in the principal's smile is all Izuku needs to confirm that the principal will do exactly what Izuku is about to ask. I have a bargain I think you'll like. Izuku throws the words out, a nonchalant steadiness on his features despite his disheveled appearance. The principal's paws clasped together, sharp intellect shining in the gleam of his eyes. I do love a good bargain. The door shuts and locks behind Izuku. Don't piss me off. Tuya scoffs as Izuku opens his mouth and shuts it just as quickly. Tuya's heart has been racing for a week straight. First Izuku almost died on live television, next he almost died on a medical counter, and then he almost died on their couch. To top it all off, Tuya had to call Fang Eraserhead to deal with something Tuya should have been able to handle. Regardless, Tuya let two heroes into their home, and just as Izuku began to turn the corner, he vanished into thin air. When Tuya realized Izuku was gone, he laid Eraserhead a new one. He's surprised he didn't get a complaint from the neighbors because the death threats he spat at the man were enough to put him away for life. So, Tuya is royally set off. It's just after sunset, and Tuya just returned home after a long shift at Down Under. He found the reason his phone calls to Izuku were all going to voicemail, and it's because the vigilante's phone was sitting neatly in his office. God forbid the kid disappear with any means of keeping in contact. That would be too easy. Tuya pocketed it to give to Izuku when he inevitably returned. The shift at Down Under was one of the more tense shifts. Without Izuku, well, Bunny, the patrons are getting restless and asking questions. Tuya doesn't have the bandwidth to keep up with the dirtbags who ask more questions than they're worth. They're the same people who loathe a kid defending himself. Izuku will never tell them the reason he beat the sheet out of the club's doctor, and he's been hated in one of his safe havens ever since. That doesn't matter though, because Izuku's back now. Eraserhead texted Tuya earlier today and told him Izuku showed up at UA. Tuya has no idea where he's been since then, that was hours ago. Regardless, Izuku is back like a kicked puppy, and Tuya is going to let him wallow in his self-loathing. Okay. Izuku nods, his head downturned dejectedly. The vigilante turns the corner from the entrance hallway, and Tuya gets a full view of his disheveled appearance. He has brightly colored shorts and a hoodie, but nothing covering his face like usual. Also, he's got some new additions to his hands that weren't there when Tuya saw him last. Go Fing figures. Tuya is sitting at the bar of their kitchenette, a shot glass in front of him and a glass bottle of vodka calling his name to pour another. The younger looks at Tuya then the bottle, dread coloring his brow. Is that vodka? Despite the question being rhetorical, Tuya answers, no, it's apple juice. Izuku scoffs and contemplates as he looks Tuya up and down. You're drinking it straight? Tuya slowly turns towards the other, surprised by his gall. Only this a-hole would have the nerve to question Tuya's unhealthy habits, even if they were partially the kid's fault. How else would I drink it? Gay. Tuya snarks the comment and turns back to the bottle, grabbing it by the neck. Izuku hums. Well, knowing you? Probably. Tuya halts his next pour, the bottle threatening to slip from his grasp. Surely he doesn't know about? What the F are you on about? Tuya feels like he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar, but the cookie jar feels more like a bear trap. He sets the bottle down before he starts to use it as a dramatic prop, as he tends to do. Izuku is unperturbed as he drops the information like it's common knowledge. You and Hawks are about as stealthy as an elephant in a fine china shop. Tuya wheels around on his seat, regardless of the 5 shots blurring the edges of his vision, and points an accusatory finger at Izuku. You tailing me? Izuku blinks, ping a brow. That's all old news, Tuya. Keep your nose out of my business, you piece of shit. Tuya feels a burning rage inside of him, and he can't pinpoint why. Maybe it's because he's never told anyone or because his secret was outed unbeknownst to him. Regardless, it sparks a raging fire in his gut that ignites each nerve until they're practically rattling under his skin. What's worse is Izuku acts as if it's water under the bridge. Like he deserves to know everything about Tuya despite Tuya knowing all about Izuku. Izuku turns towards the living room and takes a few steps as the words trickle from his mouth in a wave of honesty. When I found out you were with Hawks, I thought you were working with the commission. Whether they paid you off or you went willingly to reduce the odds of your imprisonment, I had no idea. All I knew was that you were slipping into the night to secretly meet up with a hero in the top 10. So I had you tailed and found out it was not quite what I was thinking. He throws the words over his shoulder as if they mean nothing. As if Tuya having the capacity to lie to Izuku is entirely in his wheelhouse and expected. It pierces Tuya's chest and fans the flames writhing inside him, begging for release. You don't trust me. Tuya lets the words out and they sound smaller than the impact they've had on him. This was at least 2 years ago, Tuya. I trust you. I wouldn't still be here if I didn't. The words are downtrodden like he wants to say more. Maybe Tuya is looking at this wrong. It's possible that the tailing was something else entirely. If he remembers correctly, 2 years ago was probably around the time that Izuku up and disappeared without a word for 3 weeks straight. You thought I was going to sell you out. Izuku is pretty tall, much to Tuya's annoyance, but the way his shoulders hunch and his back arches makes him look smaller. For someone who takes up so much space with just his presence, he seems small in every aspect whenever he speaks about his own shortcomings. I've been burned before, and it would have been appropriate if a fire wielder was the newest addition to the list. He chuckles at the sardonic words. Tuya understands it. As warped and underhanded as it is, he understands where Izuku is, or was, coming from. If Tuya saved a man on a one-way track to prison and he was disappearing on his few nights off each month, Tuya would be suspicious too. To add to that, Izuku had a sheet upbringing. Tuya doesn't know the exact details, but he sees the hypervigilance, minute flinches, high pain tolerance, and more. Izuku isn't an adult yet, but he's lived years beyond what his age suggests. Tuya slides down the stool, abandoning the vodka and the fuzzy buzz muddling his brain. He sidesteps Izuku and drops like a rock onto the couch, all limbs and boneless flailing. Izuku peers at him uncertainly, his hanging head shifting up. Tuya pats the side of the couch next to him a couple times. It's water under the bridge. Even in the dark, his smile is warm and bright. It doesn't happen often. Izuku's smiles are usually calculated and sharp. He's always smiling for someone else. The cameras, the news, the heroes. This one is precious, though, because it's for himself. Izuku plops next to him and Tuya takes in his appearance once more. He's wearing odd salmon-colored shorts and a hoodie that Izuku did not own before disappearing. He doesn't beat the dead horse though and instead reaches onto the coffee table to grab the remote. What you wanna watch? An olive branch to quell Izuku's running thoughts because Tuya can practically hear them steamrolling at 100 miles per hour. Whatever is fine. So Tuya puts on an English cartoon with subtitles. Izuku is fluent in English, but he doesn't keep up with it often. Whenever Tuya can, he tries to give Izuku a challenge because that's what the kid lives for. He lives for a purpose, for something he desires to achieve. Without a goal, he's pushing towards a spiral. Like a star fading out, he's going then gone. Tuya has seen it before, so he recognizes what's happening now. Tuya noticed Izuku's unhealthy habits when they started living together a couple years ago. Izuku still hadn't hit his growth spurt, so he was probably somewhere around 12 or 13. With eyes focused on the TV, he feels Izuku shift closer, much like a cat sidling up to a heat source. Tuya runs hot, practically a walking radiator, and Izuku is always freezing. Izuku has never admitted it to him, but Tuya knows that Izuku is a touchy person. In another life, if the kid had received the care and love he deserved, then Izuku would have been the type of person to greet someone with a hug rather than a calculated smile and stiff spine. If Tuya could, he'd flame the sheet out of the guy that did that to him, but he was beaten to that punch already. They're a couple episodes into the cartoon, and Izuku is dozing against Tuya. Tuya looks down at him, and thinks about the man prone to flames that Izuku grew up with. Izuku and Tuya are similar in that regard. Izuku isn't the only one who snooped. When Tuya learned Izuku's first and last name, he looked into him and found a burned building that once resembled an apartment complex. Izuku had lived there, but it had gone up in flames the same day the bank had dropped, so it was swept under the other headlines. When digging, Tuya saw Izuku's file. Despite the lack of a recovered body, he was declared as deceased. No one looked for him, and his father killed himself, his mother, and a bunch of other tenants. The epicenter of the fire was Izuku's apartment, which supposedly stemmed from the kitchen. The investigators blamed the case on domestic violence and wrapped up the file quickly. There was nothing left to say or do. A family, only that by blood, was dead, and so were a handful of other families. The focus was on the bank, though. News outlets could only focus on the death of All Might, Loud Cloud, and an unnamed villain who leveled a block and All Might alike. A deep sigh heaves his frame, and Izuku snuggles in closer, his head falling onto Tuya's chest. Tuya smiles, his scars stretching uncomfortably. He doesn't care though. His heart is warm, and the roiling monster in his gut is caged once more. Izuku has that effect on him. There's a fierce animal that spits and growls whenever Izuku is doing stupid shit. It's a latent effect of an instinct long forgotten. An instinct that stemmed from a broken household that never had a chance. Tuya never had a chance. Now he has what he lost, though. It's not the same, and he can't replace one with the other, but there's similarities. His thoughts come to a halt as Izuku tenses and shoves off Tuya's chest. There's a small stab in his chest, but it quickly subsides when he sees Izuku's frantic eyes. Before Tuya can ask, there's a loud click and Tuya is being flung towards a window. The last thing he sees is terrified green eyes. Izuku descends fast and hard. Gravity pulls at him while he latches onto Tuya, supporting his head and body with bleeding hands. Izuku doesn't have the strength he should, hitting the ground harder than usual with the minimal amount of float he can spare. His feet land, pain shooting up his already injured knee. Tuya groans as Izuku sets him down, still holding the older man's torso protectively. They almost died. Tuya almost died. Somebody almost killed Tuya. Rage climbs from the burrows of his chest. It's so bitter and vitriolic he's worried it'll spread to Tuya. He sets the man against the back wall of the alley, behind a dumpster for cover. As he looks over Tuya for any injuries, he hears the beating of a cold heart and the steady footfalls of an assured figure. He slowly turns and makes eye contact with the same boy he saved from the collapsing building. The commission would like your cooperation. The child's voice is light and airy, most likely to settle Izuku's nerves. The marrow in his bones shrivels as heat simmers throughout his body and consumes him. He cuts the boy off. And I would like your head. He lunges. Shoyuta is jolted from sleep by a thunderous explosion. Within seconds, his phone obnoxiously buzzes on the dresser beside him. He picks it up swiftly. Eraserhead speak. Tsukachi doesn't wait to explain. An apartment building was just blown to pieces a couple minutes from you. Sending you the address now. We don't know if there is a villain and if they're still in the area. His phone buzzes, the location coming through and showing a 7-minute commute by foot. He can easily get there in 3. Shoyuta is a hero, and he answers when called no matter the situation. This isn't his expertise though. As he mulls it over, he feels his Hizashi shift next to him, his eyes cracking open blearily. Tsukachi doesn't have a mind-reading quirk, but he does so regardless. If Omen shows up, I bet you'd be happier if you were there to assist him. That's why I called. Something constricts in his chest. The thought of Omen close to death just a couple days ago and seeing him safely asleep earlier this morning. It's always 1 step forward and 3 steps back, but Shoyuta illogically doesn't. I'll be there in 5. Thank you, Tsukachi. He hangs up and mouths a simple explanation to Hizashi, who doesn't have his hearing aids in. Love you, Sho. Be safe. The words are loud in the dark room, Hizashi having no basis to adjust his volume off of. Love you, he speaks back, regardless if he doesn't hear him. When Shoyuta gets to the scene, it's a war zone. Fire trucks, ambulances, and police cruisers litter the streets surrounding the building. Red and blue lights blink, distant sirens wail, and nosy civilians bump and crowd for a piece of information that they don't need. The building is taller than it is wide, reaching up multiple stories into the dark night. It's an apartment building, apparently. With the smoke pluming from the top of the building, there's a thick fog shadowing the atmosphere. Eraserhead, a voice calls to his left. He turns to find Sansa and Tsukachi walking away from a group of firefighters, presumably with water-adjacent quirks. Sansa's cat features are puffed up and alert, like there's something irritating Shoyuta hasn't been made away of. No sighting of Omen. Yes, Shoyuta was originally called in case Omen is here, but he's not the kid's keeper. He's still a hero, and he still has able hands that can assist where needed. He doesn't deign the man with a response and instead asks, "What's the situation?" Tsukachi seems to pick up on his annoyance. The explosion originated from the top floor. We haven't been able to get up there yet, but it seems like it originates from the far left apartment, up there. He points to the top left where the smoke and flames are filtering through. Most of the civilians are accounted for, except for a few tenants, and the owner of the apartment the smoke is coming from. Shoyuta watches the apartment as if the shattered glass and crumbling terrace will tell him anything different than what the police have already gathered. The press, previously being held back by police barricades and personnel, erupts into a loud murmur behind Shoyuta. He turns to see a handful of them pointing towards an alleyway bordering the building that's being lit in an eerily green glow. Sansa begins, "None of the officers checked that alley." He doesn't finish the sentence before Shoyuta levies into a sprint. He's only halfway there when he begins to hear the crashing of rubble and scuffling of feet. Rounding the corner into the alley gives him emotional whiplash as his eyes land on Omen, who is maskless and wild-eyed. His green eyes are vibrant and crazed as he trades blows with a small child. "Omen!" He shouts as he lands a violent kick to the kid's shoulder, who cries out in pain. Lightning erupts from the vigilante in violent waves, and it doesn't seem to be deliberate. His eyes hold no recognition for his surroundings as they lock onto his target, who is barely hanging on by a thread in the fight. He watches the child teleport away in short increments with small fists trying to block their face from the onslaught Omen releases upon them. Shoyuta doesn't wait for an explanation as he runs forward, quirk activated and hands poised in his scarf. Omen doesn't slow down as the lightning fades, not even missing a step. He moves and blocks a hit headed directly towards the kid's sternum, which would most likely have left permanent damage. "Cut it out, Omen," Shoyuta growls as Omen jumps back, his eyes barely registering Shoyuta as he trains his focus on the cowering child behind him. "Have you lost your goddamn mind?" Shoyuta seethes, righteous anger coloring his features and festering deep within. Something in the air shifts. Everyone in the alley feels it. Within the blink of an eye, the weight of small fists clenching Shuta's pant leg is gone, and Omen's attention whips to the back of the alley where the figure appears. It's then that Shoyuta sees a figure breathing heavily, slumped behind a dumpster. With a small, shaky fist, the child holds a knife, ready to strike. If my words aren't enough incentive, maybe this is. Shoyuta doesn't have time to react. Omen is rushing forward, arm outstretched, a scream on his lips. The child turns, and whether he means it or not, the knife slots directly into Omen's thigh. Omen doesn't seem to notice as his punch connects with the child's face and knocks him out in one clean hit. The child drops to the ground, and Omen staggers, his hands trembling. His fists are still wrapped from earlier that day, now covered in a thick coat of blood. Shoyuta creeps forward, projecting his movements slowly so he doesn't startle the flighty vigilante. He doubts he'd run though, because Dabi is behind him. If Shoyuta has any sense at all, then he reckons that Dabi is the only thing keeping him here in this alley, and maybe even the only thing keeping him tethered to society as a whole. It stings, but Shoyuta doesn't have the time to care. He reaches his hands out placatingly, placing all cards on the table. "Omen." Omen slams his back with all his weight into the wall beside Dabi, his breaths labored. "Shut up, Aizawa." Shoyuta nods, right? He bites down on the urge to smile at Omen returning to his senses, because it might be too little too late. The kid's voice is ravaged from screaming, most likely. His panting seems to be from exhaustion, but it might be the internal conflict Shoyuta can see warring in his emerald eyes. First, Shoyuta checks the pulse of the boy splayed across the ground. Now that he has a good look, he knows that this is the same kid from the building collapse. He's most likely not a kid at all, and Shoyuta has no qualms leaving him on the ground once he confirms he's just uncomfortable. Tuya needs help, Omen croaks. Shoyuta is 2 arms length away, his steps featherlight. So do you, kid. Omen nods. Shoyuta doesn't have time to relish in the emotional maturity behind the foreign concept of Omen admitting he needs help. They blew up our apartment. Omen admits the words like he should have expected that. The shocking words cause a drop in Shuta's gut. Who did? Omen's eyes shift up from their defeated position on the floor. He's still leaning heavily against the brick wall with all his weight as he looks Shoyuta in the eyes and bites his lip. The commission blew up my apartment. Izuku doesn't really know where he is, and he doesn't care. He's in a plastic chair, his eyes staring listlessly at a wall littered with posters of medical jargon. He reckons he's probably in a hospital, although he's not the patient. Izuku remembers the commission operative appearing in the alley, and then it's blurry from there. Aizawa was there, he thinks. No, he was. Izuku wouldn't have left the alley with anyone else. There was a cat-headed man and a plain-looking detective that dragged Tuya away with Izuku following helplessly behind. They loaded him into an ambulance, and the woman inside tried to keep Izuku out of the truck. Something about family only, and Izuku didn't have the words to tell her he's the only thing close to family Izuku has. Tuya has family, sure, but he hasn't seen them in years, and he doesn't plan on doing so either. Whether he threatened her or looked like he was going to, he doesn't know, because suddenly he was let in with Aizawa at his side. They're at the hospital now. Tuya is in another room that Izuku isn't allowed in, but it's okay because he's keeping watch. The commission can't get to him if Izuku is there. What a joke. Of course they can. They proved that point pretty clearly if his decimated apartment is anything to go by. He doesn't know how much time passes before someone bends down in front of him, and his eyes slowly slide down to register Aizawa. Izuku's pretty tall, so he doesn't know why Aizawa is crouching. His mouth is moving too. The man is pretty close though, so Izuku realizes that he's hunched over with his head in his hands. How long has he been like this? His stiff spine signals that it's been longer than he can handle. Kid. Sound rushes back into Izuku's ears clearly, the dull ringing fading. His hands ache, his head throbs, and his whole body feels like an open wound. Aizawa places a hand on his shoulder, a tender look in his eyes. You back with me, kid? Izuku doesn't attempt to speak, because he doesn't know what will come out. He just nods. Dabi is out of surgery, and will make a full recovery. He'll be discharged tomorrow as long as the healing quirk doesn't present any other issues. It's like the air around him finally enters his lungs again. Izuku didn't allow himself to think or breathe in case the worst-case scenario really became reality. If Izuku wasn't breathing and he wasn't aware of what was around him, then surely time would slow in general. If time was slowed, then it gave him time to listlessly exist from one second to the next without having to be. He sighs, his voice wrecked from God knows what. Good. That's good. Aizawa keeps looking at him, and Izuku becomes increasingly uncomfortable with the assessing gaze. Aizawa is a smart man, and if Izuku lets him, then the man could crumble the walls Izuku has been building for years. The nurses would like to evaluate your injuries as well. Aizawa says it non-committally, like this isn't an ever-present sore subject between them. Izuku leans back into the chair, crossing his arms. I'm fine. Shall we get Tsukachi to evaluate that statement, or can we both act like adults and agree that you're not fine? Aizawa's words are expressed with enough snark to not immediately set off alarm bells. Izuku knows that it's a trap though. There's no getting out of this without putting up a physical fight, and he doesn't have any of that left in him. Only recent ones. He sets the boundary firmly, and narrows his eyes in suspicion. Doctors are always meddling in shit they have no business knowing. Izuku must drift off again, because the next time he begins registering noise there's a female nurse in front of him. She doesn't have any heteromorphic traits. She has cropped brown hair falling just below her collarbone and hazel brown eyes to complete the complexion. If Izuku were normal, he'd probably find her attractive. Can you tell me your name? She asks politely, a clipboard held in one hand with a pen in the other. No. She blinks and turns her head to Aizawa, who's standing next to her. Aizawa shrugs his shoulders like she should have expected that. Right? That's my bad. Can you tell me what hurts? Her smile is genuine and easy. No. He speaks the words truthfully. Aizawa looks at him. There's not a specific spot. It's kind of everywhere. They both look at him with shock, whether that's the shock of him answering honestly or from his prognosis he doesn't know. I'll be right back, she adds before retreating to find a doctor, probably. Izuku's eyes shift back to the floor with nothing to focus on. Why didn't you tell me? Aizawa asks earnestly, hurt coloring his words despite him probably not wanting it to show. Izuku shrugs, irritating his broken ribs. Didn't really think about it. His eyes lock onto his thigh where the knife from the commission operative dug in. He notices it's gone. When did they take it out? Aizawa studies his gaze, his experience around Izuku allowing him to practically read his mind. They took that out in the ambulance. Izuku doesn't react to the words, because he doesn't remember it happening. He just remembers staring at Tuya the entire time. He doesn't even know what's wrong with Tuya because he was too busy fighting the commission rather than tending to his brother. The rage from earlier has drained his energy levels completely, but it still rests in the layers of his skin and the grooves of his bones. It's still there, festering and metastasizing. He's saved from answering by a doctor headed their way with the nurse in tow. They ask questions, and they must realize he won't answer because Aizawa starts answering for him the best he can. The male doctor crouches down and asks for Izuku's hands. He holds them out without really thinking about it. He's still in his borrowed hoodie and brightly colored shorts. Blood stains the shorts, a bandage wrapped around the knife wound. His white coat reminds him of the doctor from Down Under. His heart rate picks up at the mere thought. It was his fault for letting his guard down. It was his fault for letting the man anywhere near him. His background check showed nothing wrong with him, and surely the persona of Bunny would scare him straight if he tried anything. He was wrong though. The man was a seasoned patron and well-loved man at the club before he was their medical personnel. So Izuku beating the ever-living sheet out of him didn't sit too well with the rest of the club members. They've jeered at him at Bunny ever since. Shame made his tongue too heavy to tell them the truth. So he lets their words wash over him every time he's there. It's a steady reminder that he's not supposed to make connections or be particularly liked. It's easier that way. His awareness comes back to him as his wrist is grabbed and he flinches, ripping his arm away from his assailant and pushing them backwards. Too many pairs of eyes settle on him, making his vision focus erratically. The doctor is being held up by Aizawa's arms that are looped around his armpits, and the nurse is clutching her clipboard in front of her face with widened eyes. I'm sorry. He pushes himself up and shoves his hands in the pockets of his hoodie, retreating quickly. He doesn't listen as Aizawa calls after him. He doesn't dare leave the hospital. He enters a stairwell and ascends the stairs as rapidly as his body will let him. The roof access door is locked, but it's nothing a strong push can't budge. The brisk night air washes over him, a feeling of calm being dragged along with it. His feet push him to the edge of the roof, where he pulls himself onto the parapet and settles his legs over the long drop below. There's something to be said about Izuku's affinity for heights and its origin. He only ever realized he enjoyed the freedom of the fresh air on a roof with no fence when Kaken Bakugu told him to take a swan dive. He never did it, but he sat there for hours on end. Ever since then, his patrols always lead him to the highest roof where he sits and exists for hours at a time. He turns his body and puts his legs back onto the ledge and lays down with his hands pillowing his head. He lets his thoughts drift and he just feels. He doesn't think about the fact that if he really wanted to, he wouldn't be able to save himself with float right now. His energy levels are completely depleted, but he doesn't care. His eyelids droop, and he listens as the city begins to wake for the day. He shoved the doctor and ran away. Are eraser fuckers greeting words to Tuya? Tuya pps a brow. You have a real bad habit of letting a flight risk fly away every FING time. Eraserhead shakes his head. He won't go far. Tuya squints his eyes, perplexed by the man's gall and where it comes from. What makes you so sure of that? You're crippled but sitting in that bed. Tuya mentally revisits his policy on arson as he glares at the man. The worst part is that he's probably right. Tuya mutters a barely audible, whatever, as he looks out the window where the sun is barely risen. Eraserhead and his gall make their presence known once again. They blew up your apartment. Tuya's eyes slide to the man with interest and annoyance. Well, the F aware. His hands clasp between his knees as he leans forward where he sits on the plastic hospital chair. Where do you plan to stay? He does not like where this is going one bit. Tuya starts, down under has. You are not staying in a bar that masquerades as an underground fight club. Eraserhead says the words like he's a parent keeping his kid in line. That may work on Izuku, but not Tuya. Tuya scoffs. I can do whatever I want, Eraserhead. Call me Aizawa. The man doesn't break eye contact. Alright, you Aizawa. A foxy grin sprawls across his face, irritating his staples. Good lord, how did the doctors manage to clear the shrapnel from his chest with his stitches and mottled scar tissue in the way? I have a spare bedroom and futon. Aizawa offers the words monotonously. I have a bounty on my head and an affinity for arson. He looks at Aizawa, who looks back at him perplexed. Are we not just listing random facts? Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose. Just think about it. No one would know, and you and Omen would be safe. Tuya wants nothing to do with the hero, honestly. However, as his mind turns it over, he thinks about how it could benefit Izuku. He needs people, and he'll have no choice but to bend to Aizawa's words because that's the man's real quirk. He has this odd fatherly presence that seems to catch Izuku every time and suppress his chronic insistence on running from anyone who even looks like they want to lend him a hand. Tuya looks at Aizawa suspiciously. I'll think about it. Shoyuda has known for a long time that age and tragedy have no correlation. This truth manifested over time as his heart watched his high regard for his surroundings crumble into grueling reality. Shoyuda first faced torment when his quirk manifested and his quirked red eyes and ability to subdue the quirk of another suddenly labeled him as a villain. Shoyuda was 5. Shoyuda first saw tragedy when he interned at an underground agency. He and his mentor accidentally found a children trafficking ring and had to fight their way out in order to save the little boys and girls who couldn't be older than 8. Shoyuda was 16. Tragedy entered his life personally when his closest friend died in his place. Shoyuda had a long night and forgot about the money he needed to scrounge up for his landlord. Oboro went to the bank for Shoyuda, and Oboro died for Shoyuda. Shoyuda was 22. When Shoyuda was 23, he met Omen. Omen couldn't have been older than 12 or 13. Every horror that clings to the vigilante has never been stopped by how young he was. Tragedy strikes fast and young for most people, and there are only a lucky few who dodge life's horrors before they can be permanently warped and weathered. Whose orders are you working under? Tsukachi's brows are narrowed and his body is tense, like the answer will be equivalent to a physical blow. Through the one-way glass window, Shoyuda watches a familiar child sitting poised despite the metal cuffs encircling small wrists. The innocence of a youthful appearance has worn off on all parties. Omen must have seen through the charade the moment the boy bit him. Now, the boy is sporting a black eye and various cuts across his arms, Omen's recent parting gift. While Shuda's eyes linger on the scene in front of him, his thoughts backtrack to the events of the past 24 hours. Shoyuda likes to think the new things that come to light with Omen don't surprise him, but he'd be lying to himself. He's aware that he knows next to nothing, despite feeling like he's laid everything bare about himself already. Omen's trauma runs deep, rooted to the marrow of his bones like moss winding around an old tree. The aversion to touch always registered under the category of neglectful and abusive parents. Shoyuda knows that there's more to that now, based on Omen's knee-jerk reaction to the doctor touching him and being thrown backwards as a result. Shoyuda should have noticed. He likes to believe that Omen is just a vigilante case needing to be solved, but he'd be lying to himself again. Shoyuda knows the Omen has evolved into something larger in his life, something he can't just pawn off as an open case that he can't quite close. Omen is much more than that, but Shoyuta still feels helpless whenever he tries to get close. Shoyuta is aware of his ineptness and aloofness, but it's practically thrown in his face whenever he tries to connect in any fashion with Omen. He's never felt as unprepared since he was a first year at UA striving for the hero course. Despite most of his judgments coming from psychology research and some parenting books, he can't quite get a grasp on the kid. There's too much he doesn't know, and there's only so much Omen will let him ask. But of course the hospital situation was only after Shoyuta had been awoken by Tsukachi and went in half-ped without using his common sense. He's been to Omen's apartment before and he has the address saved in case he ever needed it, but it didn't register when he read Tsukachi's text. He's been an underground hero too long to make up an excuse for his misstep. His error was simple. He let emotions get in the way. After that error, Shoyuta took it one step further by actively interfering with Omen's attempt to subdue the assailant. He should have known. He should have trusted Omen. There's a lot of things in the past he wishes he could change, but this is one of the few that he can't rationalize. In other circumstances he'd managed to find an alternative that the lesson was needed, and the error can act as a positive in the future. This is not one of those times. The closest thing to family Omen has almost died. Shoyuta knows, like he knows his own heartbeat, that they would have lost Omen forever if the commission followed through. And part of the blame would fall on Shoyuta for hindering the vigilante. The clicking of the door opening jars Shoyuta from his thoughts. Tsukachi walks into the dark waiting area with a grim expression. I'm going to continue the interrogation after some of the new evidence is brought in, but we can't hold him for much longer. The commission will turn up sooner or later and take him off our hands. That's if they're not already on their way, of course. Shoyuta nods, his arms crossed against his chest tightening minutely. You need to go home. Tsukachi curtly slices his next sentence in half. We appreciate your help, but we can handle it for now. I'll call you with updates. Katsuki doesn't know how to describe the constriction around his neck that tightens at the most inconvenient times. He can't pinpoint the origins of it. It could be back before UA when the slime villain slid down his throat in clumps. It could be when Dabi held his neck as he backed into the portal at the camp in his first year at UA. It could be when Shigaraki held him by the neck as he fought with some of the top heroes to prevent the war. Katsuki doesn't wear a tie, despite the FING earful he gets each morning from Four Eyes, but they've all learned to let it be. As Katsuki sits on the roof, the darkness of night coating him, he tugs at the collar of his shirt. His shirt has nothing to do with the noose-like narrowing of his throat and the suffocation of thoughts he can't contain. Dr. Shinso would be disappointed, he thinks. She'd be disappointed that he let his anger get the best of him and hurt another. It's comical as shit, really. That BSTRD has no way of knowing he looks like Katsuki's dead childhood friend. If Katsuki is even allowed to call him that. A slight scuff of gravel on the roof jump-starts Katsuki's heart rate beyond what Edgeshot would probably recommend. Katsuki blames the wind for suppressing the opening and shutting of the rooftop door, despite knowing the truth. The F. Do you want mindfucker? Katsuki grits his teeth as he looks at his lanky classmate. Of FNG course, his therapist's son happens to show up at the most inconvenient of times. Ibags blandly comments, USCQD during training today. Katsuki's eye twitches. I don't remember asking for your FNG opinion. Ibags shrugs while hopping onto the roof ledge Katsuki is sitting on. Does it have something to do with Omen? Ibags says the words into the dark, as if that'll shade the reality of him prying. If I wanted a therapy session with it. Nosy a-hole, I'd text your mom. Katsuki tries to fit more ire into the statement, but it doesn't quite come out correctly. It's too real and too telling of how F-ed in the head Katsuki is. Ibags nods, knowingly. And Katsuki hates that. He hates smug BS artists who seem to squeeze through the cracks of his barbed words, like they know he's just a rose covered in thorns for his own protection. The a-hole kicks his legs over the side of the roof as if there isn't a 4-story drop below them. Katsuki takes a stab in the dark, because he doesn't have much to lose at this point. The damage has already been done to all parties. I kinda blew Omen up. That sounds pretty bad, even to his own ears, so he's not surprised when Shinsu's head slowly turns towards him with surprise and a minuscule amount of contempt. Why the hell would you do that? Shinso asks breathily, shock speeding up the question. We sparred this morning. Shinso doesn't let Katsuki be vague. So what, you blew him up and he let you? There's no way he'd let you get a hit in. Katsuki tries to shake off the annoyance of this bastard looking down on him and placing Omen on a pedestal. Keyword, tries. He's not a god, and I did get a hit in. Go if Angie figures you idolize that bstrd. You and everyone else. He airs out his grievances into the night. They get taken by the wind whistling past their ears. What the F is your problem? There's heat strung around each syllable like a hook waiting to sink into flesh. What makes him such a villain to you? 'Cause he doesn't have a license? Newsflash, he's done just about as much for the hero industry as your Lord and Savior All Might. You can't praise one without acknowledging the other at the very least. Katsuki inhales sharply. Omen will never be All Might. Well then it's a damn good thing he doesn't need to be. What's so wrong with him being his own hero separate from All Might? They're yelling now, and Katsuki can't fight down the anger swelling through the caverns of his heart, fighting to breach the surface. He doesn't know how to express to Shinso that Katsuki played a hand in the death of an innocent green-haired boy. He doesn't know how to express the pure joy and admiration that Katsuki saw reflected in that green-haired boy's eyes as he watched All Might fight. Katsuki can't rationalize his anger towards the death of their hero. He can't rationalize the fact that All Might died and crowded out the news of Izuku's death like he was nothing more than the smoldering brick of their devastated apartment building. He can't separate the idea of All Might being tied to the existence of Izuku. To Katsuki they go hand in hand. All Might the symbol of peace for a nation and Izuku the symbol of hope for an unattainable future. Izuku never got the justice he deserved, or the recognition. The least Katsuki can do is let All Might remain a symbol for Izuku's sake, but Omen is the symbol of the future, crowding out the old. The future that Izuku never got to be a part of. The future that was written without Izuku's script, like he was some disposable piece of the narrative. Katsuki can't say any of that though, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense in a way that matters. Katsuki's truth isn't universal, but he's okay to live it out in his own way. He owes Izuku that much. The fight bleeds out of him as the thoughts swirl through his head. The wind stands frigid between them, like it can't move until Katsuki speaks. But he can't. He opens and closes his mouth at least twice before giving up. He stands, as if he can make a break for the exit and run from the truth of it all. Katsuki's already halfway across the rough when the words stab straight through his heart. Omen has done more good than you ever will, Bakugo. Katsuki turns to see Shinsu's narrowed purple eyes seething. There's something akin to protection written along the strains in Shinsu's muscles, like he thinks he can protect Omen from torment. Protect him from Katsuki. Just keep chasing after your savior Shinso. If you're lucky you might just catch him before he runs himself into the grave. In some muddled place behind the negative thoughts that always seem to surround the idea of Omen, Katsuki means it. He wants Shinso to save Omen. In some twisted way, Shinso saving Omen would oppose Katsuki's inability to save Izuku. Omen is still tangible enough for Shinso to succeed. Shinsu's shoulders hike up to his ears, as if he senses Katsuki's acknowledgement. Whether Shinso really admires Omen, or admires him in a different way isn't Katsuki's business, but it's pretty fing obvious to anyone with eyes and a gaydar. As if to salvage the situation he adds, I didn't mean to do it. It just happened. I didn't mean to hurt him. Katsuki walks away before Shinso can continue the conversation. Katsuki doesn't know if he'd be able to handle it anyways, so he shuts the door behind him with the click of the door sounding too much like whispers calling him a coward. By the time he's back at their apartment building, Shoyuta can feel sleep clawing relentlessly at his eyelids. He'd just gotten to sleep after a long shift when the call came in about Omen last night. Technically, early this morning. He drops his hand into his pocket and grabs his key, and shoves it into the lock haphazardly. He twists right, and is immediately greeted by the smell of coffee and the highlighter orange blob of Julius, their cat. Shoyuta breathes a sigh of relief, the tension draining from his shoulders as he drags himself into the apartment. Unlacing his boots is more of a feat than he'd like to admit, but the fight drains out of him when a head pokes around the corner of their kitchenette. He remembers that it's Saturday morning and neither him nor Hisashi have anywhere to be. He must be staring, because Hisashi's eyes melt as if Shoyuta did something he considers cute. Shoyuta is not cute. He has told Hisashi this time and time again, but his husband insists he is. Shoyuta lets him have the win these days. It's when Shoyuta shuffles towards him and the kitchen that Hisashi finally speaks in his soothing voice. His hands find Shuta's hips, and he maneuvers him to the hallway rather than the coffee pot, much to his dismay. Off to bed you go. I'd rather not be married to a corpse. He can't find the energy to refute, so he murmurs something that comes out unintelligible, which makes Hisashi huff in amusement. They turn right from the living room and head down the hallway to their room at the end. When they enter, the room is still dark, the shades still drawn and keeping the early morning sun's rays at bay. Shoyuta makes an attempt to fall onto the bed, but is easily thwarted by Hisashi catching his body weight and dragging him to the bathroom. I lied, shower first. You smell like fire and the blood of commissioned toddlers. Against his better judgment, a sardonic smile lifts the edge of his lips. It's barely there, but it's enough for Hisashi to notice. Hisashi grabs Shuta's hand and kisses his palm softly. Shoyuta closes his eyes and inhales as if he can absorb his husband's warmth. If Shoyuta could, he'd photosynthesize in Hisashi's warmth every day, but the universe keeps them apart as best as it can, with the works of an underground hero being the complete opposite of a spotlight. They make do though, so Shoyuta showers quickly. When he walks out with a towel around his waist barely 10 minutes later, Hisashi chuckles while circling his arms around his waist. Did you even use soap? Shoyuta huffs and moves out of his husband's arms to his side of the bed. He grabs a hair tie, pulling the wet strands into a messy bun at the base of his neck. He doesn't jump when Hisashi puts his hands on his waist and melds with his back as if they're one organism. He also doesn't jump when Hisashi purrs in his ear. Stop looking so ceesy when I'm supposed to be a caring spouse lovingly putting my husband to bed. He pouts, jutting his lower lip out. Shoyuta chuckles, placing his hands over top Hisashi's. You can sleep with me. Hisashi gasps in faux horror, understanding the double-edged statement for what it is. Who are you to make a pass at me? I'm spoken for. Shoyuta turns his head and nips at his lower lip softly. You're spoken for? Hisashi leans in, their lips meeting for a chaste kiss that Hisashi pulls away from first. Sho, if you don't get in that bed in the next minute, I'm going to find another way to get you in there. While Shoyuta would love to see the creative ways Hisashi could possibly get him there, he goes willingly. He'd play hard to get if exhaustion wasn't tugging at his limbs like extra weight. He tugs on pajama pants and a loose t-shirt and slides under the covers. As Hisashi moves away from the bed, Shoyuta tugs him backwards, harshly. Hisashi falls onto the mattress with a soft thud and looks at him with confusion swirling in his vibrant green. You're the one that wanted to sleep with me. A sly smile tugs at the edges of Shuta's lips. You sneaky little minx. A sheet-eating grin plays across Hisashi's face as he shuffles over Shoyuta to his side of the bed and tugs Shoyuta to be flush against his chest. A small weight lays at their feet. Julius' usual spot. They drift into each other's warmth, sleep following not long afterwards. You know those kids at the center that love Mido Oem mid Omen? Hisashi seems to drift into his own head as he tries to meld the two figures into the one guy he's met. Yeah, that'll never not be weird. Shoyuta hums an affirmation, blowing on the hot miso gathered on his spoon. The kids keep asking about him. Their friend is missing and he told them that he knows a hero that can help them if they ever need it. Go figure, am I right? I swear the signs have been right in front of my face for way too long. He murmurs the last bit, a little hurt and a little annoyed that he didn't click the pieces together himself. Shoyuta shakes his head. You couldn't have known. He's vague and ominous on the best of days. The way he acts around you is probably completely different from the way he looks in the news. Hisashi taps his chin. You know, he honestly reminded me of you in a lot of ways. Shoyuta chokes on his miso and shoots his husband a lackluster glare. Like father, like son, Hisashi shrugs. Shoyuta pps a brow. And what does that make you? Hisashi mulls it over for less than a second before spouting, "The mom, of course." Shoyuta chokes again, this time with wet coughs and a napkin shoved to his mouth to try and soak up as much of the moisture that made it into his lungs. Hisashi grins while Shoyuta works through the coughing fit. He hoarsely asks, "Did they give you a name?" Hisashi shakes his head. "They wouldn't give me much more than that. The little man looked hesitant to even talk to me, but I think he's scared. It seems pretty serious, and I was gonna text Mito about it until he and Dabi got blown up." Shoyuta opens his mouth to answer, but a knock at the door catches both of their attention. Hisashi gets up, leaving Shoyuta to his miso. The silence and lack of opening the door increases his heartbeat slightly. He pushes back from the table, setting the napkin on his lap next to his soup, and walks silently to the doorway. He finds Hisashi stock still, looking through the peephole. If Shoyuta didn't know any better, he'd think his husband saw a ghost. Hisashi slowly turns to Shoyuta, his expression riddled with alarming shock, and before Shoyuta can ask, another knock at the door rebounds around the apartment. It's more insistent, if not a little annoyed. "Open up, assholes." Definitely annoyed. Wait, was that? Hisashi opens the door, and Shuta's eyes almost bug out of his skull. Dabi is the first figure in view, all scowls and scars. He's dressed casually, loose sweatpants and a hoodie hanging off his frame in order to preserve the rubbing of medical. Tip, he assumes. "You're the one that invited us over, eraser fucker. Can't you answer the DMN phone?" Shuta's mind isn't fast enough to dissect all the barbed words. It's typical for someone like Dabi. Someone who's been burned before, figuratively and literally, and has nothing left to expect from someone. Omen, who is behind him, shoves Dabi to the side. He's wearing loose clothing, but his face is clear of any obscuring accessories. Shoyuta can make out his unsure green eyes, and the freckles speckling his face. "Stop being iddy dash dot." There's no fight in his words, but there's heat beginning to flush his cheeks as he sees Shoyuta inspecting him. Who knew the almighty Omen could get so shy? "Well, come on in you two, we've got plenty of space." There's a cheery grin on Hisashi's face that turns sympathetic as it's pointed at Shoyuta. Shoyuta notices the bags carried by the two, although Omen seems to be the pack mule. He's carrying 3 of the 4 bags, 1 on a shoulder and 1 in each hand. They're moderately sized duffel bags, and Shoyuta prays to a god he doesn't believe in that there's nothing illegal in either of them. There's a slight limp in Omen's step, unnoticeable to the untrained eye. When the two get closer, Shoyuta moves out of the way, and calms his shock and increased heartbeat with a slow inhale of breath. "I didn't think you'd come." Dabi turns to him with a guarded expression, as if he's waiting to be attacked. It was either this or an underground bar filled with criminals. Omen starts, "I sit." "Shut the f***, Omen. You're not sleeping in that bar." Dabi shuts down the idea with a vigor Shoyuta doesn't know how to dissect. The almost alarming insistence tells him nothing good is awaiting the truth behind that statement. "Whatever," Omen mutters petulantly. He shifts his light blue hoodie forward on his frame, the strap of the duffel bag around his shoulder seemingly irritating his neck. Shoyuta didn't realize the two actually acted like brothers. Sure, he'd seen Dabi nearly break down when Omen was riding the edge of life and death, but that could easily be pawned off as empathy rather than a pure connection. He sees it now, though. These two have forged something closer to family than both of them have probably ever had. There's a guest room down the hall on the left. There's only 1 bed. Shoyuta displays the information factually, trying to distance himself from the mistake of emotions he's been plagued by recently. He knows it's futile, because the moment they stepped into his house is the moment any pretense of a strictly working environment was completely shattered. This isn't just 2 heroes helping 2 people who need it. It's something blurred and gray despite the heroic system's attempts to keep morality strictly black and white. Omen pats Dabi on the shoulder roughly, similar to a playful punch than any actual support. "All you d." Dabi whips his head to Omen, a sneer beginning to part his lips. Shoyuta cuts in. Before Dabi can. There's a futon in Hisashi and Ai's office. Omen nods as if he knew that, and Dabi glares at him like Omen spit in his food. It feels like there's more to the argument than Shoyuta can make out, but he's sure the truth will dig itself up in due time. There's only so much someone can push down before it breaks free of compartmentalization. Especially with Dabi and Omen, the two most emotionally volatile and repressed young adults he's ever had the pleasure of dealing with. We were just eating, and I can make more for the both of you if you two are hungry. Hisashi has always been more malleable with plans than Shoyuta. Dabi seems uncomfortable with the question, like accepting food will poison him or put him in some sort of debt. A loud thud shifts everyone's attention to Omen, who just dropped all the duffel bags and crouched down on the ball of his feet, rubbing his fingers together and looking down the hallway near the bedrooms. Shoyuta turns to see Julius slowly making his way towards them. He's always been an affectionate and curious cat, despite being a stray. "I'm not hungry," Omen mentions as he focuses on Julius, who seems more than content with bounding up to the vigilante like an old friend. "You do kinda look like the ice cream, don't you?" Omen says to the cat. Shoyuta pps a brow. He's the one that named that cat after the drink from Dairy Queen, but he's never told Omen that. Julius rubs against Omen's knee, purring loudly. "I heard you could have made out with something way worse. You're lucky, you know." The ginger cat blinks his large green eyes at Omen, as if acknowledging the statement. Dabi plants a hand on Omen's back and hauls him upwards, sending Julius skittering away from the scarred man. "Why the hell did you do that?" Omen glares at him with irritation, knitting his brows, but Dabi doesn't seem to care. "You can have a reunion with your long-lost cat later. You need sleep. Doctor's orders." It's entertaining to watch Dabi, the shorter of the two, try and manage the taller vigilante. Omen looks down at him disapprovingly, like a parent scolding their child, but Dabi's the one with age advantage. Shuta's sure that they've learned to interact with each other in this way due to the years they've spent sharing an apartment. It makes the two dangerous beings look human in a way he's never really seen before, though. Omen laughs pointedly, an intimidation tactic. "I wasn't the one who was blown up. Stop telling me." "All right." Hisashi claps his hands together, getting everyone's attention. "Let's all just calm down and eat." "Mito, are you sure you're not hungry?" "I make a mean Omiris." There's a pleading in his eyes that only the devil himself can ignore. Shoyuta nods his head in agreement. "He does." Dabi questioningly mutters, "Mito?" He's probably never heard Mito be referred to under that name before. Omen is too busy trying to not give in to the puppy dog eyes that Hisashi perfected years ago. He turns his body away, a hand rubbing at the back of his neck nervously. His eyes slide back over to find the same expression on Hisashi's face, and he crumbles. "Yeah, I'd love some," he sighs defeatedly. Hisashi brightens up immediately, almost jumping in excitement. He zips away in an instant, disappearing into the kitchenette, the distinct noise of appliances clanging becoming more prominent as the seconds pass. It's not long before they're all sitting in stilted silence at the dinner table. Shuta's miso had long since gone cold, so he reheated it. Julius is twirling around people's feet, begging for scraps. The only sounds resonating through the apartment are the clanging of silverware and the tapping of Omen's foot against the ground as he bounces his leg. Dinner ends quickly, Omen leaving a quarter of his food on his plate, while Dabi ate the whole thing like he's been starved of food for days. Dabi seems to notice Omen's lack of appetite too, but he doesn't comment. Hisashi helps the two new guests settle into the rooms, while Shoyuta does the dishes. Julius hops onto the counter, despite many attempts to shoo him away. He asks the cat, "This'll probably be a sheet show, won't it?" Julius and his knowing green eyes sit there diligently, his tail swishing back and forth. Shoyuta swears he sees him nod, though. Izuku thinks this might be the worst idea Tuya has ever dragged him into. There's a heaviness in his chest he can't describe, and the food in his gut that he forced down is threatening to come back up. He can't think straight, and he can't stop himself from looking for every exit. He's sitting on a desk chair, his head in his hands with his fingers pulling at his hair in an arrhythmic tempo. He shouldn't be this bent out of shape about staying at Aizawa's place, but he can't help it. The moment his eyes found the orange cat, he almost crumbled to the floor. He remembers fighting to keep down something trying to well itself to the surface. It was an ugly and uncomfortable feeling he's dealt with for most of his life. He always tucks it into a small box in the back of his mind, But this time the box cracked when verdant green eyes looked at him for the first time. Izuku has seen Julius before, of course he has. Izuku used to sit on the rooftop across from this apartment and just exist with the comfort of Oboro's friends within his grasp if they needed his help. Not that they did, but just in case. Maybe it was helping Izuku more than it was helping them, but he made a promise. He made a promise to protect Oboro's friends, and Izuku has kept that promise, for the most part. Somewhere along the way he let duty and emotion become entangled in a web that he couldn't possibly pry apart. They're melded together, the strings long since becoming one and splitting in different directions, but always intersecting again. It's messy and unorganized. It's full of holes and uncoordinated patterns. It's faulty and human. He rubs his hands down his face and cracks his eyes open. He pushes everything down carefully, trying not to be cut by any of the stray sharp thoughts that tend to break through. He looks at the large office and the futon in the corner. His duffel bags he threw on the bed haphazardly are awaiting his perusal, but he can't bring himself to move. He's rooted to the spot. He says. A soft knock makes him jump. Is he supposed to say something? He doesn't really know how this works. Usually Tuya just barges in whenever he wants. Not that Izuku was ever really in his room to begin with. A measured voice intones, "May I come in?" Yeah. It comes out as more of a question than he'd like it to. The door cracks open slowly, and Aizawa calmly soothes the door far enough to step inside. He looks around, as if this room is foreign to him. That doesn't make any sense though, this is his office. Hisashi wants to watch a movie. Do you want to join us? The words are plain, but there's something desperate in them. Izuku wants to say it's uncharacteristic of Aizawa, but it's not. It never has been. The two of them have always been dancing around the dangerous and breakable boundaries Izuku has placed between them. What movie? Izuku squares his shoulders, the sinking in his gut measuring out to its normal sense of dread that he's been living with for as long as he can remember. An old English movie. He tacks on, "We put on subtitles." Izuku nods, "I know English." Aizawa blinks at him curiously, but doesn't comment any further. He knows Izuku would probably shut it down rather quickly. Izuku doesn't know if he would though, and he almost finds himself wanting Aizawa to ask. Izuku stands, washing away the want that has no place in a life like his. "Did you ask Dabi?" Shoyuta shakes his head. He's already asleep. A small, genuine smile lifts the edges of Izuku's lips. He shakes his head fondly, "Of course he is. I'll be right out." Izuku adds consciously. Aizawa nods, and shuts the door with a soft click. "We're watching Good Will Hunting, have you seen it before?" Hisashi asks. Izuku tucks his leg under him as he sits in an armchair, crunching himself together to look like a smaller target in front of the two heroes. He supposes they're also his colleagues at UA, but that doesn't make him an insider in any capacity that matters to him. "I don't have time to watch movies too often," he says softly, trying to lighten the blow the words will have on the two heroes. In any other circumstance there'd be an understanding without much thought, but these two are way too close to let sleeping dogs lie. Thankfully, Hisashi doesn't harp on it. "Makes sense. I've heard it's a classic and we were going to watch it before you guys showed up." Izuku nods, and Hisashi hits play. In hindsight, all three of them should have read the summary before watching the movie. The movie circles around the main character, Will Hunting, who both suffered and soared. He's a genius who never had the fortune of going to school due to being orphaned, but he's acknowledged at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, when he solves an unsolvable math problem during his night shift as a janitor. After he's, ironically, hunted down for his genius, he's forced into therapy to avoid jail time. In therapy he gets pried apart down to the sinew of his bones where it's laid bare for the viewer to see. Despite his smarts he can't outrun the plaguing of abuse he suffered and the abandonment that's rooted deeply within the structures of his very being. When the credits roll with a relatively happy ending, the entire room is left in deafening silence. Julius is curled against Izuku, and acting as the only solace he can focus on. His fingers deftly rub the cat's ears, but the roaring in Izuku's ears continues on despite the attempt to ground himself. Izuku doesn't have the strength to look anywhere but the spot that his eyes have locked onto like a lifeline. It's Oboro's goggles. A copy of them at least. He knows the original ones were flattened beneath the building, and there's already a new building standing where the old bank used to be. The roaring begins to subside eventually, and he notices Hisashi's absence. Hisashi is long gone, but Aizawa is still sitting in the same spot on the plush couch adjacent to him. The silence between them isn't awkward, but it's full of unspoken sentiments that yearn to be acknowledged. He didn't know that's what the movie was about. Aizawa breaks the silence, and Izuku can't help but deflate slightly at the comment. Izuku must be insufferable to deal with for Aizawa and Hisashi. Walking on eggshells doesn't encapsulate the full amount of discretion they uphold whenever he's in their presence. Izuku knew this was a terrible idea. He knew Tuya was effingly insane for thinking this was a viable option for someone like Izuku. It was a good movie. He's telling the truth. It was a well-done movie, and in many ways the therapist reminds him a lot of Aizawa. The patience, the knowing looks swirling in Onyx's eyes, the drive to make Izuku comfortable because he knows Izuku will run if he faces any personal pressure. Izuku doesn't know why he does it. He doesn't know if it's because of the movie, the years of barriers, or something else entirely. Izuku Midoriya. He says the words moderately, like there's no impact. In actuality, it feels like he's carving his name into the narrative, like a scalpel peeling through flesh. He turns his head slowly to Aizawa, who's looking at him with confusion narrowing his brows. My name is Izuku Midoriya.